Here we saw a sturdy hand on the bed, placed next to some long soft hairs. The hand gently ran through a few strands of the luscious long black hairs. Laying on top was a bared, naked man with well-defined juicy chest and abs, sweat dripping from various parts of his body. Underneath him was a beautiful woman with flushed face, reaching out her hand towards the man's face. With those soft, delicate hand, she gently caressed his face and called out his name, Muan. Hearing his name spoke from her sweet mouth, stimulated him to plunge down and devour her like a hungry tiger, licking and sucking all of that belongs to her. She moaned from the intense pleasure while her fingernails dug into his skin, leaving her marks on his back. Let us take a moment to enjoy this passionate lovemaking session. As much as we want the pleasurable moment to last, nothing lasts forever. The word, "I'm getting a divorce," jolted the man awake from his slumber. He panted from the sweet dream or maybe bitter nightmare and slowly got out of the bed. The man thought he must be crazy as he scratched his head while heading to the bathroom. In the shower, he allowed the water to run down his impeccable body as if he was trying to purify his soul. He stared blankly, thinking of the name, Uray. It was the same name of his ex-wife. In the large white corporate building, the man is seen walking with a female and male subordinates through the lobby area. He instructed his subordinate to coordinate a meeting in half an hour. On the desk, we can see the name plaque, Choi Muan, and a business card on a clipboard consisting of the business proposal project information. While working, someone announced that the person in charge of the project has arrived. Muan looked at his watch and it seemed to be time already. Quickly, he reached out to grab the business card, glancing at the name one last time, before telling his secretary to let the person in charge in. The secretary guided the person through the door, just from the back, wearing blue chiffon shirt and blue heels. It is safe to assume that she was going to be a gorgeous lady. He waited anticipately for the person to appear before him. The lady greeted the man, "Nice to meet you." As expected, she was the person he knew. She left for 3 years without any notice. The woman paused, shock of the figure sitting before her. Uray? He called out. Here it takes us back to before the meeting between ex-husband and ex-wife. A man holding a coffee pot froze as he saw Uray guided to the president's office by a female. He stuttered, that person, while forgetting that the coffee pot was tilting. Another man wearing glasses shouted, "Secretary Kim. What are you doing? Have you gone crazy?" Secretary Kim shouted, "It's hot," as he spilled some of the coffee, not only wetting the floor but on his pants and shoes too. Secretary Kim turned to his colleague, the man wearing the glasses. He tried to explain who the woman was but was cut off by his colleague. The colleague proudly announced, "It's Uray, the person in charge of the project." Of course, he remembered. The colleague smirked and whacked Secretary Kim's back and asked if she was Secretary Kim's girlfriend. Irked by the statement, Secretary Kim shouted loudly that they will be in trouble. She was the president's ex-wife while his inner self screamed, "Ha! You know everything? You don't know shit." With revelation that the woman was the ex-wife of the secretary, it frightened the colleagues, making him squeeze the towels soaked with coffee back onto the floor again. The next scene was a flashback. Inside a car, Uray was sitting next to an elderly man. He instructed her that she can refuse if she don't want to. He wanted her to think positively. Uray then got out of the car and politely excused herself. Inside the lounge, she helped herself to a table. To her, the rumor of the man being cold and arrogant was not a big concern. She hoped this decision of her will be better than her current situation. While looking out the window, a person asked if she was Miss Uray. This jolted her to look towards the voice. Standing next to the chair across, a very handsome, tall man greeted her. After sitting down on the chair, he introduced himself as Choi Muan. She thought that he didn't sound as rude or eccentric as rumored. Choi Muan told her that he knows this marriage was solely for business purposes. If she was okay with it, they can proceed with the marriage. She readily agreed, discerning that he was rather indifferent. Muan then stood up and finalized the meeting. He was a man who made decision calmly by what they each need, thus making Uray's first impression of him pretty dull. Different scene of some times later after their initial meeting. While eating a meal, Muan asked Uray what she wanted to tell him. She suggested that they talk after the meal. He thought this talk was very important to her and suggested her to just say it. Uray bit her lips and hesitated. On the table a file paper for divorce was shown to Muan. She said she wanted them to get a divorce. Uray had no desire as a woman except for one thing, divorce. Now back to current time, in the president's office, Muan didn't expect Uray to be here. She thanked him for his time. He told her that he is busy and hoped she knows and get to the point. A little anxious, she told him that she was informed of his decision through the sales department. However, if the contract is terminated before the production completion, it will be a loss for the company. Muan could care less about what happens to her company. Uray pleaded if he could withdraw his decision. Muan did not want to, and asked her if she think he is a joke. She asked, then what is he? He asked if she drank something, to make her think that this is Hollywood. She wanted him to help her even when they are divorced. Flustered, she tried to explain that this situation was not personal. She was the person in charge of the project and only asking if he could reconsider. Muan cut her off, and asked if she still want to do business with him. He has nothing to gain from this business of hers. He ridiculed her that she was in such a bad condition, that she had to seek help from him, her ex-husband. Uray clenched her fingers thinking to herself, she was not happy to see him either, but her thought then was brought back by Muan's harsh words. He asked her if she is sad about the alimony she did not get before. Uray abruptly stood up and told Muan that she will take her leave now. She was sorry for not being thoughtful. As she turned to leave, Muan stopped her and told her to sign the file he was holding in his hand. Sitting alone in the office, Muan looked at the file in his hand. The two secretaries, one holding a tray, stood outside the door contemplating to go in or not. On the tray was a juice glass and a file. The colleague asked, does Muan look unhappy? Secretary Kim answered, he is unhappy. The colleague asked then, how would Muan react if he goes in now? Secretary Kim pushed his colleague, telling him to go in regardless. Nervous, the colleague asked if he really have to go in now? Secretary Kim replied, yes, why is the colleague keeping Muan wait? Looking at the termination agreement on his desk, Muan let out a sigh. The man wearing glasses entered the office and asked how Muan would like his lunch. Seeing one of his secretaries, reminded him to ask if he has any document to review. The secretary nervously replied, yes, and told Muan the documents left by the director needs urgent approval and put the drink on Muan's desk, and said it was Miss Uray who asked him to deliver it. Glancing at the juice glass, brought back a memory of the distant past. While sick, he opened his eyes to Uray's concerned face. She asked softly if he is feeling better and he should drink the juice. She mixed some honey in tomato juice. It will improve digestion. Holding the glass, he thought, this time it's tomato juice. Suddenly he felt a soft touch on his forehead and focused on Uray. She was touching his, and her forehead to check his temperature and told him, he will get better. Muan patted his forehead just like how Uray used to do, and the tomato juice glass was empty to the last drop. He muttered to himself, what exactly does she want? In a cafe, by the counter, a short-haired lady happily welcomes the guest but stopped halfway as soon as she saw the person entering. Unhappily, she said, the boss is on the second floor. Looking at Muan walking up the stairs, she pouted how he didn't show any courtesy. Muan pressed the doorbell nonstop until an angry man busted out the door grouching, are you trying to break the doorbell? Showing no courtesy, Muan walked right in, and asked the man to prescribe a sleeping pill. The man replied, I already did a few days ago. Then paused after realizing the meaning. He asked if Muan had any other stressful events lately. Muan sat on the couch, crossed his arms and legs before replying, it's on the headlines of the newspaper. He thought, you haven't seen it yet? The man replied, what is it about? You didn't even bat an eye when you read the newspaper every day during the restructuring of Sungwon Construction. Compared to that, the department store is not even stressful. If it's too much, just exercise. Before he finished, he shouted at Muan, are you listening? Muan replied, no. Frustrated, the friends say he was going to call Muan anyway and asked, what's wrong with him these days? Muan replied, what did he do? A flashback of Muan complaining to another friend of various things. Muan asserted the wallpaper looked bad, the kitchen counter isn't to his liking, isn't it better to tear down the wall and open the space? He thinks the current paint color is better than the last one the friend mentioned. Muan insisted for the friend to reconsider all the points again. The friend shouted, that's the 6th time you've said that, you devil. Back to current scene, the man told Muan to stop bothering Changyu before Changyu kills Muan for real. He asked how many times is Muan going to ask Changyu to reconsider again? Muan replied nonchalantly, he will object if he don't like the house. The man asked Muan to ask his heart if problem lies in the house. Then suggested, Perhaps it's because of who used to stay in that house. Muan threatened sharply, don't even think of mentioning her. The man sighed while pouring a wine glass, you're going to need this more than sleeping pills now. In the restaurant, the same lady at the cafe arrived, apologizing for being late. Uray told her she ordered first as it was getting late. The friend asked, why Uray ordered so much? Uray replied because she wanted the friend to eat a lot. Sensing something wrong, she asked, did you have a bad day? Uray cried and nodded. The friend suggested for Uray to have the first bite of tteokbokki. Uray declined and wanted Junhee to eat with her. She told her friend, Junhee, she came but didn't have an appetite. Analyzing Uray, Junhee put down the chopsticks before asking, did Uray meet Choi Muan? Uray acquiesced, yeah, Muan has gotten thin. She shouldn't have done that. Junhee growled, what thin? Frustrated, she shouted, what on earth? Why is Uray only worried about Choi Muan, after her return? Junhee pointed her finger at Uray and exclaimed, listen, he's a stranger to you now. You should only think about yourself, your career and your happiness. Got it? Uray smiled unconfidently and replied she knows. Glasses clinking as several people cheers. A short-hair woman in business suit congratulated her team for a job well done. They have to prepare for the opening from the day after tomorrow, so everyone should drink as much as they want. Everyone exclaimed loudly, yes. Uray smiled while observing the team. A voice asked Uray if it's true she had a problem with Hangzhou project. Uray turned to look at the source and greet Julia before answering that they suddenly asked for a high commission rate. But she already settled the rate at a reasonable price. Julia praised, good job, and then asked how long Uray has worked with her. Uray replied, almost 3 years. Julia smirked, that Uray survived quite long while her ex-husband couldn't even last 3 years with her. Concerned, Uray asked what happened. Julia told Uray, her ex-in-laws contacted her. They wanted the custody of her child, Sue. Her in-laws thought she was too crazy about her career, that she wouldn't be a good fit to take care of Sue. Uray asked what Julia's going to do. Julia replied she's thinking of handing the custody over. Uray asked, didn't you say you love Sue very much? Julia replied, this is for Sue's happiness. Wouldn't a rich dad be better for Sue than a mom who is always working? Uray answered, we may never know. Sue might not be happy when he's with his rich dad. Instead, he might be happier with his busy mom. Uray added that Julia shouldn't decide where Sue's happiness lies. Most importantly, does Julia want to live with Sue? Happiness isn't a one-way sacrifice, it's about giving and receiving. Julia repeated the words, I see, happiness is about giving and receiving. Uray's words reverberated in Julia's heart. Uray sat in an office meeting. The blonde man said the department store that signed the contract has unilaterally terminated the contract. Uray replied, since Julia was in charge of this before, she didn't know much about it. The blonde man replied, Julia strongly recommended Uray since Julia wants to focus on Sue's custody. Standing in front of the mirror in a public restroom, Julia in beautiful red dress spoke confidence to herself. This is her first task, entrusted by Julia. She can't disappoint. She couldn't think of any other way for Sungwon department store, so it's better to stop thinking about it. She applied a red lipsticks matching her red dress while assuring herself that if they launched Taesung department store at the right time, everything should be alright. A man who looked like Orochimaru greeted Uray and apologized for being late. Uray shook his hand and assured no problem. They are looking forward to working with the man today. The man smirked creepily and said Taesung department store also looked forward to her, too, while tightening his grip. Once settled on the table, Uray asked when will Pillow launch? Her team is ready to enter the store and wish to work with Taesung store as soon as possible. The man glanced at his colleague with the look, the bait hooked, and handed a liquor bottle to Uray that they can talk more after the drink. He started pouring drinks into Uray's cup while she looked uncomfortable. Every cheers to the future of Taesung store and Pillow. Uray downed the drink unsure if everything will be alright. The colleague asked his manager, the creepy man, if he saw Chairman Han Kyung-han and his daughter with Sungwon's CEO Choi Muan. Uray coughed the drink and spilled it. The creepy manager answered that the rumor of Chairman Han supporting CEO Choi might be true after all. The colleague guessed so. They started chatting of the Chairman Han's daughter being single and CEO Choi is divorced. He's handsome and has no kids, making it no flaws in Muan. Uray stepped out dazed, thinking he is getting remarried. She shouldn't have felt guilty since he's such a well-off man. Uray walked out to get some fresh airs, but as she rounded the corner, she heard a voice called, "Mr. CEO." She stopped and saw a couple approaching her, a woman clinging to the man's arm asking if they could have another drink without her father. The guy replied that this should be it for the night since they have a meeting tomorrow. The woman seemed upset of the rejection and pretended to trip for a beauty trap. The man held her arm and asked if she is okay. She pretended to be a little drunk. The man suggested them to go back since the chairman may be waiting. Uray hid around the corner of the corridor, listening to the couple's conversation. As the couple passed her, the man was none other than Muan. He glanced slightly at her as he passed, connecting eyes with Uray. She turned her head the other side to avoid meeting his gaze. She came out of hiding and stared at the couple's retreating backs and thought, they looked good together. Outside getting some fresh airs, Uray sighed, why she had to run into him today. After a while, she went back inside. Walking in a daze, while looking down, she saw a pair of shoes approached her and thought she had almost bumped into someone. She quickly apologized only to see that the man was Muan. He asked, what is she doing here? While thinking of what to say, Muan asked if she drank tonight. She replied yes, and that she's working tonight. Uray then excused herself. Work? He replied while grabbing onto her hand as he found it hard to believe she had to work, being drunk this late into the night. Uray addressed him by his full name, CEO Choi, to let go of her hand. Muan asked, did you just call me CEO Choi? Uray replied yes. She thought they need to separate between work and private matters. She added, they were already divorced, he does not have to worry who she drinks with or what kind of work she has. This is not Hollywood. Just now, she used his words back on him. Uray pulled her hand back and excused herself. Muan now could only look at her retreating back. He took out his phone and asked the person on the other side to investigate something. By the roadside, Muan was sending off his female companion from earlier and her father, Chairman Han. The female commented happily that she had so much fun and they should grab a drink together next time. Her father chided, yes. It's good to see young people hang out often and that it would be great to see Muan next to his daughter. Muan replied that Director Han and him both are busy, too. Director Han said that she is truly sad as Muan always refuse her. Muan cold replied that he doesn't drink much outside, except for work. He looked forward to working with her this season. When the car left, he finally got inside his car and asked Secretary Kim for updates. Secretary Kim replied, he found that Mrs. Uray was meeting with the sales department of Taesung department store. Muan asked how many people from Taesung came? Secretary Kim replied, 4 people, including the manager. He then proceeded that there is one thing that bothers him. He took out his phone to play the recording. While listening to 2 of the men during a smoke break, he overheard them gossiping about Li Uray. One man said he heard she was part of the Chinese sales team. Shouldn't she have done this kind of dining once or twice? The other man replied that she emphasized a lot on her makeup and dress today. Does his colleague think they will get a room tonight? While they both laughed off at the thought. Angry, Muan got angry. He has to bring her. How dare those people be so impudent to Li Uray? What a perverted old man. Secretary Kim interrupted Muan's thought, that Li Uray took a taxi. Muan told him to follow her. Still dazed in thought, the driver notified Muan that Mrs. Li Uray already got off. Looking at her through the window, he thought she had to listen to those kinds of talk while working. Did she know about those dirty words the men were talking about her? Was it for this that she let him go? Suddenly, Muan saw Li Uray pounded her chest a few times. He instantly knew what this meant. She has a bad habit of hitting her chest. He often seen her like that after she came back from Auntie Yoon's house in Pyeongchangdong. Muan thought of an instance in the past when Li Uray cut her hand while cleaning a fish. Auntie Yoon's was not too happy about it as blood was stained on the fish. Li Uray quickly apologized and offered to clean everything up. Aunt Yoon reprimanded how Li Uray was incapable of doing anything. Was it because she wants to show off that she has no mother? Does Li Uray want to mess up the memorial services? Muan suddenly interrupted the conversation. Aunt Yoon asked what Muan was doing in the kitchen. Muan said because he can hear all the commotion coming from the kitchen. Aunt Yoon brushed it off that nothing happened, it's just his wife hurt her own hand while cooking. Muan rushed to Li Uray and asked how could Aunt Yoon said it's nothing even when she hurt her hand? Aunt criticized that Li Uray should have been more careful. And, that is why he shouldn't marry anyone carelessly with no background. Appalled, Muan asked what she was trying to say. Looks like Aunt doesn't like someone knows a little bit less. But, that he, too, also do not have a mother to take care of him like what Aunt said. So, from now on, him and his wife will not come to the memorial service anymore. Muan turned to Uray and told her that she and him don't need to be treated like that. Aunt Yun screamed unhappily while watching the couple left. At that time, before their divorce, he thought that he didn't need to intervene when she was belittled and trampled. He used to be like that. Who else can he blame? Making up his mind, he asked Secretary Kim to call Lawyer On. Hello? Uray answered. The person introduced himself as Lawyer On Hyun Seob, that they met at legal team of Sung-won Construction. Uray replied that she remembers and what is his business? In Lawyer On's office, Uray was reading a document file. Lawyer On explained, it was the deed for a villa in Manhattan and deposit account in U.S. Bank. Uray replied that she knows, but why is he giving it to her? She has no more relation with Sung-won anymore. Lawyer On replied, it was her compensation. Uray explained that when Muan and him divorced, they agreed that she would not receive any compensation. Lawyer On explained that CEO has different thinking. He wants her to receive compensation with terms. The condition is that she resign from her current job. Uray jolted up from the couch and declined adamantly. Lawyer On explained that the CEO said the amount she will receive can be adjusted whenever. Uray declined farther. She has no intention to receive it. If she really wanted it, she would have accepted it a long time ago. While walking, Uray thought of the last time she met Muan in his office, how he ridiculed that her situation there must be much worse, that she had to come back to her ex-husband. Why? Was it because she regretted that she didn't receive any compensation? Uray finally decided to make a call. On the bed, a phone rang a few times. Walking to the bed, Muan, with his bared, sculpted chest, looked like he just got out of the shower. He picked up the phone to take a look. On the screen, he saw he missed a call from Uray but received a follow-up text to meet up. Muan stepped into the restaurant and saw Uray already waiting for him. He approached her and she looked at him while they both addressed each other by their first name. Muan said he heard that Uray rejected his offer. She replied that's why she wanted to see him and clarify it. She wanted to tell him that she came on for business that day, not because of their personal matters. He should have seen her already. She worked for a decent company and she's living comfortably. He asked how she got the job. She replied that she reconnected with an old boss she worked with during a college internship. He asked, was the boss a man? She answered, no, but why is he asking that? Muan told her to quit her job. She asked for clarification. Muan said has she forgotten that she was once Mrs. CEO of Sung-won Company? Did she filed for divorce just to fall into a mediocre job? Uray repeated, a mediocre job? Muan replied that the certificate of trust deposit will allow her to have a comfortable life in the U.S. If she wished, he could send her monthly living expenses. Angered, Uray slammed the glass water onto the table and replied angrily that as Sung-won Company, or from Muan's point of view, it might look like a mediocre job, but for her, it is not like that. The job market was really tight in the U.S. Did he think it was easy for a foreigner to get a full-time position with visa sponsorship? She worked hard to earn that position. Why should she quit just because he opened his mouth? She further added for Muan to stop bringing up the issue again in the future. Muan replied he had no idea she was so glib. She replied, because he did not need to know. Suddenly, Uray's phone rang. She picked up the phone while getting up. She said she was able to talk, ignoring Muan whom was sitting in front of him. He grabbed her hand as she walked past him, but she flung her hand off his grasp, while continuing talking on the phone that she can meet at the Taesung department store. Muan, looking at his empty hand, muttering to himself, was that how she wanted to play? Uray arrived at the department store and asked what the staff meant. Here, the staff bowed and apologized that the head management decided to halt the signing of all new deals, so the contract cannot be made right now. The entire sales department is being affected. Uray replied that the contract was being arranged by phone to be signed today. The staff apologized again. At night, Uray was seen video conferencing with her boss, Julia. Julia commented that Uray did not look too well. Uray asked, what is Julia doing in the office? What about the custody lawsuit? Julia replied due to certain circumstances, she had to go into the office despite her vacation leave. Uray asked, then. Before she could complete her sentence, Julia replied that they decided to go back to square one with launching in Korea, and Uray should go back to the China team, as Julia is going to resign as the sales division director. Resigning? Uray looked anxious. Julia explained, the loss from this case is rather big, and someone has to take responsibility. Uray interrupted, was it because she was in charge of it? She. Julia replied, no, it was because she, Julia, was in charge of it. She was the one that pushed for the business in Korea, and she stepped out of the project because of personal issues. So, she is sorry. She thinks Uray did her best. Uray does not need to worry. She was one of Julia's best employee. Uray clenched her fists, while Julia's words, "You were one of my best employees," haunted her. She looked at her phone, thinking, did she really try her best? On the screen we can see Muan's name on the screen. Muan answered the phone. Hello? Uray asked whether she woke him up. He said he just got back from Shanghai a few hours ago. Does she need anything? She replied she needs to talk about business. Can they meet? He replied now. She said she will meet him wherever he is at the moment. He replied, anywhere you don't mind? Even at a hotel? She said she does not mind. He said, J Hotel, room number 3001. Uray appeared at the hotel elevator heading towards Muan's floor, thinking that this is the right thing to do. The door creaked open, and Muan rushed out in black robes, showing his fine abs, catching Uray off guard. He asked what is she waiting for? She should go in already. She was a head shorter and her eyes was at the height of his bared chest. Caught off guard, she stuttered and said she will come back a little later. He asked, are they strangers to each other? He encouraged her to go in. While pouring a glass of water for her, he asked what she wanted to talk about. She said it may take time, and can he please put on some clothes? He asked why, he felt okay the way he is. She replied, it was not okay with her. He said she can have a seat on the couch and wait for him then. While waiting for Muan to change, Uray felt a little awkward of the situation. She glanced around the room and asked if he was staying the hotel. What did he do with the house in Hanamdong that he treated so dearly? Her observation was suddenly interrupted by the phone buzzing. She picked up and Mr. Lee called. She told Mr. Lee she was in the middle of an important meeting. So, she will call him back. Mr. Lee said, it is about the chaos in Taesung's sales division. It was rumored that the CEO of Sung One department store that did it. Uray asked for clarification, but Mr. Lee added if she has any idea why. Muan approached, fully changed. She has to end the call with her Mr. Lee. As soon as she hung up, she went straight to the point. She was told that the contract with Taesung department store was suddenly cancelled and he was involved. Was it true? Vexed, he asked if that is what she wanted to talk about. She asked for an answer if he has anything to do with it. He said yes. She clenched her fists and confirmed, you did it? The past 2 days were like hell. She even came to the hotel, ignoring her own sense of worth and conscience. She asked, why he do that? He asked if she should have known the answer why he did it. Because she was not going to quit, so he had to make her quiet. And why did she come to him today? She replied, she wanted a chance. A chance to get him to reconsider the contract. He approached closer to her while placing a hand on the backrest of the couch. Why? Didn't she want to make a deal with her ex-husband? A deal? She asked. He replied, yes, since she said she wanted a chance. An employee working on a contract comes to a hotel room at this hour? Usually, they called it lobbying. Uray asked, is that what he thought of her? Never once have she done anything shameful for her job. How can he say something like that? Even though they are divorced, they lived together for 2 years. She stood up abruptly, with teary eyes, glaring at Muan. Lost for words, he tried to explain but could only utter the word, I. They were interrupted by the doorbell ringing one after another. He asked her to wait while heading towards the door. A woman wearing shades in style walked in. Muan said he told her to call him before coming. She said she had no choice. She was in the middle of shooting. She took off her glass and noticed Uray over by the couch and asked if he has a prior engagement. Muan told her to go in. She leaned over and said sorry as she did not know. She can come back some other time. Before she could finish, Uray interrupted her that she does not need to, as she was done here. She believes Mr. Choi is too. She said her goodbye. Muan gazed her at her, muttering, Uray. He bit his lips, frustrated, what excuses she was going to give. To someone she was already over with? Uray excused herself and walked out of the hotel suite. She headed to the elevator and pressed the street floor, while dazed, thinking about why she was being treated that way. Was that how he has been thinking about her all along? And he even has someone to marry. Tears rolled down her eyes as she choked from sadness. Uray grabbed a taxi, and asked the driver to take her to Carpe Diem in Cheongdam-dong. While reaching in her purse, she noticed her phone was missing. She arrived at Carpe Diem and called out for Junhee. A man, wearing glasses, was sweeping the floor. Called out, "Uray? Isn't she Uray Lee?" He asked for confirmation. Uray greeted Woo Jaeyoung in acknowledgement. Woo Jaeyoung replied, "Long time no see," and asked, "How have she been doing?" Looking pale, as she thought she was going to find Junhee, and wasn't ready to meet him yet, but answered politely that she is doing good and where is. Before she could finish, Woo Jaeyoung replied, if she was looking for Junhee, she finished early and left. Didn't Uray call Junhee? Uray replied, she did not have her phone, so she could not make a phone call. He offered if she would like to have some tea. She does not look too well. She declined and thanked for the offer, but she has to go. After she left, she ponders, she did not even think she would run into Woo Jaeyoung. On the sofa, a phone was buzzing. Muan was seen reaching for the phone. On the screen, a notification was seen, a message from Julia, flight ticket to China. The phone was not even locked. On the side note, even my parents who do not even know their email has their phone locked nowadays. He browsed through her photo album. He saw her smiling happily while touring. Her delicate fingers doing a peace sign next to 2 fish cookies. Another photo of her being silly with Junhee, and one photo of her smiling contently, holding a child in her arms. He thought, she has a child? Her tastes, he did not know, her smiles, he had never seen. Was this the kind of life she wanted? That night, he stayed up all night to skim through part of her life. It reminded him of when Woo Jaeyoung and him were joking about the 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. He then made a phone call. He decided to change his states that was lingering between bargaining and depression to acceptance. He accepted the fact that his marriage was completely over. On the phone, he wanted to discuss the case of opening business contract. He made a decision, for the first time of his life, to truly wish someone happiness. A woman's heels fluttered hurriedly without a care, while a voice can be heard, following the noise of the heels, "Ms. Han, you can't." Bam, the door was slammed open while the secretary can be seen hurriedly catching up. Muan looked up and asked if she does not know how to knock the door. Ms. Han asked, "Glow Spa is opening up at Company A? What was the meaning of that?" He replied, "It was conditional." "Conditional?" she asked unconvinced as she crossed her arms. He explained, "The contract will be signed if Glow Spa's revenues for 2 months make it to the top 20 revenues of Fashion Hall." Ms. Han slammed her hands on the desk and shouted, "Even if it is conditional, why the sudden decision to let Glow Spa open, when their contract was just about to be cancelled?" He replied, it was because he could not find a substitute during his business trip. She questioned, "Was that really it?" He asked, "What does she meant by that?" She replied, "Because the personnel from Glow Spa was Uray Lee, his ex-wife. Isn't that right?" "Ha," he answered. "Why did she bring that up?" She replied, that she mentioned it because he better draw a line between business and private matters. He countered, that he is sorry. But that was exactly what he would like to him her, Ms. Han. She approved a deal with Belga, yet they were below the cutoff in the internal production test. The fact that Belga has signed a contract should not have played a role in winning a favor. Ms. Han stuttered, unable to search for an explanation. Muan added, that she should not give reasons through words, but through sales. For her, to not forget the fact that Belga is also a pop-up store. In 3 months, they will see who is the one that cannot draw the line between business and private matters. They do not need anyone incapable in the Sungwon department store. Ms. Han left like a tornado, frustrated, her face scowled, looking menacingly like she had a plan. At a restaurant, overlooking the seaside, Muan and Woo Jaeyoung was eating a meal together. Woo Jaeyoung reported that Uray dropped by the cafe yesterday. Muan asked, "What does he mean?" Woo Jaeyoung said Uray was looking for manager Seo, but she seemed to be unable to get a hold of her. "And?" Muan asked for more details. Woo Jaeyoung said, "What do you mean and?" "I'm saying Uray is in Korea." Muan replied, "He knew. They met already." Woo Jaeyoung's steak piece fell on the table, trying to make sense what he just heard. What? All sorts of questions came into his mind, while Muan looked at him. What the hell was he thinking now? Muan asked why was he reacting like that? He's seen Haiwan too. Woo Jaeyoung replied, why is Muan comparing them? Haiwan and him have known each other for 20 years. On the other hand, Muan did not know anything about Uray recently. Muan replied calmly, Uray is the sales representative for spa brand. That was how they met. Surprised, Wu Jiang asked, the quiet, little Uray? Muan said, she seems to have taken the project since there was a conflict with Sungwon department store. Wu Jiang finally understood, since her major was fashion marketing? He heard business in China was tough. Muan replied, he didn't even know where Wu Jiang got info on her college major? He replied, because he asked, and she answered. Did Muan not know? Muan answered, he only heard that she graduated from Parsons. Wu Jiang in her thoughts, that is why Muan got divorced. While chowing down on his food, he replied, of course, you know that. He thought Muan's life is like a soap opera. The conversation continued as they went to ring up. Muan handed his credit card to the register staff. Wu Jiang asked, why Muan do not even know the title of the soap opera Sungwon department store is sponsoring? Muan replied, the contract was signed a while ago by Mrs. Yoon. Wu Jiang was not buying it. The show was very popular these days. He added, the drama is about a divorced couple just like Muan and Uray, who got back together and start their second-round romance. Muan, trying to run away from the chatter. Wu Jiang, thinking, second round of romance? Cut it out. Just as Wu Jiang was about to explain about the male protagonist, Muan stopped and asked if Wu Jiang heard anything from Jun Hee-seo. What? Wu Jiang replied. About Uray Lee's present husband, answered Muan. Wu Jiang said, even if Muan think he is an idiot, does Muan think he would mention Uray's name to manager Seo? Muan took out the phone and read, it says here that she's not married and has no child. Surprised, Wu Jiang questioned if Muan is checking up on Uray Lee. Without answering to the question, Muan excused himself and took off, leaving his friend speechless. Wu Jiang do not know why he got divorced in the first place if he was going to act like that. What a fool. In the CEO's office, Muan asked his secretary if the secretary had any contact from the Glow Spa. The secretary replied, not yet. The staff in charge had her phone turned off, and because of the time difference between them and Glow Spa's headquarters, is causing a delay in response. Muan excused his secretary. He thought it was strange. A sales representative would not take so long to respond. He thought he saw her room number on her cell phone. Muan made a phone call and requested to talk to the guest in room 505, and if the staff can connect him to the line. The staff on the other line answered that the guest in the room was transported to the hospital in an ambulance. Muan felt as if his world shattered. He asked why, and corrected himself. No, he meant, what hospital she is in. At the hospital, Muan ran like his life depends on it. He finally reached her bed and moved the curtains, while huffing. There, laying on the hospital bed, Uray laid quietly, flushed from the illness. A nurse asked if he was a family member. He replied, yes, and what happened? The nurse answered, she had stomach cramps. The doctor in charge will be there in a minute to talk about her condition. He asked, what is the cause? She replied, it could be from many things. Usually, it is caused by excessive stress, extreme fatigue, and drinking. It dawned on Muan that she has all of them. The nurse asked, how is he related to the patient? He replied, he is her husband. She asked if he, then, can fill out the forms at the reception desk? He went to the desk and filled out the patient history form. In the relationship, he wrote down husband. He thought, the word her husband came out just like that, easily. It felt like they are a real married couple. Back in the patient room, the doctor arrived and reported that she has a high fever. So, they first need to wait and see until the fever is gone. The doctor asked for him to call if he needed anything. Muan thanked the doctor. He sat by Uray's bedside, gazing gently at her and noticed the scar on her hand. Uray slowly opened her eyes and saw 2 hanging bottles on the IV pole. She quickly noticed she is in a hospital room. The nurse noticed and asked if she is awake. The fever is gone, but how is the pain? She replied, it is fine. The nurse instructed her to wait a minute. The doctor will be there soon. Uray sat up and asked if she can use a phone. She wanted to call her family. The nurse replied, if she was talking about her husband, he already finished the paperwork. Surprised, as she currently does not have a husband. The nurse continued that her husband was really worried because she had a high fever. He would not leave Uray's side. What a loving husband. Husband? She felt confused, and asked again if she could use a phone. Uray went to the reception, hauling the IV pole with her to make a phone call to Junhee. She reported her situation and the hospital info. Suddenly, someone called her name, Uray. She turned around and saw Muan. He asked if she is feeling better. She had a stomach cramp, the flu, and muscle pains. She asked, how did he know? He replied, she left her cell phone at his place. Back to the hospital bed, he said, there was an urgent matter to discuss with her. So, he wanted to give back the cell phone. One of the ER staff answered the phone. He reached down his shirt pocket and handed her the phone. She asked why did he bring the phone? A female doctor called, Uray. She replied, here. The doctor asked if Uray has gastritis? She answered, yes. The doctor recommended a gastroscopy, eat regular meals, and absolutely abstain from any alcohol. Turning to Muan, she told him to take care of his wife in every way. Muan asked if there is anything else that he should be aware of. Uray stared at Muan and the doctor, conversing back and forth, and thought, Muan Choi is my husband? She then remembers the nurse from earlier. Said how he would not leave her side, and what a loving husband he is. Muan brought his gaze to Uray and asked, her face is a bit flushed. Is she feeling feverish? Being caught staring at Muan, she felt flustered but quickly denied. He reached his hand out to her face and landed on her forehead to feel the temperature. He said, she was not all right. She still has a fever. She should wait while he go get the doctor again. She abruptly denied, no, she's okay, while brushing his hand off her forehead. She proceeded to ask, what was so urgent that he needed to contact her? He replied, he will withdraw the termination of the contract with Glow Spa. Confused, she asked what he meant? He said the offer is conditional and to contact the headquarters for the details. Since they could not reach her, they reported to the Glow Spa headquarters in the US. She asked, but why now? He replied, didn't she go to see him because of that? She answered, that was when she did not know he was the hidden figure behind the Taesung department case. He asked nonchalantly, does it matter now? Didn't she told him to draw a line between personal and business? If she does not hit the top sales goals, she is out on the spot. She was not sure why he is offering such an opportunity now, when he downright said no the last time. While they were staring stalemate at each other, they were interrupted by Junhee. She asked them what happened? Why are they two together? Uray quickly denied and explained they were actually dealing with a complicated business matter. Junhee asked, what kind of complicated business matter is it? Muan said he withdrew their Sungwon department store's contract termination. That's why he contacted. Before he finished, Uray cut him off. Mr. Choi, why don't he leave for now? And thank him for today, but since Junhee is here, he must be busy. She will call the department store later directly. Upset, he stared at her and they had a stalemate look at each other while Junhee stood between, looking confused at their nonverbal gazes. Seeing Muan not budging, Junhee amplify, didn't he hear? He should go and do not worry about Uray since she will take Uray home personally. Muan finally replied that she should hurry. The company called already. They had an internal meeting and started working on the logistics. With that, he adjusted his shirt and left. Junhee complained, what is wrong with him? Uray stared at his retreating back, thinking of the moment when she was unconscious on the bed. She thought she was dreaming, but he gently caressed her face and said he was sorry. The next day, fresh meats, protein, fruits, and candies were delivered to Junhee's house. She looked at all those delicacies that glittered like gold in front of her and guessed happily of its price. $500? No, $1,000? Or more. Uray arrived home from work. She took her shoes off and went straight to the fridge. Junhee asked her to look at the delivery, but noticing Uray gulping down water straight from the bottle, Junhee shouted, hey, don't drink from the bottle. But Uray already finished drinking. Junhee asked, did something happen? Are they saying you can't have the business again? Opening our stores is not an issue. Then are you going back to China? No, I can't. Uray replied. Suddenly, Uray noticed all the delicacies. She asked, did you do some shopping? That? No, I didn't buy them. Your ex-husband did. Uray sighed, Muan? Junhee explained, someone called Secretary Kim brought it, and told me it was in return for the tomato juice. I wonder how they found out my home address. While the phone was dialing, Uray told Junhee that Muan can find out anything. Geez, I really don't understand your ex-husband. Same here. Uray concurred. There was no answer on the line and her call was forwarded to an automatic voice messaging. Uray had a flashback a few hours prior. At Sungwon department store, Uray was looking through some contract documents. As stated in the document, this contract is conditional upon the sales. We will sign the contract if their revenues for 3 months make it to the top 20 of Fashion Hall. The other condition is that Uray take charge of running the store. Junhee slammed her fists on the table, angered. Why the condition? Uray replied, they say the contract doesn't start until after the first 3 months, so the initial contractor must take charge of the store. What's the problem then? Junhee asked. To Uray, one thing was crystal clear. The one filling the house with useless thing, the one who stopped her from going to China, the one who was cold and then kind, the one who does whatever he feels like, are all the same person, Muan Choi. With the store set to open in a week, there were tons of things to take care of. Uray seemed to be discussing with hiring a store manager. Well, have you found a manager? I can share the info on the opening day, asked one of the planning employees. No, I'm still waiting to hear back. The man replied, that's a problem. You have a lot to take care of for the opening. Shall I ask our partners if they have any referrals? Ah, yes, that would be very helpful. Thank you. You're welcome. Please feel free to reach out whenever you run into any issues with the store. Ms. Uray, the executive department head Han wants you to stop by her office. The executive department head? She asked. At Haisa Han's office, Uray announced her arrival. Director Han invited Uray in. Uray Lee? She called. It's nice to meet you. I'm Uray Lee from Glow Spa. She introduced herself to Director Han but felt she looked familiar. Director Han introduced herself, her position and stated that she has heard of Uray Lee a couple of times. But it's the first time she's seen Uray in person. She asked if Uray wants some tea, which Uray declined. Uray sat on the couch, across from Director Han, and asked if there is a problem with their brand. Instead of answering the question, Director Han stated that she is personally curious about Uray. Pardon? Uray asked. Anyway, you are much more ordinary than I expected. You used to be part of Sungwon Company. So, I expected something unique about you. Huh? The confused Uray does not know what all these has to do with the current job. She answered, I'm sorry. But I don't understand what you're trying to say. Director Han explained, I had to do some research since my family is working on an arranged marriage and it's my future spouse's past. Since he had already been married once, there's a lot to take care of too. Suddenly, Uray remembered the dinner event at the restaurant with the Taesung team. Director Han was the woman who accompanied Muan in the Japanese sushi place that day. The first daughter of CEO Han, the chairman Han Jiangwool Company. Now she understood the situation. Director Han asked Uray, do you watch soap operas? There's one called The Wife Has Returned. It is the highest rated drama right now. Uray replied, I've only heard of it. Honestly, I don't. I'm not into it, but people are raving about its plot of a divorced couple reuniting. With everything that happens with divorce, it's obviously not a good thing. But you would know it well, right, Ms. Lee? You've been in those shoes, said Director Han. Lee Uray looked at her warily. Director Han would like to hear what Lee Uray actually has to say. Lee Uray didn't reply. So, Director Han stopped beating around the bush and went straight to the point. She asked Lee Uray, you don't intend to remarry President Choi, right? I know Yusung Corporation is facing some challenges. The president was arrested 3 years ago and business under Ms. Lee's management failed one after another, resulting in financial crunch. If that played a role in bringing about a reunion. Lee Uray clenched her hands as what Director Han said was quite unpleasant to the ear, and replied, no. A reunion won't happen even if I want it, and I have no intention to reunite. As you should already know from my background check, I have nothing to do with Yusung Corporation anymore. It ended around the time as my divorce. If you object to my working with Sungwon Department Store, please talk to Mr. Choi directly. It was his decision to designate me as the person in charge. Since our business is done here, I will get going. Uray had a flashback of the last day of jury deliberation. Her father sitting behind the cell talking to her through the window. Don't worry about me. Do what you want. And please stop pressuring yourself. She put her hand on the glass and called, Father. Her father could have avoided the arrest if they received the help from the Sungwon Corporation. The bitterness of that time was almost brought back and how her father's story almost broke her heart. Uray came out of the elevator and met Secretary Kim in front of the elevator. He greeted her and asked how she is doing. Surprised, but she greeted him out of courtesy. What brought you here? Secretary Kim answered, he went to find her but was told she went to see the department head. So he was on his way to see her. President Choi wants to dine with her. Dine? She questioned. It took so much to settle down again and start anew. Why does he keep trying to start something? Uray declined the dinner invitation and stated that she is a staff from a contractor. So please, let President Choi know she appreciate the contract, but this level of interest is uncomfortable for her. With that, she walked away, leaving Secretary Kim flustered. Muan was eating a meal with a man, but seemed distracted. The man asked if the dish is not to his taste. He replied that he is not feeling well. The man stated he should have pushed the meeting to another day. In fact, Vice President Yoon Lee is dining there, too. He guessed today is not Muan's lucky day. He's something you would much rather avoid, right? Muan answered, he certainly isn't someone I want to see. Was he accompanied by girls again? Muan thought, that guy is crazy about women and gambling. Of course, he wants to avoid him. The other man replied, oh, thank God, no. He seems to have just come with investors today. He's not in a situation to gamble. Surprised, Muan asked, investors? What? No gambling this time? The man explained, after President Lee's arrest for Start Road, the debt collectors started to make their demands, right? You also cut off funding after the breakup. It managed avoiding the receivership by procuring foreign capital, but the repayment day is coming up soon. Since Yusung Corporation isn't capable of paying it back now, it's being very cautious with the investors. Muan pondered, if that guy's being cautious, then the situation must be grave, so, if I were to go out with Uray again? He asked the man, could you look into Yusung Corporation's current situation, President? Sure, I can. The man replied. Secretary Kim reported to Muan what Uray said, that she is a contractor and this level of interest was making her uncomfortable. Muan sat in the car, and palmed his forehead as he thought of the message relayed to him from earlier. Really? Seeing her again? Wake up. He is all too familiar with what a rejection meant, especially after that strained relationship with his father, and also when taught retreat in order to minimize the degree of pain and hurt he would feel. He then noticed a man, standing, not too far in front of his car, gazing at a certain direction. He remembered. It's the guy he saw with Uray. 4 days later, the man's face lingered in Muan's mind. He even searched her socials, but couldn't find anything special. Holding the phone, looking at Uray's Instagram post of Glow Spa, a man named Taeho replied to her post. Taeho, could it be Taeho Kim? The assistant manager in the sales department. Muan was so distracted, his secretary called out to him a couple times before he came around to reality. Ah, yes. The secretary reported, Belga started its display work and the construction for Glow Spa will be completed today. But Glow Spa is still looking for its manager. Muan questioned, it's opening in a few days and it still hasn't hired a manager? The secretary answered, apparently, it hasn't drawn many applicants, because the store is conditional, and the revenue expectation are set high. The secretary spoke proudly of his action, but please do not worry. I have placed a special request with our executive department staff, so it will be taken care of well. Muan slammed his fist on the table, why did you do something that I did not order? Shocked, the secretary answered, pardon me, sire. I thought you care a lot, for the Glow Spa shop. Who says I care? The secretary got nervous and screamed inwardly, you even stayed after office hours, just walking around the renovation site for Glow Spa. Muan lectured, you've been working for a large company for several years now, and yet you cannot differentiate between private and public matters? Do you intend to advertise everywhere that the Glow Spa contractor is your CEO's ex-wife? Warn the executive department staff to keep their nose out of this. Yes, replied the secretary sulkily. Muan sighed, why are all these men attracted to this woman? It was nightfall. The city lights flickered behind the large glass window. Muan was still sitting in his office, unable to concentrate at all. He finally decided to go home first. At times like these, it's better to head to bed. When he walked out of the elevator, he saw a group of employees chattering about where to go for dinner. He noticed Uray among them too and wondered what's happening. Director Han asked if he was already going home? Yes, what's going on? He asked. Director Han stated, it's the sales management department's dinner. They're also doing introduction to familiarize themselves. Is that so? He asked, but glancing at Uray. Even though the doctor said to not drink alcohol, is she still going to eat with them? He told Director Han if so, then, he would like to join as well. Confused, Director Han asked, Mr. Muan wants to join us? Why are you looking at me like that? He thought. Uray was barbecuing some pork strips and cutting them, while thinking, all of the employees here were forced to come, and she heard that Muan usually doesn't go to these dinners, so why is he here today? Uray sobbed inwardly, at how uncomfortable the situation is. Someone called, Miss Uray. Here, I'll do it. Ah yes, I'm sorry. I'm not used to doing this. No worries, I couldn't at first either. Please eat. You've been sizzling it this whole time and haven't eaten yet, right? Uray thanked the other employee. She replied silently to herself, I'm in the same room as my ex-husband and his girlfriend. How could I eat? She suddenly felt so hot. Ah, damn, pretend you didn't see him. Muan kept staring at Uray's back from the distance. Director Han asked to pour a drink for Muan. Uray thought of leaving quietly, but then, someone put their hand on her shoulder. Which company are you from? Ah, I am Li Uray from Pilo, while thinking who is this man? The man laughed heartily, ah, right. Miss Li Uray. Your glass is empty. She told him she does not drink alcohol. He snarled, can't drink or don't want to. He is the management team head, Choi Min Chul. Is this the guy they call the new company disciplinarian? Uray explained, she can't drink alcohol. The doctor forbade her from drinking. She asked if she can pour a drink for him instead. The colleague sitting across stated, Miss Uray is not feeling well. Let him drink in her stead. The management team head reprimanded, Deputy Kim doesn't need to follow along. 1 or 2 glasses will be fine. Why are you being so stiff, Then he fussed, the employee of the partner company doesn't want to accept the drinks I pour. Uray thought, if I don't accept it now, he will definitely be troublesome for the next 3 months. Not only that, but I might also get targeted. She complied, just a little bit then. Finally happy, the management team head stated, there we go. One shouldn't be too rigid. Well, let me pour. Suddenly his bottle was grabbed by Muan. Didn't she already say she can't drink? Startled, Mr. CEO. Muan chastised, didn't you know that forcing people to drink is a form of violence? Management team head made an excuse, it's not like that, because my subordinates were too stiff. Muan scolded, subordinate? It's amazing that you take the employee of a partner company as your subordinates. So, has the head of the management team been thinking of the employees of partner companies like that? Management team head stuttered, it's not like that. I didn't do it on purpose. Muan questioned, not on purpose? Which part of that was said accidentally? I have spoken wrongly. He can only accept his wrongdoing. Muan announced clearly in front of everyone. Partner companies are not subordinates, but clients. Then in the future, when you choose a ready-to-eat barbecue restaurant, do not ask your clients to sizzle it. Director Han interrupted, Mr. Muan, it looks like Chief Choi is drunk. This is supposed to be a fun event, so please don't be angry anymore. I will remind Chief Choi later. Uray thought, why did he help her? Has he been watching over her? Director Han and Muan went back to sit at their seats, but she was glaring at Uray. Uray sighed and know her future will be troublesome. She excused herself to go to the bathroom. When she entered the bathroom, she heard other ladies gossiping. Mr. CEO is so cool I could never divorce him. So, what if he's divorced? He doesn't have any children, right? True, a CEO with a perfect look. Oh right, he said that the pervert from the department head of sales at the Taesung department store was fired. Yeah. He said the pervert got caught looking at a female employee of a partner company. It seems like they back up the employees a lot, right? I heard that the head of the department is related to the owner of Taesung. Uray leaning against the toilet door, listening to the gossips. Female employees of a partner companies. Like, me? Don't tell me the reason he discussed compensation and to quit my job was because of this. Uray went to wash her hands but her thoughts continued. Even though he has a fiancée and says I'm not his type, why is he interfering with my problems? Because of his pride? It must be. He wouldn't be happy if his ex-wife got into some trouble. Uray came back and heard others mentioned that the CEO left. Uray went back to her table and excused herself for the night. Outside, she is looking at her phone, looking for taxi when Muan asked if she is done with her meal. Outside the restaurant, Uray asked why Muan hadn't left yet. Muan answered, he pretended to leave because it seemed she was getting sick of seeing him. Uray thought he left with Director Han, but evidently, he didn't. But why? He seemed strange. Muan seemed unsteady to Uray. He seems strange. Muan, perhaps. Before she could complete her sentence, he leaned onto her. Left with no choice, she could only help steady him. She asked if he was okay. He touched her arm, smiled, and replied coyly, yes. She noticed that he seemed drunk, so she asked if he was drunk. Muan told her he was not drunk as he grabbed her hand. She asked where Secretary Kim was while attempting to put a distance between them. Muan told her that Secretary Kim already went home. Then, let me call someone to drive you home. Wait here for a minute. Uray instructed. Muan tightened his grip and asked her to not go. He inched closer to her and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Unable to deal with a drunkard, Uray had no choice but to drive Muan home. When they arrived, she nudged him, but he wouldn't budge. She nudged him again and told him they had arrived. She wondered if he really fell asleep. Same result as usual, he doesn't hear her. Frustrated, what should she do? People are still working in this house, right? She got out of the car and observed the house they lived together in the past. It's been a long time since she last saw this place. Uray pressed the doorbell many times, but there was no answer. She cannot leave him in front of the house, and she cannot take him to the hotel either. She went back to the car and searched for Muan's phone. She found his phone in his pocket. Thankfully, the login was his fingerprint. Uray reached for his finger and noticed he has big hands. How did she not notice it until now? Isn't that natural? Within the 2 years together, she never even held his hands. They were just husband and wife, in papers. Uray searched Muan's contact log for Secretary Kim's number. She found her own contact in his phone, and she was saved as wife. Her heart fluttered as she wondered if that name wife was what he saved in the past or now. Uray dialed Secretary Kim. She apologized for calling this late. What? Miss Lee Uray? Secretary Kim screamed, surprisingly through the other line. This is Muan's number. You're with Muan? Why are you together at this hour? He asked one question after another. Uray replied, there was a company dinner, and Muan won't wake up because he was drunk. She is in front of his house in Hanamdong, but it seemed like there was no one inside. Ah. The interior is being renovated, that's why President is staying at a hotel right now. I'll be there soon, explained Secretary Kim. Uray now understood, he did not call her to that hotel on purpose. The Taesung department store affairs, and team head, and the reason why he's still keeping the name of his ex-wife as wife, when in fact they already divorced 3 years ago. She started to connect the dots. Slowly, she reached her hand to touch his face, gently, asking to herself, what were you thinking? Muan finally opened his eyes, which surprised Uray, and she instantly withdrew her hand. You're awake? Muan? Gazing at Uray, not sure if it was a dream or reality, Muan reached out to grab her face and pulled her in for a passionate kiss. Uray tried to push him, but he just kissed her deeper to the point where she cannot breathe. He wouldn't just let her go, and she could only stop struggling. At one point, when her mind was in a haze and she was all breathless, why was she being reminded of her old memories? The memories she remembers every time she kissed this man. After some time, Muan finally let her go. She blushed and covered her mouth, thinking she must have gone crazy. Muan is drunk, but she isn't, so why did she? While she was battling internally, Muan spoke softly, I miss you. I still like you, even if you already have someone else. I love you. Uray was lost for words. Who does he think he's confessing to? Was it that woman back then? She clenched her hands and stepped outside the door. Is it a one-sided love? Apparently, he can be sincere when he wants to. She sighed, even though they're already divorced, it's still hard hearing your ex-husband love confession for someone else. Uray's mind flashed of the woman she met when visiting Muan at the hotel. Unable to contain her emotions, she stepped outside to get some fresh airs while waiting. Secretary Kim finally arrived, Miss Lee Uray. Uray apologized for bothering him so late. Secretary Kim chuckled. No, he should be the one to apologize. He's not really a drinker. How much did he drink? Uray replied, it looks like he drank all of the liquor poured by his employees. Confused, Secretary Kim explained, usually he is good at limiting himself. Did something happen today? Normally, he doesn't drink more than what his body can handle. Uray is not sure either. Secretary Kim asked for the car key. He will drive Muan home, and since Uray lives in Miss Junhee's house, she can take the cab that he took. Uray sat in the taxi, but the confession, I love you, lingers in her mind non-stop. She told herself, she has to forget about it. The next day, Muan woke up to Secretary Kim standing on the side, holding a coffee cup. Muan asked, what happened? Secretary Kim answered, you don't remember? I came right after Miss Uray called me. Uray. I don't know the details either. Since you were drunk, she took you to Hanamdong. But she found no one in there, so she called me using your phone. Muan, hung over, clutched his stomach. I think I remember. Why? Does your stomach hurts? There is a restaurant that serves hangover soup nearby, let's go there. Muan does not want soup and asked for tomato juice. Tomato? Perhaps there is one at the cafe below. Please make me a tomato juice, mixed with 1 spoon of honey. Muan requested. Secretary Kim walked away and muttered, you asked for weird things, you know. Muan thought of the event the night before and realized that there would be such chaos between the department head store and the partner companies. Also, the disciplinary action he took towards them at the dinner of the welcoming event party. His anger just erupted after seeing Uray got into trouble in front of him. He wondered what happened after that. Uray supporting him to the car. Even so, she still cares about him, seeing that she went to such lengths just to take him home. Secretary Kim came back with tomato juice and asked, you don't remember what happened yesterday, do you? Why? What happened? You guys kissed inside the car. Muan spat out the full gulp of tomato juice. What kind of nonsense is that? I did what in the car? Secretary Kim wiped himself with a handkerchief and said, you kissed Miss Uray inside your car. When I took a taxi to your house, I saw the two of you kissing. To avoid making Miss Uray embarrassed, I made the driver turn twice circling around the area. Muan recalled vivid glimpses of the kiss, but felt like there should be something more. He suddenly asked for his car key. What? Where the hell is my car key? Muan demanded. Outside in the parking lot, Muan stood at the driver's side, adjusting his shirt before getting in the car. He quickly adjusted the dashboard camera and saw the whole scene. She reached out her hands to touch his face, he woke up and pulled her in for a kiss. After the kiss, he confessed his love to her. Beep! His car's horn screamed just as loud as his heart. Damn it! Cursed the flustered Muan. A female employee came running, shouting, it's crazy, it's crazy. Many people are lining up in front of the Belga shop already. What's wrong? Asked Secretary Kim. It's the second day of opening for Belga and Pilo. How's Pilo doing? The female employee explained, it's not that bad, but people are gathering at Belga because of Janie Haiwan's fan meeting tickets. Isn't it too much? Jang Haiwan is a star model, yet she's handing out tickets on Belga's opening. This is unfair for Pilo who has the same opening day. Secretary Kim deducted, is it because their CEO has been down lately? He remembers when he greeted the CEO but CEO didn't notice his existence and walked blankly. Or when he declined eating with them or when he's taking his leave. He just had that blank, depressed look all around. Secretary Kim stated, their CEO has been very disappointed since the company dinner 4 days ago. Come check the department store with me. Muan ordered from behind, shocking Secretary Kim. Mr. CEO? Let's go. Muan ordered. Panicked, the male employee thought, they don't usually pay a visit to stores other than to welcome buyers, do they? In the elevator, Muan still couldn't get the kiss and confession out of his mind. I must be crazy. We kissed. Let's just pretend it never happened. Anyways, we were once married, after all. Muan sighed, but how could I say something like that to her? What's more insulting, is that after what happened, it seems like she's avoiding me. I'm not a very patient man. My very first love confession after 34 years of living was ignored just like that. Muan noticed a line of people lining to go into Belga. Welcome to Pil. Uray stopped halfway when she noticed who her customers are. She greeted him as Mr. CEO and asked what business he has in their store. Muan caught how she addressed him, Mr. CEO, as if nothing happened. Do I need a reason to come to the store? Of course, it's to buy clothes. Uray questioned, Mr. CEO, wants to buy clothes here? Secretary Kim stated, buying stuff in a new store has always been a custom in Sungwon. She asked if there is any model he preferred. He replied, he wanted the most expensive one. After all, the value of sales is the most important thing, right? Uray answered, of course it's important, but for us, it's more important that the customers love our products. How about this one? She suggested. Because the color is neutral, it won't be difficult to mix and match this with the clothes that you already have. For this design. The whole time while Uray was explaining, Muan could only focus on her delicious lips. As he just kept staring at her without any reaction, she stopped and asked if there is a problem. His mind went haywire. Problem? Yes, and it's a very big one. Am I the only one who thinks about the kiss? Am I the only one who's not calm? Muan replied, nothing. Secretary Kim, you should buy one too. Okay. Secretary Kim cried as he could only comply. Secretary Kim asked nervously, what clothes suit me best, while Muan radiating angry auras. If you don't mind, I want to recommend a cardigan. This is our main collection for this season. What do you think? Alright then. Uray asked for the size. Secretary Kim replied, he does not know his size since it's his wife who usually buys clothes for him. Very well, she will bring out the measurement tape. Muan could only watch as anger kept boiling up. She didn't smile at me, but she's smiling at Secretary Kim? Customers started coming into the shop and one man bumped into the stacked boxes behind Uray. Within a blink of an eye, the boxes fell forward to Uray, but someone was faster. A man shielded her from the falling boxes. He asked if she was okayed. It's been a long time, Uray. Dion Appa. Muan noticed he was the man from back then. Uray was in the shop alone, looking at Dion's business card. He is no longer working as a prosecutor. Lee Uray grabbed her phone and started texting Dion Appa. She first met him when she was 12 years old. He was the only one who has been nice to her since she was in Songbukdong. They texted back and forth, catching up on life and what they have been up to. Via text she told Dion that she was only working on short term. Dion replied, he was relieved. He was going to stop her from working there because he heard the CEO is weird. Huh, weird? Uray thought. She had a flashback of Muan wanting Dion to go to the office to solve the problem completely, even though Dion said he was fine. She wondered if something happened in the office. How should she reply? You didn't go home yet? What are you doing? Asked Muan. Mr. CEO? Muan told her not to call him Mr. CEO when it's just the two of them. She asked what business he has. Do I need a reason to walk around my own department store? What are you still doing here in this hour? She stated that she is fixing the damaged boxes from the afternoon. He questioned that she won't even sell them. Why does she have to go this far? Uray sighed, and scolded to herself, says the one who has never bought a souvenir in his life. She explained, this has nothing to do with money. She is doing this so the person receiving the souvenir will be happy. Even if it's a freebie, no one would want a damaged good. Uray proceeded to her work. She sat down and started organizing the boxes. Muan couldn't help it and he followed suit. She asked what is he doing? He asked back if she is going to do all these alone. Does she want to pull an all-nighter? She questioned if he is trying to help her. He asked, why? Does she not like it? Well, she wanted to tell him to just go home, but she started to instruct him how to assemble the boxes. Put the freebies in the larger boxes, the smaller boxes are for the socks, and one is pouch. And the big one is neck pillows. Just as she said this, she knows he often goes on business trips, should she give him one? She asked him if he wanted a neck pillow. What? Do I look like someone who helps by expecting a souvenir in return? Alright, then. That was not her intention, it's useless. Muan started a conversation. He asked what's her relationship with the guy from earlier. Do you mean Dion Appa? Yes, that's the guy named Kong Dion. Why do you call him Appa? Isn't your big brother only Lee Yu-hyun? He is Mr. King's son, who has always been helping my family. She explained, confused where the conversation is heading. How did you become so close with the head secretary's son? Because he often visits us and he's Yuhyun Appa's friend. So, he's your brother's friend. Uray, feeling tired of being interrogated, pondered why he asks too many questions. She grazed her fingers with the blade while looking at him. Muan suddenly reached over to grab her hand, to look at the cut. He sighed in relief, after noticing the wound is not too deep. At that moment, she can feel her own heart beating. He asked, why does her hand have bruises? Ah, it's because that time you. Did I do that? She turned away and said, it's fine if you don't remember. You held it too tight. Feeling uncomfortable, he loosened his ties a bit. It was getting tense in the room. Muan said, about what happened that day. Uray clenched her hands and stated, she has no problem with that. She hopes he thinks so, too. He was very drunk that day. It's only natural for him to make mistakes. What? So you only think it's a mistakes? He stood up and said, your answer is too evil. Don't overwork yourself. With that, he turned his back towards her and left. She pondered, did she say something wrong? His back at this moment reminded her of the court day, their divorce. Why would she still remember his back from that day? His back looked so tough, and yet lonely. The next day, Dion Appa visited the shop again. Uray asked what is he doing there? Dion replied, there is something he wanted to buy, and he is still worried about yesterday's problem. Their conversation was suddenly cut off. Uray apologized because she was still working. You worked overtime? Uray laughed, since it was the opening, it's been really busy. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday, you said you wanted to buy a present, right? For who? For my father. Father? She questioned. Ah, sorry, you haven't heard, but not long ago my mother remarried. Uray was reminded of Star Road incident. It made her remember all the things she wanted to forget. The man who held responsible for the fire at Star Road construction and ended up ending his own life, was Leader Kong, father of Dion Appa. Uray suggested, if it's a present for his father, a cardigan would be suitable. What does he do? Dion replied that he works in a pharmacy near their house. A pharmacist? How about a pair of comfy sandals to work inside the room? Uray reached for the sandals on the shelf. That'll work, too. I will take whatever you choose. Replied Dion. Okay. She smiled cheerfully at him. In the car, Dion looked at the souvenir, smilingly, thinking it's his first time buying. He never thought they would meet again like this. His father, who started his career as a driver and finally got his position as the lead secretary, was a very hardworking man. He respected his father very much. A flashback when his father was driving, his father asked if they can eat ribs meat some other time. Why? The young Dion asked. Dad has to go. There's some problem with the president's child. Explained his father. No, cannot do. Shouldn't a father prioritize his promise to his own son? Young Dion rejected. His dad, who was busy working, as the caretaker of the Yusung Company family, made the young him get angry. His father asked, the place is a bit far, do you want to come with? He nodded, but he cursed that president's child throughout their way to Gangneung, thinking that when they met later, he must beat that problematic child up. It's better if he caused some problem and made his father quit. He humphed. We're here. You should wait for a sec, said his father. He wanted to see who the problematic child is, but the child, who was standing in front of the house, in the middle of a snowstorm, wasn't a problematic child as they said, but a little girl who was crying, calling for her mother. Back in the car with the child sleeping in the back seat, Dion asked his father, didn't you say the president only has one child? Not too long ago, he had another child, answered his father. Did she fall from the sky? How can he suddenly have another child? She has a different mother. At that moment, he thought he knew the reason why she was crying and calling for her mother. If that's the case, then did her mom throw her out? He asked his father. Adults have their own problem. You shouldn't say those things to other people, alright? He pretended to understand what his father meant by adults' problem. Even he was just an immature junior high school student, he felt sympathy for her. And probably he still do. Dion arrived at the pharmacy. He greeted his father and asked how his father is doing. His father replied he is great. And has he eaten dinner? His father told him since the morning, his mother has been busy cooking japchae and seasoned ribs, as if there's a big event in the neighborhood. Dion sniffed and replied, that's why he can smell the tasty aroma coming from the second floor. Upstairs, his mom told him happily that she will arrange the food. Dion told her to take her time. At the dinner table, Dion gave his father the sandals. He accepted it happily. It was a very warm family dinner. After dinner, his father asked if he called a taxi yet. Dion replied, his employee will pick him up. Okay then, wanna take a stroll? The father and son took a stroll together. Dion asked, Father, how did you feel when you met my mom again, after all these years? You both have known each other since a long time ago, right? His father answered happily, even if it seems like an excuse, in my eyes, your mom still looks like the little girl with twin pigtails. Amazing, Dion commented. Today, I met someone I knew from when I was a child. I was surprised when I found her to be the same. I like her, he confessed. His father suggested, if you truly like her, why don't you ask her out? I can't tell whether this is a feeling of nostalgia or if I truly like her. Feelings aren't something you can easily distinguish. His father replied, life is only once and the same change might not come to you again. That's why you have to let it flow. Dion was staring out the window thinking of his conversation with his father. He glanced at the neck pillow, reached out to it and put it on. He asked himself if he should try. One only live once. The driver reported, Executive Director Lee Yu-hyun has begun to move. Where to? Dion asked for more information. It looks like he is going to meet the President Kim of Itaewon. So, there's still someone willing to lend money to Lee? The driver reported, it looks like they're connected to the Songbukdong madam. Dion asked the driver to turn the car around. He is going to meet that President Kim, himself. He invested 2 years into this already. He is going to make sure he goes all out. In the private dining room at a restaurant, Muan stated, I didn't know you had a prior engagement. Chairman Han sitting at the end welcomed President Choi and said he didn't have a prior engagement, but his guy is waiting for his company, so he lets the guy join him. Why don't they introduce themselves? Muan said he know the guy. Haven't we met, Dion Kong? How do you do? Dion greeted. Chairman Han asked, where have you two met? Dion answered, recently at the department store. There was a little issue at a store. What, a CEO cares about a store? Dion explained, it was no big deal. Just a small safety issue. But, it was surprising to see a CEO like Mu Won so interested in a vendor. Mu Won sat down. Enough talk about me. How do you know Dion Kong, Chairman Han? Chairman Han said they met in the past. Actually, this fella, Director Kong, once worked as an attorney. He was in charge of finance cases. Even though he was a fledgling attorney, he had the audacity to enter my office with a warrant. I expected he would make it to the top at the prosecutor's office, so now I am sorry to hear he quit. Mu Won thought, it's impressive to hear that he is an attorney. Dion excused himself to Chairman Han since Chairman Han's party has arrived. Leaving already? Asked Dion, while leisurely smoking. Mu Won replied, it ended earlier than he expected. Dion stated he left something in his car. Mu Won saw that Dion got the same car as his. Should he change his car? So, you used to be an attorney? How are you related to Chairman Han? Why are you asking? Chairman Han told me you are his son-in-law to be. Mu Won rejected, that trash. Still trying to use my name? He told Dion, that's what he says. It has nothing to do with me. Is that so? What an interesting relationship. Dion elaborated, in the process of the brand acquisition, Han Jiangwool Company forced the staff from the brand to show some performance in sales, which caused massive debts, leading to a suicide case. He is the attorney in charge of the case. Mu Won asked if he was forced to step down as an attorney because of it. No, that was my personal choice. Dion replied as he reached into the car to grab some files. Mu Won saw the orange neck pillow that Uray offered him last time. It was the free gift from Glow Spa. Dion opened the folder and stated, there is something he would like to ask Mr. Choi. Before he could pull out the file, his phone rang and it was Uray who called. Mu Won caught the name Uray and tensed up. Dion told Uray to not bother. He will pick her up at 6 p.m. tomorrow in front of the department store. Mu Won hid the emotions rushing to his face upon listening to another man speaking so comfortably of such a familiar name. The next day, Uray glimpsed at her watch. Boss, isn't it about time for you to get going? Asked Jianhua. Can you close out the shop without me? She asked. Don't worry about it. I'm not by myself. Yun Song is with me. We will take good care of it, so you go and enjoy your meal with that snack boss. Snack? She mused. That good-looking guy. He's a snack. Jianhua answered elatedly. Do you mean Dion? Yes. You know what? I suspect the reason assistant manager Kim stopped showing up here recently is because of him. Pondered Uray's subordinate. Because of Dion? Why? What do you mean by why? Kim was approaching you, but surprise. This handsome snack shows up on the scene and swoops in. You better not let him go. What nonsense. He's just like a brother to me. Uray explained. Without not listening to her explanations, Jianhua pushed her to go. No, face the reality. Many close, dear friends end up getting married to each other. End up getting what? Muan asked out of the blue, surprising them both. Mr. President, what brings you here? Muan pointed to the shirt he was wearing. I bought this shirt from Glow Spa. The subordinate could not read in between the lines. He stated confidently, that was one of our products? I truly believed that it was a luxury brand item. Uray asked if something is wrong with the shirt. Not with the shirt, but I had forgotten something with the purchase. You had forgotten something? Both Uray and her subordinate questioned. A neck pillow. He said. The neck pillow. The one that came with a purchase over $200 during the opening event. I didn't get one. Muan stated. Uray commented. You're looking for a gift that was given out a month ago? You said you didn't need it. Me, when? He asked with a clueless expression. Gah, he's so frustrating. Uray screamed when she thought of that time. She asked him if he wanted one. And he rejected it. But she could only swallow her frustration and said, I'm sorry, but the gifts have been all given out. Heh, how weird. The revenue does not add up to the total of all the fits being used up. His statement frightened both Uray and her subordinate. Ms. Lee, come to my office with the neck pillow. We will discuss about your sales. Uray asked if she could bring it tomorrow, if he doesn't mind as she already had prior engagement today. Muan retorted, so you're saying a vendor will fail to secure the president a neck pillow? Excuse me? What? She probed. Anyways. I need that neck pillow today. So you better bring one to me in person. He ordered. Uray cursed, to hell with the neck pillow. He could start his own factory if he actually needs one. Jianhua asked, could he be monitoring us? Uray answered, that cannot be. Have you ever heard of a CEO nut enough to directly monitor a store, in person? Yes, the CEO in front of them was nuts enough. Jianhua pushed Uray to go, whatever. The vendor selection period ends soon. So you better earn some brownie points. Now go. A few hours later, Uray was carrying a bag. She texted Dion that she will be about 30 minutes late. She went to the president's office and was told he is not in. The receptionist stated that he's attending to something urgent. Uray asked if the receptionist could deliver the item to him, then. The receptionist apologized and declined, that it won't work. The president will be back soon, so why don't she deliver it in person? Left with no choice, Uray could only wait in Muan's office. She sat on the couch and questioned while yawning, where could he possibly be? He told her to come right away. Sometimes later, Uray opened her eyes and saw Muan quietly going through some documents. He covered her with his suit shirt to keep her warm and even put the neck pillow behind her neck for support. You're up? He asked. Flustered of the scene, she asked, when did you come? Muan looked at his watch and said about an hour ago. Now that she is up, they should talk about the sales? Now? Why didn't you wake me up? Muan replied, I have no interest in waking up a tired person. What? She had flashbacks of their married life. Muan was on top of her, kissing her. She begged him, Muan, let's sleep now. Muan answered, you may sleep. If you can. And proceeded to undo her night dress. Every time he returned from his business trip, he would wake her up, and bother her all night long, making love to her. Uray suggested to discuss about the sales revenue tomorrow. Muan refuted, you're a vendor representative, do you think that's appropriate to say in a business meeting? Unable to decline, she decided to discuss the sales. She asked what is his biggest concern. He asked, compared to other brands, your store has a low purchase rate among tourists. What is your marketing strategy? We're considering focusing on flagship marketing. Uray answered. You're going to win the battle through flagship products? A specialty retailer's strength is variety. Would your proposed strategy be effective? Uray answered, due to the economic recession, expenditures on clothing have been going down. Basic items will be our flagship items, and we will display them in various styles. Muan praised, not bad, better than he expected. He added, Glow Spa failed to appeal to tourists, but when looking at the sales only, it hit the highest mark among the new brands. That means it is doing quite well. Uray agreed, yes, it's not bad if there was no 3 months condition, but it's tough to compete with the others if you leave out the tourists. Muan encouraged, things will change soon. So, what she needed to do is to just continue working diligently like she is right now. Uray rushed as fast as she could to the dinner with Dion. When she arrived at the lobby area, it was pretty much empty. There was an overhead announcement of stores closing. Uray looked at her watch. What did she expect? He couldn't have waited for 2 hours. She should call him and apologize. Suddenly, a voice asked if she is done now? Uray turned around and saw Dion Appa. She asked, didn't he leave yet? He texted her that he would wait, but the store announced it was starting to close up, so he moved his car to another place. Uray was apologetic, still it's so late now. Dion said it was okay. He was very good at waiting. At the restaurant, Uray apologized. She made a reservation at a nicer restaurant, but Dion told her no worries. He liked bibimbap. Dion reminisced how they had bibimbap when they first met. Uray agreed, and that Dion and Chief Kong were being so polite about who should take the egg. It was quite nice to watch. Dion said that was how his father always is. For him, he is rather shy and tried to stop his father. Dion changed the topic. There's something I need to talk to you about. Is it possible that President Choi has got his eyes on you? His eyes on me? Dion asked, wasn't the meeting just an excuse to see you? He set the spoon down and explained, after waiting for a while, I went to your store. They said you went to see the CEO of the department store. It's very rare for a CEO to meet with vendor staff. And then the way he treated you the other was a little odd. By any chance, have you seen him acting weird? Uray denied. No, it's not like that. Dion encouraged, I know it's hard to talk about. But if you don't confront it now, things will get harder. Uray knew that Dion totally got it wrong. She stated, it's not what he thinks it is. Dion asked, how can she be sure? Uray had no choice but to tell the truth. He is my ex-husband. Your ex-husband, doesn't he work for Sungwon Constructions? Yes, but he recently took over the department store. Then you knew he was working there when you started? Uray answered, she had no choice. She took over the position from another person. He didn't know either. Isn't it uncomfortable seeing him? Uray assured, there is nothing she can do, and as soon as she gets the contract signed, it's over. Dion looked like he had many things running through his mind, but he stopped questioning her. After the dinner, Dion sent Uray home. He suggested to drop her off at the entrance, but she told him to drop her off at the roadside. Uray bid goodbye to Dion. Before she left, he told her to wait and chased after her. He asked, let's date, as a man and a woman. Let's not be just close friends, but let's try being in a relationship. Uray declined his confession. She doesn't want to. Dion asked why? Uray explained, she already failed in her marriage and she'll be taking off soon. Dion told her he was okay with that. He already knows about her past, and as soon as his current project is done, he was going to leave anyway. Still, Uray rejected his confession offer. Dion was left thinking, where was his mind by asking her to go out? Is it because he used to say it to himself over and over again, more than hundreds, thousands of times? He was going to wait like a good appa, but he is sick and tired of waiting now. The next day at Glow Spa, Dion came by to ask Uray for lunch if she is not busy. She noticed he wore the same shirt as Muan's. Uray was about to decline when her subordinates interrupted, oh, great timing. Our boss was just about to go for lunch. Unable to refute, Uray said it's their busy season, so she can't be out too long. Dion suggested, the food court upstairs will do. The subordinate pushed Uray towards Dion, and answered cheerfully, you bet. That's a nice pick. Uray called, Dion. Manwha. At the food court upstairs, Dion asked if he was making Uray uncomfortable. She answered, not exactly. But she doesn't know how to act around him right now. They've known each other since they were kids. And suddenly to hear that from him. Dion replied, it's not sudden for him. To him, he has cared about her like that for a long time now. His statement shocked her. But he didn't give her time to feel shock. He added, his feelings are not new. He will not ask her to change anything immediately. So, let's continue meeting as good friends while they're in Korea. She can take her time to think about it, and if she does not feel the same, he will drop it. Would that work for her? After all that sincere confession, Uray can only say, she will think about it. In the office, Muan questioned, what directive did I give you, Department Head Han? Director Han answered, nervously, to be ready for China's possible changes. Muan asked, you knew it, and nonetheless expanded the event zones, causing the store sales to plummet? Director Han replied, I didn't expect tourists to just disappear like that. Muan shut her up. I've heard enough. Starting with those damn event zones, come up with strategies to attract local customers, and prepare a written report by tomorrow. Shaken, she asked, by tomorrow? Muan glared at her and she could only comply. Muan slammed the door, humphed, will things ever run smoothly without him getting involved? Muan arrived at the Glow Spa. Jianwu greeted him excitingly. How are you, Mr. President? An Armani today. Looks super great on you. Muan commented, things seem to be going well here. Thanks to you, sir. What do you mean? Muan was not sure what he contributed. Jianwu gestured at the display. Our manager displayed that shirt with a suit after watching your outfit the other day. The reaction has been quite good so far. Muan looked at it, and that is similar to his taste. He asked, where is the manager? Jianwu replied, she went out for lunch with a customer. Jianwu replied nervously, well, the customer stops by our store often, and at the same time is my manager's personal guest. Before he could explain, he excused himself to go help a customer. Muan thought, she never accepts his offer for a meal. Who the heck would that be? Muan entered his office and saw Dion sipping coffee, waiting for him. I have a quick matter to discuss. Do you have a moment? Muan noticed the shirt on Dion. He thought, how many did Uray sell? Let's cut to the chase. I'm rather booked up. Dion admitted, the fact is I misunderstood you. I took you as an unscrupulous guy who gets handsy with the female staff of your vendors. Excuse me? Asked Muan. I was almost going to do something about it, but then Uray told me that you are her ex-husband, Mr. Choi. Muan sat down and crossed his arms. You didn't know that? He guessed, they're not as close as they appeared to be. Dion answered, I rather not dwell on the guy my beloved was married to. I am planning to go out with Uray. Go out. Muan repeated. I thought it would be appropriate to let you know in advance. I also think both parties need to engage in a level of decorum. Decorum? Muan asked. Dion explained, divorce may not be a big deal nowadays. But it's not a good look for an ex-husband to linger around his ex-wife like that. Muan challenged, what if I do not intend to stay as ex-husband? If a divorce is no big deal, isn't it even more acceptable to reunite after divorce? Dion asked, surely, you're not saying you're considering reuniting? Muan retorted, that's none of your business, so stay in your lane. Be a good person, friend of her brother. No more than that. Dion stood up, whether I am more than that or not, is up to you, Ray. On the phone, a person's voice can be heard, asking where Department Head Han currently is. The executive meeting is about to start. Department Head Han half-heartedly listened to the voicemail and stated, I cannot attend. I have a severe migraine, send Manager Choi instead. She hung up the phone as soon as she finished. She ordered the sale associate to ring up the products she chose and bring it up to her. She gritted her teeth, angrily. Executive meeting? Am I nuts? It's so obvious he's just going to scold me about the event zone expansion. Even my father has never scolded me like that. Stalking inside Glow Spa department store, Department Head Han scowled as she watched Uray helping a customer with passion. Crossing her arms with a sour expression, she blamed, it's all because of her. I should have been able to knock out Glow Spa with higher sales. But I got so caught up in my own feelings and beating Glow Spa, that I missed the signs of the shifting consumer markets. Watching Uray like a psycho stalker, she saw Uray changing the display during working hours. Suddenly it hit her that Glow Spa is probably out of stock. And an idea popped in mind. The next day, Uray's phone rang. Still groggy, she answered the phone. A panicked Jianwu reported, "Boss, it's an emergency. The merchandise that we were supposed to restock today is all gone." "What?" The news woke up Uray completely. At Glow Spa, Uray seemed to have rushed as fast as she could. She asked, "What do you mean it's all gone? We put them in the storage room yesterday. Did you check with the other stores? They might have mistaken them as theirs." Jianwu answered, "We have asked every store in person, but no. And the security camera was being replaced yesterday. Some customers placed pre-orders because we told them we'd restock today. But now we're all out of our inventory for A3 and D7. Uray stated, she will check with the factory if there's available stock. If there's nothing, they'll have to manufacture. While on the phone, Uray asked, "What do you mean you cannot manufacture? Han Jiangwu Call has what? What do you mean by they have pre-reserved the fabric? Neither Belga nor their seasonal two-pieces use this fabric." Uray hung up the phone and told her staff to hang in there for the next 5 days while they wait for the factory to manufacture them. Get free gifts for the customer who made reservations, and let's focus on other products for now. In hindsight, Uray felt like she knew why the Han Jiangwool company, no. The department head Han is doing this. She went to investigate at Belga store, looking at the display shirt on the mannequin. The shirt is new that just came out. She looked at the product tag and is sure that it is the same fabric as theirs. And the price is even lower than their shirt. "Hello. Can you please leave, if you're done? Order a Belga sale associate." Uray apologized and left. The discount events are impossible without the approval of the sales management department. Glow Spa was only allowed to do it once during their opening. For Belga it's already the 5th or 6th times. On top of that, the new Belga shirts are made of the same fabric as theirs that have disappeared. She worked like hell, searching all day long through the storage for the lost products. So far, she's been patient with everything going on, but this was too much. Uray pounded her chest, hiding behind the staircase. And suddenly her hand was grasped. "What is the matter?" "Muan?" She was surprised to see him standing in front of her. He asked again, "What's the matter?" Uray choked, staring at him, unable to utter a word. Tears clouded her eyes. "What's the matter?" Maybe she just needed to hear that phrase. She leaned onto his chest and sobbed. He could only allow her to remain in his embrace and hugged her tightly. Having not touched her food, Dion asked if she is not hungry, and she seemed very busy these days. Is the store getting too much for her? No Appa, it's just that time of the season. How about you? I have your business card, but I'm not sure what you're doing exactly. Dion explained, he works for a foreign investment company. He does legal counseling for the companies that lend money to other companies whose finances are tight. Oh, do you like your job? She asked. Of course, I do. He replied without hesitation. Uray said she never expected him to quit being a prosecutor, as it was his dream early on. Dion answered, back then, I thought a prosecutor was like a superhero, who put all the bad guys into jail. But in reality, there were factions, those whose education had been funded by mega companies, and I was an outsider, without a fancy degree or major connections. Uray stated that she remembers hearing that he was offered sponsorships, but that he refused them. She also heard that her father wanted him to handle the issues of Yusung cooperation. Didn't his father say anything? He did, we fought a lot over that issue. She asked why was he so firm about refusing it. Dion didn't tell Uray the exact reason why, as during that time, he told his father, I don't want to live like you. The face his father made when he refused his father was, how his father's eyes and lips twitched. Thinking about it, he unconsciously clenched the chopsticks harder. Instead, he told her, nothing comes for free. You become bound and indebted if you accept any kind of support. Uray looked amazed at his determination. Dion smiled at her, with deep meaning behind his eyes. Here, help yourself. You look like you've lost weight. He put a piece of meat on her plate. While Dion went to pay the bill, Uray was squatting by the indoor pond. Dion asked what she is looking at. She told him there are silk carp in the pond. He exclaimed there are really some. While putting his suit jacket over Uray to shield her from the cold, he asked, You raised carps back in Songbukdong, right? Yes, she replied. She turned to him and thanked for the jacket. Dion remembered, he was helping her clean and gather the dead carps, while the young Uray cried over the dead carps. Deep in his heart, he felt like he would never be on equal footing with her, if he were to receive the support from Yusung Corporation. He thought that if he were to make his mark, he might be able to approach her, even if it may not happen right away. Dion reached his arm across her back, about to hold her shoulder, but held himself back and withdrew his hand. At Glow Spa, their factory slip was as white as a sheet of paper. There was no inventory listed. Their customer flow has decreased, and now this discount sale by their competitor, things do not look too good for them. Suddenly, a customer entered their shop. Uray, Jianhua and Yunsong welcomed the customer excitedly. The customer was a gorgeous lady in shades. Jianhua went to assist the customer. Observing from a distance, Yunsong bet that the customer is a celebrity. Her face is as small as a compact disc. And those proportions, hard to achieve in sneakers. Just as Yunsong was making his reasons, the customer waved at Uray. "Boss, you know her?" asked Yunsong. "No. How am I supposed to know a celeb?" Before Uray could finish, the customer grabbed her hand and said happily, "It's been such a long time. Don't you recognize me? The customer is Ms. Su Ji-yoon." Yunsong exclaimed, "I'm a fan of My Wife Returns. Aren't you busy shooting for the program? Wah, what brings you here?" Su Ji-yoon slipped down her shades and stated the script is being revised, so they are on hiatus. She didn't actually come to shop, but she better buy one out of courtesy. Just as Uray was thinking, no wonder Muan has a crush on her. Suji interrupted and asked if Uray could give her some recommendations. Uray agreed and asked what's it for? Suji stated, a man in his 30s, a workaholic, and loves luxury brands. Anything good for under outerwear? Uray said a turtleneck is popular now. Suji replied, a turtleneck won't work as that person doesn't like anything around the neck. Uray thought. Oh, that's Muan. Then, how about this one? Showing a plaid shirt. It comes in various colors, and because of the basic design, it can go with various outerwear. Suji happily accepted the shirt and asked for one extra in navy color to be wrapped separately. Uray asked if it will be for the same person. Yes, for a special one. Suji replied. While wrapping the shirts, Uray cannot help but guessed if the separate shirt is for Muan. He's so good-looking, rich and so capable. Not only that, he's got a warm heart too. Before Suji left, she waved to Uray and said, nice to meet you. See you again in a bit, Uni, which stunned Uray as according to Suji's profile, Suji is 2 years older than Uray. The next day, Uray learned the meaning of Suji Yoon see you again. Two mans from L Productions greeted Uray at the counter in Glow Spa. They are producing the drama, My Wife Returns. And they came to ask whether Uray is interested in product placement in their television drama. Uray asked why L Production chose their brand among other bands. L Production stated, they had a recent revision in the script. Suji Yoon's character is now playing a menswear designer, instead of a womenswear designer. So, they've been looking for a brand there since they have support from the Sungwon department store to use their locations for shoots. But above all, Miss Suji Yoon highly recommended Glow Spa. They also heard that Glow Spa is well known in China, so they thought that it might help Glow Spa expand their market reach. Upon hearing this, Uray was so happy. She gladly accepted the offer for product placement. She asked about incur fees. The men told her not to worry about it. Sometimes later, Yun Song asked if they found it strange. Jianhua asked what's so strange? Yu Song explained, it's interesting that a soap opera with the highest view rating came to them for product placement. The management department would have referred to Han Jiangwool Company. Jianhua stated, that's totally understandable. He used to work for an entertainment agency. That's how he heard, that as soon as the script for My Wife Returns came out, Hai Wan-jan said she wanted to take it. But then Suji Yoon took it. As everyone knows, Suji has had good connections ever since she made her debut as an actress. And since then, Hai Wan-jang and Suji Yoon are on bad terms. They won't receive swags from the same place. That's why Suji Yoon won't be placing Han Jiang Company brand in her program, since that's a brand Hai Wan-jang is modeling for. In this world, there is a huge, invisible mirror, which helps to bring everything into a balance, be it a good thing or bad thing. So, no matter how difficult things may be now, you will get a reward one day if you endure and keep it up. Dion's father was giving words of wisdom onto the young Uray and Dion. Now as an adult, Dion thinks of his father's words, but then, why couldn't his father endure and keep it up? A secretary's announcement interrupted Dion's thought. Executive Vice President Yu Hyun Lee from Yusung Corporation has arrived. The moment Dion gave permission for entry, the door slammed bam. Opened. A man stomped angrily towards Dion and growled, "You bastard." As he landed a punch at Dion but was stopped. Dion grabbed his wrist and asked where is his manner? Yu Hyun only then realized that Dion's got such a firm grip. Yu Hyun asked angrily, "Were you the one who took care of President Kim?" Dion asked confusedly, "What do you mean by President Kim?" Yu Hyun scowled, "Don't play dumb. I've just met President Kim personally and heard what you did." "Aha! You mean President Kim of Itaewon? I just met him for the first time in months and kindly explained about the risks. He must have decided to cover his ass, since he's engaged in so many underhanded deals." Yu Hyun screamed, "Are you insane? I told you I'd pay you back. Why did you do such?" Before he finished, Dion interrupted. "You don't have to pay me back." "What did you say?" "I said, you don't have to pay me back." "You did not, wait. Did you intentionally approach me because of this? Such an ungrateful bastard." Yu Hyun scolded as he retracted his fist. "That's exactly what I should be saying now," repeated Dion. "We were still on good terms when you got a loan from me. Don't you remember calling me a lifesaver?" Dion reminded. "Ungrateful," Yu Hyun reproached, "that father of yours. He didn't even finish college, he was destined to stay as a chauffeur and run errands all his life. And it was Yusung Corporation that raised him up to chief secretary. And how dare you? How can you possibly pull this shit on me?" Dion asked firmly. "Is that why you framed my father?" "What?" stunned Yu Hyun. Dion answered, "The one who ordered to set the fire that time. Was you, Yu Hyun Lee." At Junhee's apartment, Uray and Junhee were enjoying some biscuit crackers with wine. Junhee rushed, "Come on Uray. It's starting. Congrats. Make a killing." "Thanks." Uray replied as they cheered. She asked if Junhee watched the soap opera. Junhee replied she did not, but she knew the plot. Everybody is crazy over it. She just never expected that the drama would be shot in Uray's store. Uray replied cheerfully, "Me neither. The shooting is over, but still, I cannot believe it was real." While watching the soap opera on the television, Junhee asked, "Does Hyun Ukg really look so handsome in real life?" "Yup. He's thin-faced, but he has a gorgeous bone structure," replied Uray, although she actually cared more about the shirt he wore to the shooting location than his look. She had a flashback of the shoot where she was observing from afar and noticed he wore the same shirt she once recommended to Suji. The shirt was the newest model that came out last week. She wondered when he purchased it. Since Glow Spa is the only store in South Korea, Junhee stated, Suji Yoon also had a thin face and clean-cut features. Surprised, Uray asked if Junhee had seen Suji. "She sometimes comes to the clinic on the second floor. She doesn't come down to the cafe though." Uray remembered, Woojang is running a psychiatric clinic upstairs of Carpe Diem. Junhee said that other celebs go there quite often. Suddenly she made a statement about the soap opera. "Look, that knitted top Hyun Ukg is taking off now, will most likely sell like hot cakes." Uray replied gleefully, "It sure will. Thanks to him, we had numerous orders." The two girls chit-chat and laugh while they celebrate. Uray pointed to the television and said she had been to that place. Junhee's interest perked up. "What? With whom?" She beamed, "With Dion Appa?" Uray answered, "Yes, it was last week." Whoa. You two have been going out on dates." "We're not dating. We just eat and go for walks." Uray denied. "Hey, that's called a date. What else is it?" Junhee asked. The phone on the table buzzed, grabbing the attention of the two. They looked at the phone at the same time and the screen was Dion Appa. Uray answered the phone. "Dion asked if she is home? Or with her friend?" She said yes to both. Dion said he'll be passing by her house in a bit. Does she want him to get some late-night snacks? No, thank. Before she could finish, Junhee took the phone from Uray and said she is Junhee Seo, and they would love to have some snacks. Dion asked what would they like to have for snacks. Touched, June he said they will eat anything he brought and thanked him. June he hung up the phone and reported, Dion will be at the apartment entrance in half an hour. Uray was lost for words. I thought you avoid late night snacks because it'll make you puffy. The elated June he smirked, do you really think this is about night snacks? He is just making excuses to see you. Uray couldn't refute and stood up. Leaving already? Uray stated she is just collecting trash to throw away on the way out. Outside by the dumpsters, Uray tossed the trash she collected. On the playground near it, Uray sat on the swing, ruminating about her childhood, time spent hanging out with Dion. Even if it may take some time, she thought the comfortable feeling would someday turn to a feeling for him as a man. But suddenly, images of Muan kissing her pop in her mind. The awfully handsome man, reading documents casually when she opened her eyes, or when he just embraced her silently behind the stairwell. Uray scolded herself, what's wrong with me? Then, she saw a black car in the distance that just entered the gate. The car stopped. Uray thought it was Dion Appa, but the person who got out of the car was Muan. The moment he got out of the car, he only glanced at one direction, it was the direction of her apartment. After gazing at her apartment, he just walked away. At Carpe Diem, Muan entered Wu Jiang's clinic. What's up? Aren't you supposed to be in China? He asked. Muan answered, changed the itinerary. I returned just now, 1 day earlier. Wow. I'm overly grateful. Then you directly came here from the airport? Grateful? You're teasing me. Muan seemed discomfort as he loosened his ties. During his stay in China, he was busy meeting with people and going over paperwork, but his mind was fixated on one place. Her warm tears that wet his jacket and her twitching fingertips, the sudden cry that sounded like she had been trying so hard to keep it contained. Tea was served and Muan asked, what's up with the tea? No booze? Wu Jiang shrugged his shoulders and replied, you must have drunk way too much already, while doing business in China. You probably came here thinking you might end up staying up all night, so now you're drinking tea to help you fall asleep. Muan sipped the tea and thought, he should be a fortune teller instead of a doctor. While in thoughts, his phone buzzed. Muan glanced at his phone and got an Instagram notification update of Uray. It was a picture shot of the soap opera, Glow Spa, first appearance in Wife Has Returned, watch the premiere. Muan thought, that Hai Sohan. She's so much like her father. She is like a baby version of the big snake. How could she do such things? Removing stocks, eating Glow Spa to the fabric, and making copies. If Glow Spa had been a small domestic company, it would have collapsed right away. He was only able to grasp it after watching and listening to Uray cry. How long she must have held back her tears. Why hadn't he asked her earlier if she was okay or not? Wu Jiang suddenly asked, how's it going with Uray lately? What? Junhee told Wu Jiang the Uray is seeing someone else. Muan sat the teacup down and stated confidently, he's not a big deal. He was her older brother's friend since they were very young. The son of chief secretary, and they grew up together. Does that mean he's Yu Yunli's friend? His friend would be a badass. Muan replied, not quite. How do you know? Questioned Wu Jiang. I've met him. Oh. You met him. A second later, it hit Wu Jiang. He stood up and exclaimed, wait a minute. You've met who? The other day when I told you I'm giving counseling to Haiwan, you freaked out and commented, oh, is this Hollywood? Having acted like that. You met the guy? Muan calmed down Wu Jiang. Don't be so dramatic. He dropped by the department store as a customer. He's just her brother's friend. Just her brother's friend? Do you know how dangerous that position is? Asked Wu Jiang. Humph. I see, you have experience. Arg. Never mind. Muan asked his friend, does he know a company called LJ Partners? LJ Partners? Why do you ask? What do they do? Muan replied, since Wu Jiang is knowledgeable about different investments, like private equity funds. And his mother is an expert, too. Above anything else, that place is frequented by some shady people. Wu Jiang was struck with that statement about shady people. He scolded, anyone would take that comment the wrong way. This is a sacred clinic. Muan excused himself and said he thinks he can sleep now. He better go and rest, because he has a lot to take care of. Glow Spa is now back to busy mode. Shop was filled with customers and Uray just rang up a customer. She smiled and thought, the soap opera made a huge impact. Jianhua exclaimed cheerfully, Boss! Boss! We're sold out again. This week's sales surpassed last month's sales. Uray answered, yes, it did. Things look promising, we might meet our sales goals. I heard the orders in China increased a lot as well, thanks to the soap opera. Yun Song chimed, but I don't think it's being aired in China yet. Thanks to online streaming, you can watch the soap operas when they air nowadays. Jianhua explained. Yu Song asked, isn't it all thanks to Su Jiyun? They got the product placement thanks to Su Jiyun's referral, and the scene with Han UK Jews putting on and taking off their clothes was added thanks to Suji. How about sending her something as a thank you? Uray nodded and agreed with Yu Song. They owe Su Jiyun a great deal. Giving her a gift would be nice. Jianhua asked what would Suji like. Just between them, she paid a black card the last time she came. The name on the card holder was Choi. Choi. That surprised Uray too, but she interrupted the guys and stated that it was not important. What matters is the heart of the giver. Both men agreed. What matters is the appreciation they showed from their hearts. So how about giving her a small gift? For instance. The three have no clue what gift it could be. At home, Uray discussed with Junhee. Junhee stated that Suji is known to have stress migraines, as acting is a stressful occupation. That's what she heard from the nurse at the clinic. The next day at Glow Spa, Uray was on the phone with Suji. Suji would like to thank Uray for the present and that Uray doesn't really need to send the gift. But she was just going to buy a new aroma oil diffuser, so Uray got her a perfect gift. Uray told Suji that they are the ones who owe her. Their sales have increased greatly, and it was all thanks to Suji. Suji replied that she was very happy to hear that. Honestly, it was the very first time Muan Appa asked her for any kind of favor. This statement startled Uray. Muan. Yes, he worried a lot about you. In the background someone shouted, Miss Suji, we're shooting now. Suji then told Uray she gotta go. They should have dinner sometimes. Just the two of them with Muan. Uray felt conflicted. She knew the opportunity was too good to be true. Is that because she grabbed him and burst into tears? Still, how could he ask Su Jiyun for her? And is it wrong that Suji accepted his request and invited her to dinner? Uray got so angry that her mind went blank. She stormed to the president's office, scaring Secretary Kim and his colleague. She told them she would like to meet with the president. Inside Muwan's office, Uray stood before him. She asked why did he arrange the product placement of Glow Spa in that soap opera? Muwan asked, who told her? She stated she heard from Su Jiyun directly. Just what was he thinking? Did she ever ask him for something like that? He didn't think his action was wrong. He asked what is she saying? Uray clenched her fingers and said, she is sorry that she cried in front of him that day. She was way too emotional back then, but she had no intention of asking him for anything. Muwan replied, he knows. She asked, why did he do that? You were crying. Muwan reasoned. And I could see you were having a hard time. How could I not do something? I held back my anger. I almost turned the management department and Hanjiangwool company upside down. Because of you, because you shouldn't get into trouble, and because I know you don't want my help. Uray stated her stance. That still doesn't mean you can ask Su Jiyun to help me. Su Jiyun is the woman you like. What? I like what woman? Muwan was dumbfounded. Uray explained, that night you were drunk, and mistakenly asked me out in place of Su Jiyun. Even if we are separated, I don't like getting help from the woman my ex-husband has a crush on. I will terminate the product placement agreement, sir. Muwan touched his temple and sighed. Hold on. The Su Jiyun you're talking about now, is the ex-wife of Wu Jianglim. Uray face dimmed, speechless. No way, he likes his friend's ex-wife? She asked, why would his ex-wife be all buddy-buddy with you and call you Appa? To her, it doesn't make sense. Why would someone call her ex-husband's friend Appa and stay close? Muwan explained, because she's my family as well. Su Jiyun's real name is Haiwan Choi. She's Mrs. Yun's daughter, Ewan's younger sister, and my cousin as well. Shocked Uray questioned, what? No way. How? How did I not know about it until now? I don't remember seeing her at your family gathering. Suji was kind of a black sheep. There our family, ever since she got divorced and started her acting career, with Mrs. Yoon's temper. Whoever fails to meet her standard does not exist anymore. Uray understood, as the moment Dion gave up on everything and walked out of the house, he did not exist anymore. It would be the same for her daughter. Muan told her if you want, he can put her through right now to Haiwan, Wu Jiang, or Secretary Sung to confirm it. Or putting her through Mrs. Yun directly? And no. Uray blushed in embarrassment for misunderstanding the situation. She is sorry for misunderstanding. Holding on to her hand, he gazed at her tenderly. Then, he pulled her in closer up against his body. Then, is it my turn to misunderstand you? He questioned. Confused, she asked, misunderstand what? Muan gazed at Uray, how she could be so cute. He asked why was she so upset then. Well, Uray, feeling flustered from the physical proximity, wasn't able to come up with a reason why. He leaned in even closer, almost touching her face, and asked, you what? As he gently touched her face, to her lips, and leaned in for a deep passionate kiss. He kissed every inch of her small delicious mouth, licking and sucking without letting her get a breath of air. Uray's mind went blank as Muan pushed her up against his office table. Her hand accidentally knocked over his name plaque, which woke Muan to release her. Still leaning over her, he asked while caressing her face, is this a misunderstanding too? If this is a misunderstanding, I'll continue until we know it's not. Uray covered her lips and shook her head. Oh my goodness. Why does it make my heart beat so fast? Looking at her reaction, it looked like she finally knows now. Muan grinned and declared, the woman I love is you. Inside the van, Suji said, I thought you knew everything Uni. She was so annoyed at Muan Appa. Uray told her she didn't know Suji isn't her real name. Suji crossed her arms and complained. There's an actress named Haiwan already. And mother said, I must avoid using my real name and letting others know I'm her daughter if I want to become an entertainer and cut ties with her. Other people could be gossiping about me having a wealthy sponsor or something. But it's shocking to know my own family never talks about me. Uray apologized for not knowing about Suji earlier. Should you be sorry? I'm sure that he'll say he didn't tell you because you didn't ask. Suji complained loudly, Muan Appa and Mom are exactly the same in that respect, insensitive, egotistic, and determined to get their own way. To start with, he dragged me into the soap opera, then changed the main character's occupation with only 2 episodes left. All for product placement. But it's fine. I'm the winner, since I got him to pay for the extra production costs, plus advertising. Ha ha ha. Suji turned to Uray. She was really surprised to learn that Uray was the woman Muan Appa cared so much about, especially considering the kind of person he is. He grew up very lonely. His mother died giving birth to him, and his father was a good person, but not a good father. Muan was almost always by himself. Probably, that's why he doesn't have many attachments, be it to things or a person, because he believes they can be replaced whenever he wants. But it's different when it comes to Uray. He was the kind of man who could readily blame others, even if he was the cause of his divorce. But he didn't say anything about divorcing Uray, to the degree he is branded a scumbag. Because he can protect Uray that way. Protect me? Uray questioned. Suji explained, otherwise, there would have been swarming gossip and rumors about you. It was a mega divorce. I don't know why you two got divorced. Don't you think you could give him a pass? Uray clenched her fists. He was the great equalizer for her. Part of the scarlet that balances out good and bad things. The moment she entered Songbukdong, her life was filled with bad things. And Muan added good things to her life. A flashback of Muan took her to get her hand treated. He sat next to her and asked if it hurts a lot. She replied, it's okay. Uray stepped out of the car. Picturing Muan vividly in her mind, she started to wonder how he was doing. Outside the operating room, a group of people, including Muan and Mrs. Yoon, was seen talking to the doctor. Mrs. Yoon was asking one question after another regarding the chances of collapse again due to complications or side effects. The doctor reiterated, as mentioned previously, it was a simple operation and it went successfully. They discovered it in the golden hour. The people there are vultures swarming and waiting to devour carcasses. It's just so obvious what kind of bombs they're trying to throw at Sungwon Corporation. Before leaving, Mrs. Yoon turned to Muan and stated, the department store will give you some headaches. Watching the group of people leaving, the doctor complained. Man, she's getting crankier as she ages. Usually people mellow out. Muan replied, he heard the gallery director position Mrs. Yoon is in now is too idle. So he'll move her to a busier place. Don't you remember calling her mommy once? Muan readjusted his ties, feeling uncomfortable, replied, well, I was too young back then. The doctor told Muan to take it easily. If anything happens to his father, she'd be the most trustworthy person on his side. Is there anything wrong with my father? Muan asked. The doctor told Muan to pay some attention to his father. By the way, how's that Woojiang doing? Did he finally go bankrupt with that shit cafe? Muan asked, what do you mean by bankrupt? It's thriving. The doctor complained unhappily. He kills me, he was the youngest and he was pampered way too much. Now he's totally self-indulgent. How could he open up a cafe as soon as he became fully credentialized? I expect he'll run right home once that cafe goes bankrupt. Muan thought, he doesn't seem to know that his wife gave Woojiang funds since she didn't want her youngest to face any troubles. The doctor asked Muan, is Woojiang seeing anyone? He got an offer. An arranged marriage for him. Muan replied, well, we are definitely past the age where we brag about girlfriends. The doctor replied, but you're dating very openly. I even heard that there's talk about marriage between you and Chairman Han's daughter. Muan answered, I do intend to get married again, but not with her. Inside the VIP ward, Muan told the elderly woman that it was just a simple surgery. The woman replied, she is in a different position from him. Muan answered, please do not worry. I will make sure to secure something for you, Secretary Sung. You're probably already listed in father's will. Why worry? After saying that, he pondered why Uray hasn't called him for 2 to 3 whole days. Her cell phone is turned off and she's taking days off at the store. Is she sick or something? Looking at his phone, he asked Mrs. Sung if there is something special today. The date stands out somehow. Mrs. Sung replied, today is the anniversary of his previous marriage. On the calendar, the date Friday, the 8th was circled in red. June he asked Uray if she wants Junhee to go with. Uray told Junhee to go to work. Wasn't the cafe very busy as of late? Yes, but wouldn't it be hard to go by yourself? Junhee asked. Uray told her that she will be okay. Once the door was closed, Uray was alone. On this journey, it is tough. But regardless of whom she goes with, this weight of the world that she feels is one she must bear. While waiting for the bus, Dion messaged to have dinner later and if she can get off work a little earlier. Uray replied with an apology as she has a place to visit today. Uray thought to herself, she shouldn't meet up with Dion anymore. She cannot keep seeing him with her current feelings. On her phone, since the last message 4 days ago, Muan said he had to stop by his family's home and hasn't contacted her since. Well, whatever those feelings are, their relationship won't change. At the columbarium, Uray's mother's picture was next to her ashes. While tears streaming down her face, she asked, why didn't you just say you were sick? Why didn't you just tell you couldn't raise me because you were sick? Instead of just telling me I should go and live with my father. If you did, I wouldn't have resented you for all those years for abandoning me. After seeing her mother, she walked outside. The sun was shining bright. She was hit with the sunbeam, causing her to momentarily lose her footing. But a hand held her shoulder to stabilize her. Dion Appa, what are you doing here? She asked surprisingly. Dion replied, June he told him. Today is the anniversary of her mother's death. He knows what it feels like being alone in a place like this. He came with the flowers in his hand and asked if he could meet her mother. On the way back, Uray dreamt about her mother. Her mother said she was sorry, but all Uray could tell her mother was, she was more sorry. When Uray woke up, Dion was outside smoking. When he saw that she had woken up, He extinguished his cigarette and told her they should grab a bite to eat. During the meal, Uray felt much better. She had nothing during the day except a cup of coffee. Dion scooped his egg yolk to Uray and asked her to eat it too. She thanked him and thought, someone who knows her so well. He even knows that she is not good with eating hot stuff and she likes eggs. At night time, they arrived at Junhee's apartment. Dion asked Uray if it was a hard day? She told him, she got by, thanks to him. So, she thanked him for the accompaniment during the day. He told her, she will go with her from now on. Uray declined his offer. It won't work. It's not proper to keep seeing him like this, knowing how he felt about her. Dion answered, if that's a problem, he could wait. He is good at waiting. Uray told him, she is sorry as he was not the one she chose. The one who moves her heart is Muan Choi. Dion finished the sentence for her. I guessed so. She replied. He asked, are you considering reuniting? Uray answered, I'm not considering something like that. I just want to spend my time here quietly and leave for the US. I don't have a clue what my heart wants, whether I'm confused because we used to be married to each other, or that I actually have feelings for him. Still, I would hate to take advantage of your heart because you're very dear to me, Appa. Uray. I want you to be happy. Dion stated. I hated you Hyun Lee and I hated Songbuk Dong too. To even say I was a friend. I was merely a servant to you Hyun. My father, who had no clue, called me to Songbuk Dong whenever he had opportunities, insisting I must get close with you Hyun. Each time I felt like I was being dragged to the slaughterhouse. Still, one thing was good. To be able to see you there. There were so many occasions I was happy because of you. So, I hope I don't burden you or make you feel sorry for me. Go home and rest. Dion put a hand on Uray's shoulder and there was a loud honk. They turned to the road and saw Muan getting out of the car. Going towards them, Muan asked if them two have been together until now? Dion answered, today is rather a tough one for Uray. So he wanted to keep her company. Is it tough to the point where you two are still stuck together even now? Dion asked, Uray, does he not know what today is? She nodded nervously. But to the gloomy face Muan, is our wedding anniversary so difficult to bear? It's been 3 days since we last saw or contacted each other. I was dying with anxiety because her cell phone was off. And all this time, these two have been together until now? On top of that, they're looking so cozy together, with his hand on her shoulder. He complained inwardly. Muan grabbed Uray's hand and said they should have a talk. Dion grabbed Uray's forearm and asked Muan to let go of her. That's what I should say, replied Muan. Stuck in between, flustered, Uray said, Dion Appa, thank you for today. I'll call you later. Now, please leave. Upset, Muan asked why would she call him later. Dion stated, Muan Choi, let's have a drink. Huh? Both Muan and Uray were confused of the statement. At the outdoor food stand, both men were staring at Uray. She couldn't make up where to sit as it'll be uncomfortable wherever she sits. Dion poured the first round. First off, let's have a glass. Okay, Muan agreed. They drank the first round at the same time. Uray looked nervous as Muan is not a drinker. Once they gulped the whole glass, Muan asked why did Dion wanted to see him? How much do you know about Uray? Dion asked. Muan replied, Dion Kong, you seem to have forgotten the fact that I was married to Uray and we lived together for 2 years. Do you think your question makes any sense at all? Well, you don't look like the type who's interested in marriage. Dion intercepted, and you cannot possibly assume you know everything about your partner simply because you're married? Couples who have been married for decades may not know much about each other, yet 2 years seems enough to you. Muan asked, how do you know whether or not they know much about each other? Uray, who was stuck in between, could only watch and sigh. Dion asked for more soju. Shocked Uray pleaded Dion to not ask for more drinks. Muan is a lightweight. Muan blushed, touched that she cared about him. Who said that? I'm not. He denied but still felt touched. After several bottles, Muan was swaying. Uray looked at him anxiously and thought, that's it's true. She sighed, stood up, and told them, that's enough. She will go and buy something to help sober. Before she could finish, Muan grabbed her hand and stopped her. What's the big deal about knowing every little thing about each other? It doesn't change the fact that I was her husband and she was my wife. She's my woman, he declared. Muan. Uray raised her voice. Dion stated, I don't think you can even see what clothes your woman is wearing now. Muan's head fell onto the table, passed out, scaring Uray. She stood up and told him, stop it, Appa. Why on earth are you doing this? Dion reasoned, they say, when drunk, your true nature gets revealed. I was wondering what he would be like, and surprisingly, he's actually very gentle. Uray thought. Whoa. Muan would have flipped out if he had heard this. At Junhee's apartment, she stood in front of her door, arms crossed. That's how you ended up at my place? The three of you. The two sober people looked guilty, while the drunk person doesn't know what's going on. Uray replied, I'm sorry. I couldn't send him to the hotel or his relative's house like this. Dion also apologized. Left with no choice, Junhee invited them in. While Uray is tending to Muan, Dion asks if this is where she is staying. Yes, the room used to belong to Junhee's older sister before she got married. Feeling uncomfortable watching Uray undoing Muan's shirt buttons, Dion left the room, dejectedly. You must be very tired. Junhee handed Dion a juice glass. Not at all. I'm sorry for bothering you at this late hour. And thank you for letting me know about Uray today. Junhee asked, where in the world did you meet Muan Choi? In front of the apartment building. Shocked, she asked, you mean he was waiting in front of our house? Dion looked at his phone and said he's going. The designated driver said he's almost here. Junhee announced to Uray that Dion Appa is leaving. Uray came out of the room and asked if he called the driver. Yup, he is almost here. Dion answered. I'll go with you downstairs. She wanted to send him off. I'm okay. You don't need to. He declined. Good night then, get some rest, Uray. With that, he left and closed the door. Finally, letting out his emotions. He scolded himself, Dion Kong, you fool. In the middle of the night, Uray went to use the bathroom and went to drink some water before bed. Holding a water bottle, she thought, Muan will need some water for his hangover when he wakes up. She brought in a glass of water to the room where he slept. She'll just leave the water by his side, but when she got in the room, Muan was knocked out, sleeping on his stomach, which he was not supposed to, after drinking alcohol. Uray nudged him as she called out his name, Muan, Muan, wake up for a moment. Come on, you're not supposed to sleep like this. Lie on your back. Muan woke up from his drunk stupor and grabbed her hand as he called out, Uray? Feeling relief that the finally woke up, she answered, yes, it's me. Sleep on your back. Coming into senses a little that she was the real deal, he clasped his hand against her and pressed firmly. He muttered, Uray Lee, you didn't leave. Uray sensed he must be drunk talking. She asked, why would she leave? This is Junhee's place. He told her, he thought she was going to leave again, like that. Unsure of what he meant by the statement, she asked, what do you mean, by again? Suddenly, he pulled her down closer to him as he sat up, gazing at Muan as to observe if it was really her. Seeing that he leaned in closer, she asked, what is he doing? Muan leaned in to kiss her forehead, her cheek, while her heart thumped loudly from his action. Muan parted ways from her cheek and inched closer to her lips for the next step. She covered his mouth and told him to let her go. He's buzzed. She don't think they could go back in time. But it was different for Muan. He had a flashback of Dion putting his hand on her shoulder outside of the apartment earlier in the evening. His resolve firmed, and declared to her, no, I won't be a fool and lose you again. Muan. Uray blushed at this point. Muan pulled her closer again and leaned in to kiss her neck, sucking and leaving his imprints on her neck as to declare she was his. As he aimed for her lips, she kept leaning backward to avoid his attack since she couldn't push him away. Until she fell on the bed. Uray huffed as if just fought a battle, then Muan confessed. I love you, Uray Lee. How can he keep her by my side? Sometimes later, Junhee woke up to seeing Uray sitting on the couch. Ack. I thought you were a ghost. There is no ghost. Why are you up so early? Uray asked. Junhee replied, she got up to get some water. She asked if Uray slept on the couch. She had thought Uray slept in that room together with Muan. Uray had a flashback of Muan knocked out on top of her. she asked. Isn't it weird for a divorced couple to sleep together? Junhee retorted back, and it's okay to say, I love you to a divorced spouse? Blushed and flustered Uray, wah. What does she mean? Junhee apologized. I didn't mean to hear it. She is a light sleeper. And, since when are you guys? You freaked out when you first went to Sungwon department store. Uray replied. She doesn't know. She guessed, he's growing on her. Junhee asked, I thought you were going to like Dion oppa? That's what I thought, too, but it wasn't the case. Yeah, you cannot do much if that's what your heart wants. Tell me, are you considering getting back together with Muan? Nope. Uray replied. Even if we have feelings for each other, getting back together is much more complicated. There's Muan's family, and I don't want to get involved with Songbukdong ever again. Junhee understood where Uray is coming from. You know what? Remarriage isn't our only option. You can just go out with him. The next day, Muan woke up to an unfamiliar environment. After completely waking up, he stepped out of the bedroom and saw Junhee drinking coffee. Are you up? Muan realized he was at Junhee's place. Uray went to the store to buy something. Water is in the fridge, and the toilet is over there. Junhee stated. Well, what happened? Last night? Junhee explained, Uray and Dion oppa brought you here. You were completely wasted. And I took you in, because I couldn't kick out someone who was passed out. I'm sorry for the trouble. Well, I've been misunderstanding you, too, so let's call it even. For the rest, apologize to Uray. She had a rough time. With that, Junhee left and closed the door shut, leaving Muan dumbfounded. Misunderstanding? What could she have possibly misunderstood about me? It's probably more than just a few things. Muan sat on the couch and pondered. Suddenly, he heard someone opening the door. Uray entered through the door. You're up? Are you feeling okay? Drink this first. She brought medicine and tomatoes to make juice for him. He accepted the medicine bottle and thanked Uray. She walked up to the fridge and asked, What on earth happened yesterday? Instead of answering, he asked, That's exactly what I want to ask you. Your phone was off, and where on earth were you all day long with Dion Kong? Did you know what day it was yester? Before he could finish, Uray replied, It was my mom's Memorial Day. What? Muan was shocked. Uray explained that she didn't get any notice from Songbukdong. Muan finally understood what Dion meant last night's evening. You stupid jerk. Muan Choi. He scolded himself. How did it happen? Have you been keeping in touch with your mother? No, I only learned recently. Muan sat the juice glass on the table. Dion Kong, how does that guy know about it? Junhee told him. To be honest, it was kind of tough for me to handle, so I felt grateful to him. You should have told me about that kind of thing. Muan stated. Why? You and I are divorced, Muan. Uray stated the truth. He frowned and said, I love you. I can do what Dion did for you too. What do you want from me? She asked. He replied to her, I want to be by your side. I'm sorry, but if remarriage is what you want, I say no. How come? He asked. I like my life as it is now. Like I said before, I'm content with my work, too. I don't want to give my life and return to the past. He promised, I'll do better, I won't make you suffer like I used to do. It's not something you can just say so easily. This isn't about you and me. He asked. Then what is it that you want with me? What am I to you? I'd like to propose, how about going on a date? Dating? We were married and got divorced. He reasoned. We didn't go out. She pointed out. Inner Muan thought, yeah. That's true, but... Uray elaborated. There weren't that many times when I thought I wanted to do something. There was hardly anything we would do. Yet. I'd like to go out with you. Like ordinary people normally do. Muan stood up and replied, good. I'll do as you say. Phew. Uray thought she would have to try more to convince him. Thank you. Then? You'll stop seeing Dion Kong from now on, right? Huh? Why do you bring him up, all of a sudden? Muan answered, you asked me to go out. Even from an ordinary person's point of view, two-timing is unacceptable. Two-timing? I've known Dion oppa for a long time and he is a good person. He's my brother's friend as well. A vein popped on Muan's face and he scolded inwardly. Damn this brother's friend. I was warned that they're the most dangerous type. You don't seriously mean you will keep seeing him? Uray asked him, what about you? What about department head Haisu Han? Your possible future wife? The rumors about you two are widespread. I heard some people even betting on the date for your marriage. Muan pulled her closer to him. Don't you know better than that, after what we've been through? Unless it was work-related, the chairman Han of Han Jiang Wool Company was always present. If you base it on the number of encounters, Chairman Han is the one I should get married to. Uray could only stare at Muan. Is that all you can say? He asked, thinking how can her answer be so dry? Uray replied, she talked it over with Dion yesterday. She guessed she won't be seeing much of him anymore, while thinking to herself. Am I being tamed now? The next day at Glow Spa store, Jianhua greeted Uray, good morning. Oh boss, today you have? Girlin. Sorry, Uray asked. You changed your lipstick, didn't you? He asked, pointing to his lips. Uray thought, how does he know something like that? Does it look weird? Not weird, but something like I've got a date today. It looks good on you. Uray blushed and questioned, how did he notice? It was the same thing with Junhee this morning too. While going through her wardrobes, Junhee commented out of the blue, lots of clothes on her bed, is there a war or something? Uray asked her friend, what's up? Junhee answered back, what do you mean by what's up? The wrestling noise woke me up. She noticed the blouse and commented, the sky blue blouse is beautiful. That's the date outfit, while pointing to the blouse. Uray asked, do you think so? Well, but it's not a date. Suddenly, Junhee asked in shock, hold on, this is a Zermes? Yes, Uray answered. What was on your mind to wear this to eat teobaki? What if the soup splatters on the blouse? Junhee scolded. Uray replied, I wore an apron. Junhee said, are you kidding? Oh, I had forgotten. You're the daughter of a rich family, and your ex-husband was a CEO. Uray sighed. For this one, I got a discount with Julius VIP card and paid an installment. Ever since I bought it, I wear this lucky garment wherever I have a big contract. Uray questioned silently to herself, in that sense won't it bring some kind of luck today as well? At the store Uray bid goodbye to her subordinate, I've got to go. Goodbye, boss, replied her subordinates. Uray looked at her phone, and it was 18:07. Muan sent a text telling her that he made a 7 p.m. reservation. Looking at her phone, Uray thought she wanted to keep their relationship by seeing each other a secret. And it's a relief Muan accepted it without a grudge. She blushed as she headed to the elevator. In the elevator, Director Head Han was already in it. Uray greeted Head Han, how are you department head? At the same time, her eyes widened and thought, did it have to be the same outfit? Director asked, aren't you coming? Oh yes, Uray answered and walked in. In the elevator, while waiting for the elevator to come to a stop, Uray felt uncomfortable being in the same space. After scrutinizing Uray from behind, Department Head Han congratulated. I see a glow spa on the road these days. Uray replied, thank you. Department Head Han stated, I apologize for what I said the other day, about you being ordinary. Who knew you were the scheming type? Pardon? The confused Uray asked. Head Han replied, haven't you done enough? Flirting with CEO Choi, that whole recent product placement thing. I mean, I can see you conniving for even more. You should know your place. Oh well. I guess like mother, like daughter. You should know yourself. Before she finished, the angered Uray shouted for her to watch what you say. Head Han replied that she was just telling the truth. Uray answered, truth or not, these are things she should never say. Who does she think should mind her place? Head Han doesn't have the guts to be direct with someone, so she takes it out on a pushover. If she wants something, ask the right person. If she keeps going like this, Uray won't just flirt, but seize him completely. After the declaration, the elevator came to a stop, and Uray walked out after the door had opened. Glaring at her retreating back, Department Head Han humphed, while trembling in anger with an ugly face. How dare Uray, the contractor? At the restaurant Muan took Uray out for some sushi. Seeing how she rarely touched the food, he asked, you don't look so well, are you sick or something? Uray replied no, it's just too much work. He suggested for her to hire one more part-time staff at the store. With things the way they are now, it'll be too much to manage the store and her work with headquarters. She answered, yes, she had actually put out a job opening. Observing her face, her body, all he could think was, how can a tired person be that pretty? Muan reached to the side, searching for something next to him. He took out something and presented a gift box to Uray. She opened the present and saw that it was a large diamond necklace. Uray looked at the present without much expression on her face. Seeing that she did not react much to the present, Muan asked if he could put it on for. She declined putting on the necklace. Mua thought, what's with that reaction? Did she not like the gift? He don't get it, is it because it's been such a long time? Seeing her indifferent look, he moved his egg bowl towards her and told her to take his. Uray instantly beamed, excitingly, thank you. The happy Muan asked, shall I order more? She refused his offer. He analyzed and concluded that she didn't seem to care about the diamond, but she's reacting to the steamed egg custard. After the dinner date, they both left the restaurant and headed towards the guest room elevator. Muan reached his hand across her back to hold her waist. Well? Uray stated that she wanted to leave. Confused, he grabbed her arm and said, wait. Why now all of a sudden? Uray frowned, and told him, he asked her for a date. Is this a date to him? Huh? Muan is still confused. He didn't know what he did wrong. To him, he thought things went smoothly. Uray thought, dinner, present, hotel, what else can this be? She asked, Muan, if he likes her? Or is it her body that he liked? Her questions uttered him speechless. What are you? Before he could say anything else, she commented. He didn't actually care much about her feelings for this date. About the meal, the present. Even on the way there, he never asked about her opinion. She pulled her arm away and commented, she cannot eat fish. The gift he gave her does not suit her current situation either. Above all, on the first date, she doesn't feel like sleeping with him. A sweat drip on Muan's face. Why hadn't he asked her what she thought? It's because he has never done it before. While he was still contemplating, Uray walked away and told him that she will walk by herself. He does not need to send her. Wait. He called. I'll take you home. Please let me. During the drive back, Muan stated he had no idea she cannot eat fish. They had it all the time in the house. How did she manage at mealtime? Uray replied, Secretary Sung set aside other food for her. I see. He thought. I was her husband, and yet, I didn't know what even Secretary Sung knew. Muan dropped off Uray at Junhee's apartment. But, before heading into the apartment, Uray handed back the gift box. She thought about it. And, she cannot take the gift. This is way too much for the first date. Muan took the gift box back and asked, too much? How so? He had done this a couple of times already. Uray explained, now, she is not married to the family of Sungwon Group anymore. This is too much for her everyday life, but she appreciates the thought. With that, she walked to the apartment entrance. Muan watched Uray go into the apartment and let out a heavy breath, meanwhile, thinking to himself that he has been taking this whole dating thing too lightly. He massaged his head and thought, geez, this is too difficult. At Carpe Diem, Junhee greeted the customer that they are closed. The guest stated he was about to go up, but then noticed that the lights were still on. Boss? The boss stated, why are you all by yourself? Where is Minsu? He had to leave because something happened at home. The boss stated it's too dangerous for a woman to close for the day by herself. Junhee apologized to her boss. The boss replied, I didn't mean to make you apologize. From now on, whenever you have to close up by yourself, you must call me. The boss suggested that if they split up the work, it'll get done faster. A flashback of Carpe Diem when it was first open. It was a big cafe in an expensive neighborhood, so it made Junhee curious about the owner. She went into a Carpe Diem and the boss asked, are you here for the interview? Huh? They both pointed fingers at each other at the same time with a surprised look. Another flashback to sometime much, much earlier. The man sitting next to Junhee on the same table during Uray's wedding was him. She was crying and he handed her his handkerchief and said, you'll smudge your makeup. As they talked at the counter, Woo Jae-young stated, I remember you. I had never seen anyone crying so hard at her friend's wedding. After working with him over the past 2 years, she noticed that Woo Jae-young was always Mr. Nice Guy. Back to the present time, Junhee asked, since you are here, would you like to have some tea? Woo Jae-young replied, tea is okay, but can I taste a little bit of that sangria you made a few days ago? While Junhee made a sangria for her boss, the boss stepped a few feet away, for some privacy. Talking on the phone. How could you? If I had known about it, I would not have agreed to go out today. Mother, listen. Think of my age. How can I go on a blind date with a 24-year-old? If it was your daughter, would you like to make her meet a divorcee, who is 10 years older than her? That'll do. I won't say any more. I have to go. Back at the counter, Junhee commented, I see you have a blind date. Woo Jae-young replied, my mother invited me to a concert, and it turned out to be the women's show. Junhee smirked, huh? Your mother disappeared after taking you to the green room to introduce you to her. Do you have a surveillance camera on me by any chance? He asked. Junhee replied, my customers at the cafe told me that's how the blind dates are nowadays. Woo Jae-young downed the drink and asked, by the way, this is really tasty. It's too delicious to drink by myself, would you care for a drink? Junhee replied, just one glass. They chatted as they drank. Woo Jae-young asked if Junhee knew whether Muan and Uray were seeing each other again. Junhee answered, yes. She guessed they were having a date today. He was pretty shocked to hear that Junhee would know such a thing too. Junhee replied she would, after all, both her and Uray are roommates. Woo Jae-young thought to himself, it's quite interesting to see they are close friends, since the two of them look entirely different. He probed how long have you been friends? Junhee told him that when they first met was in their sophomore year, and they got close to each other on a field trip as juniors. He commented that they must have had a great time on the field trip. Junhee stated she had to get an appendectomy in Japan. Surprised, he asked with concern of what happened to her. Junhee elaborated that she started having stomachache days before the field trip. She thought she could just ignore it because she really wanted to go. But, once she got on the plane, the pain really hit her. Junhee had flashbacks of the trip when she was moaning in pain. Uray opened the door to only see her miserable state. With concerns, Uray asked if she was okay since she heard that Junhee was sick. So she came to check on her? Noticing Junhee lying on the tatami mat, sweating, groaning in pain, she yelled, Junhee. Someone help. Uray found Junhee and took her to the emergency room. Woo Jae-young replied, you must have had a tough time. Junhee stated she had a tougher time after the operation, because her parents' passports had expired. It took them 3 days to get their passports reissued and to go to Japan. So, Uray stayed with her until her parents came. Uray is quite amazing. That's not an easy thing to do, replied Woo Jae-young. After telling her friendship with Uray to Woo Jae-young, Junhee asked, since when did he become friends with Muan Choi? He answered, we were, maybe even before we were born? Confused, she asked, sorry? Woo Jae-young explained further that their fathers were childhood friends, so they had no choice. Of course, they fought a lot when they were young. The tipsy Junhee questioned, the two of you did? Woo Jae-young chattered, you know, it was so easy. It was before he started to grow up, so he was smaller than me. A voice from behind asked grumpily, who was? Shocked, Woo Jae-young stood up abruptly and asked, why are you here? Muan asked, am I not allowed to be here? Woo Jae-young pushed Muan away from the counter and stated, you shouldn't be here. Shouldn't you still be in the middle of your date? Muan answered unhappily, be quiet. Junhee thought to herself, something must have happened. She stated, boss, I will put this away and get going. Woo Jae-young told her to do so. Junhee Seo, do you happen to know what kind of food Uray like? Food? Asked the confused Junhee. She stated Uray eats just about everything except fish. She likes eggs, and she cannot eat fish at all, and questioned if Uray say something about that? Muan answered unconfidently, not exactly. Woo Jae-young looked at Muan and humped, there's more than that. Something he cannot talk about in the presence of his wife's friend. Muan replied anyway, I did not know she cannot eat fish at all. Unable to comprehend how he could not understand, she asked, you never ate together during those 2 years? Muan replied it's not like that, but he didn't know about it because she didn't show it. Junhee sighed, took out her phone and provided information. Okay, recently, Uray has been dying to go to this place after seeing it on television. Muan asked, where is it? Here. She showed the phone to both Muan and Woo Jae-young. They both leaned in to take a look with curiosity. Is this yummy? The stone-faced Junhee muttered, don't say you've never had. Muan replied, I've never had it before. Junhee stated, okay, then this would be a good time to try it. Uray's favorite snacks during this time of the year are bunjeetpang. On the side note, bunjeetpang is a fish-shaped pastry bread, usually filled with red bean paste. Also known as taiyaki in Japan. Muan questioned, Didn't you say she cannot eat fish? The gloomy Junhee stated there are no fish in Bunjeepang. Is he dumb or what? She thought to herself. A few minutes later, at the clinic, Manwha asked, did you have a blind date? Taking off his shirt, Wu Jiang asked, how do you know? Muan reasoned, you don't wear those colors unless you attend a conference. Well, isn't that jacket from Glow Spa? Wu Jiang smiled and looked at his jacket. Yes, that's Uray's brand, right? The quality is quite nice. Haiwan got this for him. Muan stated, you went to a blind date wearing a jacket from your ex-wife? The annoying Wu Jiang complained, had I known it was a blind date, I wouldn't have worn this. Enough of that. Sushi wasn't the only reason the date was ruined, was it? Tell me what happened. The men sat face to face and there was beer involved in this counseling session. There was a reason you got dumped. No, you deserve to be dumped. You didn't feed her, tossed a present, and then took her to a hotel. What kind of date is that? Muan answered, when a man and a woman see each other, that's a date, isn't it? Wu Jiang replied, if that's what you think, you've never had a date up until now. Muan looked annoyed as a vein popped on his face, then, what about the woman I met? The challenge is on. Wu Jiang asked, do you remember any of those women's names? Muan glanced away and remained silent. Look, that's your problem. You just want whatever is convenient for you. If it's a proper relationship, you should think about the other person first. Muan squeezed the empty beer can and asked, why did you get a divorce, knowing this so well? Wu Jiang put his hands on his waist and complained unhappily, forget it. I should just stop talking. Ah, the LJ partners you asked me about the other day, Mrs. Cheng happened to know about them. It's a paper company made by CNN Holdings. HNMM. CNN Holdings. Muan pondered. CNN Holdings is way too big. I tried to catch fish, but it was a whale. Wu Jiang stated, I suspect it was built to deal with illegal mergers and acquisitions. And disguised with a few clever tricks. Only a very few people know it is related to the CNN Holdings group. But why are you asking? Muan answered, I know someone who works there, a former prosecutor of a government financial regulatory agency is taking the position as a legal director of a M&A company dealing in illegal activity. What could he be thinking? Dion Kong. Back at Junhee's apartment, when she arrived home, Uray was still eating dinner and she asked, why are you so late? Junhee pondered, should she keep quiet about having met with Muan? Instead of asking the question, she explained that cleaning up took longer than usual, and why was Uray eating vegetables and rice at this hour? Uray replied she tried, but couldn't fall asleep. Didn't you have a dinner date tonight? Uray answered that it just wasn't her day. Junhee already guessed the reason why. It must be because Muan took her to a sushi place. Junhee told her that she will change first and join her, so you should wait for her to come back. Uray asked if Junhee was going to eat the same thing too. Junhee replied, of course. If you finish it all by yourself, you will get a stomachache again. Sometimes later Junhee changed out of her work clothes. Sitting across from Uray, she told Uray that she actually met Muan at the cafe. So, she roughly heard about what happened. Surprise, Uray asked. What did Muan say? Junhee replied that he seriously did not know she cannot eat fish. Uray agreed that Junhee was right, but that was not the issue. Confused, Junhee asked, what's the issue? Uray's concern was, she almost went to the hotel. It was the very first date. She reasoned with Junhee. Junhee asked, so what? You said you didn't use separate rooms when you were married. It's been quite a while, so your emotions could get rekindled. Uray replied, I don't intend to let that happen. Junhee asked, why not? Oh. Does Muan have some peculiar taste in the, you know? Or is he actually weaker than he looks? With such physiques? Junhee stated jokingly. Uray blushed shyly, and replied, it's not like that. He doesn't have any peculiar tastes and he's not weak. But physical intimacy is not a must for a dating relationship. Junhee replied, you're right about that, but you two are different from an ordinary couple who are dating that. Uray agreed. That's my point. I want to have a different relationship from the one before. In hindsight, she was not sure what kind of person she was to Muan. Junhee suggested that if she thought so, then for Uray to show yourself to Muan. What do you mean? Asked the confused Uray. Junhee explained clearly to Uray. It's one thing the man doesn't know anything about the food his wife cannot eat. But it's another for the woman, in this case, Uray, to keep it to yourself. Junhee knew that she is the type who doesn't talk about what she is feeling deep down. Still, if Uray want a relationship different from the past, shouldn't she put in some effort, as well? On her phone Muan texted, if she can have dinner tomorrow and she can pick the place. Uray texted back, she will be late tomorrow because of the deadline. Muan texted back that it is okay with him, and they agreed to see each other tomorrow. At this moment, she understood that he's trying to. She thought of what Junhee said, show yourself to Muan. She is curious about the real Muan Choi, not the one she just caught glimpses of during their marriage. She wished he would think the same thing about her. The next day at the restaurant of Uray's choice, Muan sat across from her with a bowl of food in the middle of them. Uray stated, you probably won't like this very much. You can have something else if you don't like this. Muan replied. Well, it's not that I don't like it. I just haven't had this before. I could try this time. Shocked Uray asked, so, you want to try? With the chopstick she grabbed a piece of food and fed it to him. How is it? Munching on the food, he mumbled. It's not bad. Feeling happy with the reply, Uray felt relieved. She proceeded to eat and exclaimed happily, that the food is so yummy. Muan commented, I've never seen you eat so well. She replied, we hardly ate together. Saddened for a moment as it reminded of the past, he thought, when everybody got together for the meal once every week, she had to attend to the other family members, so they didn't get to eat at the same time. Uray told Muan about her honest opinion of their past. The dishes cooked by the maid from Ilsan weren't my kind of food. I've got a sweet tooth and I like strong flavors, but your family has mild tastes. He stated, your dishes were quite tasty. She smiled cheerfully, it's a good thing I learned well. Haha. Have some more, Muan. Ah yes, he replied. Muan saw a side of Uray he hadn't seen before. Was she capable of making jokes so well? He really didn't know anything up until now. What she dislikes, what she likes, and what face she makes when she's full. He is eager to know more. After the dinner date, standing beside the car, Uray thanked Muan for the delicious meal. He asked when she needed to be at the store tomorrow? She answered, it's her shift to open the store, so she is leaving early. Why? Looking at her endearingly, he held her delicate fingers, and moved closer to her, tell them, you'll be late. I want to be with you a little longer. He gazed at her lovingly, and moved his thumb to touch her soft, delicious lips. While gazing into her eyes, Muan leaned in closer, and closer to where they can feel each other's heart beating. Just as Muan's lips almost touched Uray's lips, she came back to her senses and pushed him to stop. Uray told Muan that she wanted them to keep the relationship platonic for a while. What? Muan looked shocked upon hearing the request. Platonic? Inside the cafe, they each had a cup of coffee as they sat across from each other. Muan asked Uray the reason why, as in their married life, they disagreed many times and didn't know much about each other, yet they had the best physical chemistry. Uray sipped her coffee as she thought of a better way to explain to Muan. She replied to Muan that it may sound old school these days, but she adheres to premarital chastity. Clank. Her response caused Muan to drop his coffee on his thigh. Uray quickly got up holding the handkerchief in her hand, concerned about his clothes. They are wet. She suggested wiping off the coffee first, to which she proceeded with cleaning his thigh. Unable to stand the physical touch, especially an almost delicate area like his thigh, Muan blushed and held Uray's hand. He told her to stop. He will do it himself. Uray wanted to say but Muan insisted she stop. After the ordeal, Muan continued to ask her where they left off regarding the chastity thing. He couldn't understand since they were already married once. Uray explained that she is not just talking about marriage as a system. She wanted to shy away from sleeping together, until she was sure about their relationship. Muan asked, how can she be sure then? Was she basically saying the same thing as before, that he was doing this because of her body? Just as he finished saying that, he thought to himself, sure, I cannot say it's completely untrue, but if I was only interested in her body, I wouldn't be getting such a headache from everything. Why am I making all this fuss? Uray's words interrupted his deep thought. She told him, it's the opposite. Her response caught him off guard. It took him a moment to process. She blushed, thinking of the past few encounters where she faltered and almost gave in to him. She told him, it's about her. She is worried that she may do this because of his body. Muan finally knew what she thought of. Looking at her blushing shyly made him go crazy. He felt a big relief and said that it's a good thing Uray is attracted to him. Uray does not think so. A physical relationship is not everything when it comes to being attracted to someone. Certainly not everything. Muan asked, why does that matter? It's not like they've just met for the first time and were holding hands and kissing each other. He remembers her body, sound, touch. Everything so vividly. If they had just met for the first time and starting a relationship, he wouldn't debate this. He would have just gone with the flow. Uray insisted they need to consider a lot of things, so she would like to approach it carefully. Because for her, this relationship is a process to have confidence in her feelings toward him, so she begged for him to give her some time. Muan stared at Uray without answering, which caused Uray to feel a little nervous. She felt like no matter what she said, this won't work at all. A platonic relationship, Muan didn't even do that in his 20s, but in the end, he could only give in to her. Fast forward to the next scene, Uray and Muan sat in the movie theater, watching a scary movie. While Muan felt unperturbed by the horrifying scene, Uray was different. She shook, scared, covered her mouth and grabbed Muan's hand for comfort. And this is how their period of platonic love started. Muan never thought he would be in this type of situation. Uray felt scared at a scene and turned her head sideways. With his big hand, he helped block her sight from seeing any part of the scene she does not want to see. He thought she was really cute. After the movie ended, they walked as they chatted. Uray thought the movie was fun, while Muan couldn't concentrate on anything. Suddenly, he stopped her, and handed her a gift box. She asked, what is that? He told her it was a Christmas present. Uray apologized for not getting him anything. Muan said it was okay. He just wanted to give the gift to her as he thought this would suit her best. She asked if he picked it himself. He told her yes and asked if she liked it. Uray told him it was beautiful. Muan asked to put the necklace on for her. In the middle of the walkway, Muan put the necklace around her neck. Uray thanked Muan, and just as they looked at each other, the snow started falling down. Muan never felt like this before. He has heard his name being called so many times before, but just now, it felt like his name was being said for the very first time. And they kissed as if they were alone in the entire walkway. A large Christmas tree was decorated in the main lobby of the mall, giving out the holiday spirit vibes to its customers. Uray looked in the mirror, admiring how beautiful the necklace is. She overheard other staff gossiping about raising the sales guarantee suddenly. One staff member complained she couldn't help it. It was the order from the head office. The two female staff continue, you know, how tough it was for her to make up this month. She already maxed out. What does the other staff want from her? Once they successfully launch their brand this time, they can become Hongqiang Wool Company affiliate. They cannot be a contract-based pop-up store forever. The sales summary, only 1 month is left until the date Sungwon has set. Just 1 more month, then it'll be over. Uray was reminded that the sales report has come out today. She walked back into Glow Spa shop. As she entered, her staff greeted her cheerfully. As the three looked at the report, 2 fitted clothes ranked at the top of all the fashion brands, followed by several Hongqiang Wool Company brand. Considering women's sear, they took the top 10. Glow Spa did well by ranking 11th place. It meant that Glow Spa were the best-selling menswear brand. Considering their low sales in the first month, even with the opening event, their sales this month will be crucial. Uray agreed with the conclusion. Jianwu asked, pointing to the ranking chart, whether Belga's ranking is correct. Uray asked what makes him think that. He explained, it doesn't make sense that they ranked above brand A, a brand that was quite popular among middle-aged demographic, and the sales weren't tied to tourists. How could they have lower sales than Belga? Uray pondered and said she overheard the Belga staff talking about a sales guarantee. Though a few years ago, Sungwon stopped all deals with sales guarantees. It is rumored that Hongqiang Wool's taking over Belga once Belga has a successful launch of their brand. And the headquarters seems to be asking the connected employees for the sales guarantee. While Uray was making deductions with her team, an announcement from the overhead reported that the CEO will be making daily morning meeting rounds instead of department head Han. Each store should pay close attention to hygiene and attire. Uray and her team questioned the overhead regarding what they heard is true. Soon, staff from each store lined up perfectly outside their shop's door waiting for the CEO to walk by. Looking at him coming closer to Glow Spa, Uray pondered why would Muan attend the morning conference? Muan stopped at Glow Spa and made a comment to Uray that her performance in the last month was good. Jianwu exclaimed in high spirit, "Thank you very much. We will do our best in our sales." While Uray blushed nervously thinking what was Muan doing. Muan walked away, but turned back, commenting that Uray has a nice necklace. This made her blush even more. In the conference room, Muan asked the admin regarding their market strategy. Why would they think by giving discounts since the proposed sale event doesn't sell? Why do they think anyone would rather purchase goods from a department store and pay a higher price rather than from a mass retail store or online home shopping? Muan rattled on about the poor proposal proposed by the executive team. Finally, he asked for department head Han's opinions on the sales event, to which startled her. She told Muan that she will have a new proposal ready by tomorrow. Muan announced that if he sees a single word about a sales event in the proposal tomorrow, he will rip up the proposal on the spot. The meeting adjourned and everyone left feeling dejectedly about the new proposal deadline due tomorrow. Muan called out to department head Han before she left the door if she had some time this evening. He wanted to have dinner with her. She told him her father is in China at the moment. He was aware of President Han's itinerary, but he had something to talk to her alone, at 7 p.m. at XX restaurant. Feeling a little relief, she asked if the occasion is business-related since the XX restaurant is known for marriage proposals and similar events. Muan replied that it's personal. He needs to make clear of their relationship. Department head Han was up in the cloud, feeling proud. She was not surprised since Muan is quick at calculation. He must have at last realized who he needs to be partnered with, considering the current state of things. She hummed proudly that Muan must have only felt sympathy for his ex-wife only. Thinking of what Uray told him that she won't just flirt but seize him completely, Ms. Han called that bullshit. The one who is seizing Muan is her. Outside XX restaurant drive-thru entrance, Ms. Han arrived with grandeur. She asked the attendant if CEO Choi had arrived yet. They told her not yet. It's all right with her. She will just wait inside. The attendant showed Head Han to the room, stating it's been a long time since they hosted either of them. Head Han asked if CEO Choi had not been there recently. The attendant said the last time was last fall, accompanying Chairman Han, her father. Head Han felt even more excited, that he hasn't frequented the place with any other women. The attendant stated that there may be good news since CEO Choi ordered a cake for the special occasion. After the attendant left, Head Han took out her compact makeup case to look at herself in the mirror, making sure she looked great for the dinner. Suddenly CEO Choi stated she came pretty early. CEO Choi stated he will have the daily special. Head Han said she'll have the same too. The attendant asked if they wanted wine. The restaurant just received some good vintage wine. Head Han was excited and about to ask for some, but CEO Choi declined as he has to go back to his office later. Head Han was disappointed. Why would he decline wine on a good day like today? Then she was reminded of what her father said, that he wasn't much of a drinker. During the dinner, Muan told Head Han to submit a report on how to entice the top 5% customers and the so-called YOLO heirs as prospective young customers. Department Head Han sulked, thinking whether he was just going to talk about work. The attendant came back to clear the table. He asked CEO Choi if he should bring out dessert. CEO Choi told him sure. A minute later, the light dimmed and a cute white fruit cake was brought out. On the cake was one candle and a large diamond ring was stuck in the middle of the cake. Light music was playing in the background. The moment Department Head Han has been waiting anxiously for has finally arrived. She was ecstatic. Muan glared at the attendant and asked him what's all these about. The attendant stated the chief secretary who made the reservation today specially requested for this. CEO Choi clarified that there must be a mistake from his side. He will handle the costs and to take the cake away. Department Head Han questioned the misunderstanding. Muan assured that it surely is a misunderstanding and called her appropriately. Ms. Haisu Han, I had told you from the start that I do not have any intentions of marrying you. The reality hit her. Unable to accept this, she asked, barely managing to control her clenched hand, if he meant to say he is breaking up with her. Muan told her that he made himself clear, but Chairman Han seemed to have another idea. Was there anything between them other than business? He asked whether he has ever hinted to her that he had any feelings toward her, Ms. Haisu Han. Him and Chairman Han maintain a very satisfactory and beneficial business partnership. He hopes there won't be any instances that will cause either of them too much discomfort. She asked if it's because of that woman? That woman? Muan asked. She replied, your ex-wife. The employee at Glow Spa, Uray. Are you seeing each other again? Muan answered that this has nothing to do with Uray. Even without Uray, he had no desire to marry her, Ms. Haisu Han. Her brows twitched and she asked how could Muan insults her like this? He answered, she called this an insult? She should know that Uray isn't someone she can treat lightly. Ms. Han retorted but Muan's hand slapped on the table as he stood up. He stated clearly to Haisu Han that she is free to choose how to mediate between him and Chairman Han, but if she ever makes a person dear to him shed tears again, there will be no room for forgiveness. Angered, Haisu Han questioned what does Uray have that she doesn't have? Why can't she be the one? After blurting out her anger, she regretted looking desperately impulsive. As Muan walked away, he told her, she is not Uray. That's all. Secretary Kim was scolded while he felt so down and tired already. He accompanied the president to the party, and what were he doing while the photo was getting taken? Secretary Kim could only cry and apologize. Suddenly Muan entered through the door, scaring the two secretaries, jolting them stiffless. They hugged each other as they cried from fear of the door slamming. Inside Muan's office, President Yu reported that all the articles will be taken down before the end of the day. They also got it taken off the trending pages for searches, and they found the source and the first site to report on it. The problem is that it was shared a lot, so it won't be easy to cover this up. Muan asked if his aunt was involved in this. President Yu doesn't think his aunt was involved in this. They wouldn't have been able to take down the articles as easily. If the tipper had gone to Mrs. Yun instead, he is sure to be set for life. But their reputation was far greater than the tipper had thought. Muan asked if he just lay it all out in the open. It's not like he is meeting someone he shouldn't be with, nor are divorced couples getting back together an uncommon occurrence. President Yu stated that President Yun's case hasn't ended yet. They're trying their best to not have any sort of connection with the Yuziang Corporation. Revealing Ms. Li's identity to the public would be too dangerous of a move. It's also not great for her since she is trying to live a quiet lie. Just waiting for things to resolve over time could cause unintentional harm. Muan asked if President Yu had any suggestions. President Yu asked if Muan considered ending things with Ms. Li. Muan explained that after his divorce, he decided to no longer conduct business with his life. President Yu said since Muan made up his mind, he won't bring up this topic again. Though, he recommends Muan to be careful for a while since there will be a lot of reporters tailing him. And if he is okay with it, he also recommends Ms. Li to leave the country for a while. Muan gazed out the large glass window as the sun started to set while pondering on Uray's situation. The contract is finalizing, and seeing how her work already has plans for her, it would be natural for her to leave the country. China is pretty close, so as long as they can match each other's schedules, they'll be able to see each other once or twice a week, but… Muan groaned in displeasure, he doesn't like it all. He is finally back with her after many years of being apart, even being right beside her, talking with her, and embracing her isn't enough. Then, his phone dinged, and the message was from his wife. Uray wrote that she will be staying with Junhee for now. Looking at the message, he already misses her. In the female staff's changing room, Uray changed into her work clothes. She is glad that she had an evening shift. Muan was so reckless, he left marks all over her body. Just as she finished buttoning up, two female staff walked in talking about the scandals. They are dying to know. One female staff turned to Uray and asked if she had any guesses as to who it could be in the menswear department. The other staff reasoned, there aren't that many female employees in that department though. Isn't there a higher chance it could be someone in the cosmetics department? The female that asked Uray replied that she interrogated every girl in that department but all of them denied it. Well, who in their right mind would admit it when things are like this? Uray asked who are they trying to find. They asked if she had not seen the news. There's been a scandal with their CEO. Apparently it's with a contractor staff at their department store. Uray went behind the staircase and hid as she looked at her phone, researching the news today. She guessed he's probably handling this situation right now, as it seems there aren't that many articles circulating. Looking at the photos, the face is blurred out, but that was clearly her. Uray called Junhee and was notified of the situation. Uray asked if she could stay with Junhee for a bit. Junhee gladly accepted her to stay. Uray has been putting it off, but she thinks it's finally time for closure. In an unexpected and unforeseen way. Back at Junhee's apartment, she asked what Uray was planning. Uray stated that since headquarters had already found a replacement for her, she needed to go back to America. Junhee asked, then what about Muan? Uray stated, they need to break up. What? Junhee felt horrible. They already broke up once, but for them to do it again. Uray said she already knew. That if Yuyun's video became a problem, she couldn't stay with Muan. Uray poured a soju glass and gulped it all down. Junhee disagreed. Uray did not do anything wrong. Plus Yuyun and her do not share a single drop of blood. So why does it have to be that way? She was being tormented at Songbukdong, it wouldn't matter if she was an ordinary person. Uray answered that people don't care what kind of experience she had in Songbukdong, whether or not she is biologically related to Yuyun. They will only remember her as the little sister of a psychopath and criticize her and him, and the Sungwon group. The Sungwon group is doing everything they can to hide the fact that she and Muan were married previously, so for her to be revealed to the world right now would have a serious negative impact on Muan and the Sungwon group. Junhee countered that it is still not right. She is going to break up even though they both love each other that much. Uray sobbed, because she loves him. She made the choice even though she knew, and she delayed the end. Because she wanted to be happy with him at least during her time here. This happened because she got too greedy. Tears dripped down her face as Junhee went over trying to console her. Uray thought she dreamt of Muan, but wasn't too sure. She got up and Junhee was in the kitchen making breakfast. Junhee was surprised she was up early as she drank a lot last night. Uray said her eyes just opened, but she noticed the food on the table and asked what it was. Junhee replied cheerfully that it's hangover soup made with abalone. Her husband ordered his secretary to drop it off earlier so that she can have it for breakfast. Thanks to Uray, Junhee get to enjoy a nice meal too. While eating, Uray asked if Muan came by last night. Junhee answered truthfully that he did. He came and left a little bit after he put her to bed. Uray asked if she said anything weird to Muan. Junhee asked Uray how she would know. Did Uray say something she wasn't supposed to? Why doesn't she ask Muan? Uray felt like she said something to him, but cannot remember. While washing the dishes, Junhee showed Uray the phone. Someone wrote an article that the person Muan was seeing was his ex-wife. In the news channel, several news panelists discussed among themselves regarding the drama. My Wife Has Returned, the hit drama of the latter half of last year, has become a reality. The drama has made its way into real life. The lady of the group brought up the relationship between Uray and Yuyun, who is currently under investigation, that they have different mothers, thus, the reason why Uray never appeared at any of the official events. The Star Road incident was known to be the cause of their divorce. The news panelists chatted on and on about Uray and Muan, past incidents, and suspected reasons for divorce. Muan watched the news until the doorbell buzzed. Before he had the chance to turn off the TV, Uray came rushing through the door, questioning what was Muan thinking. She stood up in front of Muan frustrated at his action, while he nonchalantly asked if she had some of the hangover soup he sent. She brushed it off that it's not what's important right now. Why did he release that statement? She'll be off to America soon anyway. If he had waited just a little longer, this issue could have resolved itself. Muan stood up and reiterated that she told him she didn't want to break up with him. She said yesterday that she didn't want to break up. Uray felt flustered as she said that while she was drunk, and she didn't have any recollection of it. Uray took a moment to gather her thoughts before telling him that it meant nothing. So why would he do that? Because of him, she even Muan spoke over her. Your mother sent you to Songbukdong out of your best interest. Your father overlooked everything that happened to you because he thought that was the best thing he could do for you. But did that make you happy? He was never going to break up with her from the start, though he considered it, because he was afraid this problem would be too much for her, and she wouldn't be able to take it. But now that he knew she felt the same way, there was no reason to doubt their relationship anymore. Muan pulled her into his embrace and told her she made up his entire world. So, please do not make his world disappear. She might regret it. Muan hugged Uray tightly as if he was afraid she was going to disappear. He told her that if that was what she was worried about, he already had enough regret. Tears streamed down her beautiful cheek as Muan's warmth enveloped her. Muan told her he needs her, and he loves her. He leaned in to kiss her. That kiss wasn't enough, he pushed her onto the sofa and continued kissing her while tears still streamed down her face. Muan continued kissing her, pouring his heart through his kisses about how much he loved her. Uray could only accept his love and allowed him to do as he pleased. In the evening, Uray woke up from bed. She put on a dress and walked out to the stairs to see Muan sitting on the couch. She came down to meet him and asked what are they going to do now. Muan handed her a bottle of water and told her, they will take it head on. Uray accepted the water bottle and suggested they don't have to. They can just wait until the problem dies down on its own. Muan questioned, so how long would they have to wait? Yuyin's lawyers are going to use incompetence as an excuse to buy time. Even if they got lucky and the court proceedings did end a lot faster than they expected, the world was bound to find out about them as soon as word of them surfaced. Uray was afraid that there was too much at stake for him right now. Muan held Uray's hand and guided her to the couch while he told her that it's just enough to handle. He even has a safety net in place. As they both sat on the couch, Muan thought it was just about time. Uray asked why is he turning on the TV right now. On the TV, Dion did another interview. He spoke of their childhood at Songbukdong and explained, he decided to share this story on air, because he didn't want Uray to live with the misery caused by the actions of Yuyin Li anymore. Uray was surprised to see Dion and asked why is it Dion Appa? Muan explained that when he handed over the video, Dion Kong and him made a deal. They both knew that if they revealed that video to the public, she would be put in a tough spot. If that were to happen, Dion volunteered to draw a clear line so that the public will understand. Uray felt a little depressed thinking Dion Appa wouldn't have wanted to talk about what happened at Songbukdong either. Muan said that Dion Appa told Muan that he wanted Uray to be happy. Finally, workday arrived. Uray watched the news and her marriage with Muan were still the main headlines. In the morning, manager Lee, who handles vendors, was furious that she hid her relationship from him. While she walked to Glow Spa, all the other employees parted away like the Red Sea whenever she walked by. And they would murmur once she passed, making her uncomfortable and distressed. And that even happened in the female locker room. It's just so uncomfortable. Uray let out a frustrated sigh as she entered Glow Spa where Jianwu and Yunsong were waiting for her. Jianwu bowed down to greet Uray as he called her, Mrs. Lee. His action surprised Uray and she asked why. High-spirited as always, Jianwu explained that he heard she was the president's ex-wife and they were going to get back together soon, which means they should be calling her with respect, Mrs. Lee. Uray replied uncomfortably that she is still a manager at the moment, so they can just act like they always do. Jianwu told Uray that both of them knew right away that it was Uray when the scandal first broke out. She questioned how they knew. Both Jianwu and Yunsong explained pridefully that the suit she wore, it was released by Store M 3 years ago. They saw her wearing it before, which was how they knew. After they realized that it was her, all the puzzle pieces slowly started to fall into place. Finding all that was fine, but they were so shocked after hearing that she was the president's ex-wife. They almost fainted. Jianwu explained further, he didn't even know she was divorced to begin with, but to find out that her ex-husband was the president of their department store? And he even has the audacity to urge her to go out with another guy. Just as Jianwu rambled on non-stop, they were interrupted by someone calling for Mrs. Li. Both Yunsong and Jianwu had disgusted expressions on their faces. Uray turned to look at the door, and it was General Manager Choi. He came begging to apologize for not noticing her earlier. He would also like to apologize for all his past actions of the wrongdoings he caused. He bowed to Uray and asked for forgiveness. Uray thought a lot of people were begging for her forgiveness lately, including Manager Choi, who once looked down on her for being a female employee from a contracting firm. Uray questioned if the wrongdoings Manager Choi speak of, do they pertain to how he treated her personally or how he treated all contractors in general? Manager Choi was unable to grasp the point of the question. He told her they pertained to her only, Mrs. Li. Uray told him he should rethink the point of asking for forgiveness, as asking for forgiveness should never be empty words that are used to simply amend his reputation. If he really knows what he did wrong, then please be careful to not repeat it from now on. Manager Choi tried explaining, but Uray cut him off by telling him it's business hours. With him standing there and talking for more than 3 minutes can cause them to lose business. Manager Choi knew he messed up and left gloomily, while Yunsong and Jianwu beamed brightly with their thumbs up praising Uray. How amazing that was. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted off their shoulders. And it serves him right. He has been in high spirits ever since Ms. Han left. Uray smiled while thinking that her replacement will be coming in 2 days so she can get away from all the uncomfortable murmurs. In the cafeteria, Uray ate her lunch as she planned what to do about her replacement's accommodations. A familiar voice asked what she was looking at. As she looked up, she saw Muan standing in front of her. Flustered, she asked what happened. Why is he there? And with that tray. Muan replied that she told him she was having dinner at the cafeteria today. Uray scolded to herself, it was supposed to mean that she's getting off late today, it's not let's have dinner together at the cafeteria. She blushed a seductive red and asked quietly why he was sitting across from her. Everyone is looking at them. Muan questioned if there is a problem. She said it before, rumors spread quickly at the department store. Nervous sweat dripped down her face as she answered Muan silently to herself, and it might spread even more quickly because of you. Muan scooped a piece of food onto her spoon, and told her to stop worrying and eat. As they ate, Secretary Nam came to interrupt them. He apologized for the interruption, but he just got a call about urgent news. He leaned closer and whispered that headquarters called for an emergency meeting with the board of directors in 2 days. They want to re-evaluate his position as president of the company. Muan had been in his study ever since they got off work. Uray stood outside the door peeking in, wondering if she should go in or not. She decided to knock on the door. Muan asked what she wanted. Uray asked if he would like some tea or fruit. Muan told her he didn't want any, and she doesn't have to mind him. Uray felt bad about the situation. She asked if his aunt was behind it. And was it because of her? Muan explained that his aunt has been thinking of taking back the department store and has been eyeing it for a while now. She just took this as an opportunity. He has been expecting this to happen someday. Uray asked if both of them have to go this far. It's been ages since their relationship went south. He wouldn't even know where to start or how to correct it. Uray asked if there is anything she can do to help. Muan smiled and told her there is. Her interest perked and she asked what is it. He told her to go over to his side for a second. Uray walked over thinking what could it be. He pulled her onto his lap when she got near him. She asked what is he doing? She was being serious right now. Muan leaned in closer and told her that he was also serious too. She just doesn't realize how sexy she is to him when she looks at him with those eyes and speaks to him in that tone. Uray blushed and turned her head slightly as she muttered she did not know. Muan smooched her cheek and told her to stop worrying. With her being by his side was enough for him. Uray told him all right. But Muan didn't stop there. He lifted her up and carried her out of the study room, taking her to accomplish what she could do for him. Uray said that wasn't fair. He told her she cannot go back on her words. Uray could only shout his name helplessly. The next day, Uray fixed the tie for Muan. While she adjusted his tie, he told her he'll go to the department store to meet with a few reporters and then head to the headquarters. It sounded like he'll be busy today, she commented. Muan turned around and secretly readjusted his tie as he told her he's fine, so she does not need to worry. The nervous Uray asked if there was something wrong with the tie. He turned around with a smile and said, "Nope, he liked it. She never did this before." Uray reasoned that back then was different, but now, she'll do it for him more often. Muan blushed like it's spring and gave her a smooch as thank you before bidding her a good day, and he'll see her later. Uray melted into a blob as her heart fluttered. Why didn't she realize that Muan had such a cute side to him previously? As she was still immersed in the feeling of love, her body jolted from the phone vibration. She took out the phone and it was Dion that called. He asked how she was doing. She told him she was doing great, and what about him? He told her he's fine and if she has time today? If so, can they meet up? Uray told him she has time and that she has been meaning to meet up with him and thank him in person. Muan went to the department store and met with his team, then headed to the office. In the car, he analyzed that something doesn't feel right. His father and him may not have the best relationship, but why hasn't he said anything yet? Even if they installed the vice chairman as acting chairman ever since his father was discharged from the hospital, with a scandal this big, he should have called as soon as he found out about it, or he should have at least sent Secretary Sung. He mumbled out loud if something happened. He announced to the driver that after today's meeting, he will stop by Pyeongchang. At the headquarters, President Yu greeted Muan in the lobby. Muan asked how the situation was. President Yu updated that Director Ma and Director Choi have sided with Mrs. Yoon. He might be at a disadvantage this time. Muan asked what their reasons were. President Yu asked why asked when he already knew. That's why he should settle his scandal more quietly. Right now, rumors have spread amongst the directors that he had fallen head over heels for a girl. Several arrows hit Muan from several directions as what President Yu said was on point. Muan reasoned that if it was something he could settle quietly, he would have done so. Does President Yu regret siding with the guy who's fallen head over heels for a girl? President Yu answered, of course not. People have said that to him too when he got married. He was actually glad that Muan and him are on the same boat. As they entered the conference room, Mrs. Yoon was already sitting there and she greeted them as soon as they entered the door. Muan could tell that she hasn't gotten over the dismissal of the previous CEO yet. Mrs. Yoon told Muan that she saw the article. She guessed he could call it amusing? His story sounded pretty solid. Muan praised the PR team for being great at writing stories. Mrs. Yoon scolded Muan. She was disappointed in him for bringing back a problematic child. She thought that it was only her son who was like that, but he was no different. She warned Muan to not be upset with today's outcome. It was not fair for her son to be the only one dismissed when both of them did the same foolish thing. Muan answered confidently that he will not be upset, because today's meeting will not change the outcome. At the restaurant, Uray was guided by a waitress. Dion was already waiting for her. As soon as she came in, he stood up to greet her. Uray told her he looked like, she thought he looked just like he did in college. Dion praised Uray that she looked good also. They both sat down and shared an awkward moment as they both said "think" at the same time. Uray broke the awkwardness first. She knew it wasn't easy for him to choose to reveal the video. Dion felt sorry, yet grateful for it. Uray also felt sorry and grateful towards Dion too. She knew he wouldn't have wanted to reveal the story on the camera if he didn't have to. The humble Dion reasoned it was Muan Choi who made the whole broadcast thing possible. He told her to remember what he said before, he had a lot more great memories than bad ones during his time at Songbukdong because of her. And if she can be happy, that's more than enough for him. Dion said with a forced happy expression on his face. He told her this will probably be their last time seeing each other before he leaves. It was a good thing he got to see her. She was shocked that he was leaving. What about his job? He told her he quit, but unbeknown to her, he actually got fired. Uray asked why. Dion explained that from the time he started, he was planning to leave once he finished his business there. He had always wanted to further his education in America. He asked about her plan? Uray told him she was going to finish all of her business in America and come back there to settle down. Worried, Dion asked if she was sure about that. She may have gotten past the urgent issues, but with Yuyun's trial happening, it's going to get pretty noisy. Uray explained that she will have to try and get through it, together with Muan. The waitress knocked on the door and wheeled in a tray of food. Dion picked a piece of meat and put it in Uray's bowl. She called him awkwardly for this action. He reasoned that it'll be the last time he gets to do this. He will not be able to do it anymore even if he wanted to because he wouldn't want Muan to hold a grudge against him. To break off the weird atmosphere, Dion joked, how could he ever think of tackling this issue head-on? Uray laughed and agreed. She never imagined he would be so direct. They ate and enjoyed their meal. It felt as if they went back in time 17 years ago, back to when she was a 12-years-old girl and he was a 15-years-old boy. After their dinner, before parting, Dion reached his hand to her for a last handshake, wishing the best for her. Uray reached out her hand to him and wished him the best too, like when they were young, 15 years ago too. The last moment of their final meal was more beautiful than she could have ever imagined. On the side note, may our Dion Appa find his happily ever after in America. Uray checked her phone, wondering how the meeting went. She dialed the number, hoping to get some updates on the meeting. However, she was told the meeting was put on hold. They received a call that the chairman had fainted. The president is currently at the hospital. Muan and Mrs. Yun rushed to the hospital asking about the chairman's condition. Secretary Sung updated them that his breathing and blood pressure have returned to normal. He will regain consciousness soon. Mrs. Yun questioned Secretary Sung regarding the surgery. Wasn't it successful? Secretary Sung answered that it was, but... Then, Wu Jiang's father patted Muan's shoulder and told him they needed to talk. Mrs. Yun ordered the doctor to just say it there. The doctor told Mrs. Yun, he cannot discuss a patient's situation with anyone other than their guardian. What did you say? Mrs. Yun questioned. Muan and the doctor went outside to the consultation room. Once inside the room, Muan asked what's going on. Didn't the doctor previously say it was a simple procedure? The doctor pulled the chart and explained the stent placement surgery itself was a simple procedure. He flipped the chart and continued, but this illness was something else. They found a tumor. A tumor? Muan questioned. Fortunately, it was benign and they caught it early, so it wasn't too big. Muan asked him why is the doctor telling him this now. The doctor explained it was the request of his father. His father was afraid that if news of the tumor got out, it would impact the company. After all, there are a lot of people on his back as it is. But the doctor doesn't think he could keep hiding this any longer, which was why he decided to tell Muan now. Muan felt frustrated, questioning why did his father go this far to hide the illness from him. On top of that, something as serious as a brain tumor? Muan asked what is the success rate of surgery. The doctor reported around 15 to 18%. Muan was startled as it was pretty low for a benign tumor. The doctor explained, it's not in a good location, a craniotomy will be required. In their country, opening up a skull to remove a tumor is considered a very difficult surgery. Muan asked what will happen if they choose to forego the surgery. The doctor stated his father will not have long to live. A lot of patients choose to forego the surgery because they would rather spend that time living their lives to the fullest. As a doctor and a friend to his father, he cannot decide anything concerning this matter. He asked Muan to tell him the decision after Muan discussed it with his father. Back in the patient room, Muan questioned whether Secretary Sung knew of the tumor. Secretary apologized nervously and said yes, she knew. He scolded why she didn't say anything to him. Secretary Sung explained that they didn't know his condition would deteriorate this fast. On top of that, the company wasn't doing well internally and externally due to the problem with China. She thought it was best for the chairman's condition to be kept a secret. But still, as his son, shouldn't have at least known about it? Muan clenched his hand thinking he couldn't visit his father since he started seeing Uray again. He hoped for his father to live a good life with Secretary Sung, just like he did with Uray. He didn't even know there was a ticking time bomb growing inside his father's head. Muan asked Secretary Sung, now at this point, she is asking him to decide whether his father should be terminally ill or undergo an invasive surgery? Since she made all the decisions concerning his father up until now, she can decide the outcome of this matter herself too. Muan turned around and left, while Secretary Sung begged him to stay until the chairman regained consciousness. Muan didn't stop, but slammed the door shut. Uray was at home having dinner, but she kept looking at her phone for news of the chairman's condition, but there were no articles about it published. She looked at the food she had ready for them both to enjoy and thought she should put them in the fridge. After putting everything away in the fridge, she went to the bedroom and looked at the calendar. Tomorrow is the last day of the contract. Since she met all the requirements stated in the contract, her work there in Korea is all done. Glimpses of the past 3 months popped in her mind. Those are the ones in these past 3 months that she will never forget. Her thoughts were soon interrupted by the buzzing phone. Uray wondered if it was a reporter. It's a number she had never seen before, but it did look kind of familiar too. She picked up the phone. The other person asked if she was Uray Lee, to which she said yes. Secretary Sung wasn't sure if Uray remembered her, but Uray remembered who she was. Secretary Sung asked if Muan was with her. She hadn't seen Muan. She had thought he was at the hospital right now? Secretary Sung said he left a while ago. His phone was off, and according to Secretary Kim, he drove off in his car alone. Uray asked if something happened at the hospital. Secretary Sung stated that he angrily stormed out of the hospital after hearing of the chairman's condition. Uray had come to realize something about Muan, that when he turned his back on you, it's not because he was mad, but because he was hurt. Uray suggested he could be at Wujiang. Secretary Sung said she checked and he wasn't there either. Uray thought if he wasn't at Wujiang, then there might be one place he could be. She asked Secretary Sung if she had the key to Hanam-dong. Sometimes later, Secretary Kim dropped Uray off at Hanam-dong. She thanked him for dropping her off. Secretary Kim wasn't sure if he'll be there either. Uray told him she'll go in and see first. As she entered the house, she could hear punching, like someone was punching something. When she approached the door, she saw Muan punching the punch bag while his knuckles bleed and blood dripped on the floor. Uray was shocked to see this image. He was so focused on his pain that he didn't notice she was standing in the middle of the door until she called out to him. Uray? He called out in surprise to see her standing at the door. She asked if he hurt his hand. Muan told her it wasn't anything big. Just a small scratch. She caressed his injured hand and scolded how could he hit the punching bag until his hands became like this. Muan gulped his saliva feeling nervous of Uray's wrath. In the living room, Uray searched for the first aid kit. Once she found it, she took it out and asked to see his hand. He gave her his hand obediently. While she bandaged his hand, he asked what made her decide to go there. She received a call from Secretary Sung. She asked if he could tell her what happened at the hospital. Muan bit his lips and told her that his father has a brain tumor. He needed surgery, but the success rate was below 20%. If he forego surgery, he won't have long to live. They wanted him to make a decision after discussing it with his father, to which he thought it was pretty funny. His father never discussed anything with him before making a decision. On top of that, his father hid his illness from Muan. Muan didn't even know what state he was actually in and was so occupied dating Uray. But now, they're asking him to talk it over with his father and come to a decision about how long he has to live. What greater farce can there be than this? Uray told Muan. Still, she envied him. He gets a chance to make a decision. When she found out that her mother sent her to Songbukdong because her mother had cancer, she was very distraught. She questioned why her mother couldn't tell her from the start. Why was she kept in the dark? And why she was just left to resent her mother during her time at Songbukdong. If her mother had told her from the very start, if she was given a choice. Or if she was at least given enough time to accept what was about to happen to her, she wouldn't be in pain for so long. She understood there is nothing that can compare to the sadness and pain that one has to endure when put in this kind of situation, and she doesn't have the right to say what he currently felt, but he was given a choice, a chance to look into his father's eyes, hold hands, and talk things out with him. She hoped that he wouldn't let it go to waste. Muan sat in the bathtub, pondering on the words of wisdom Uray imparted onto him earlier, regarding his father, that chance he was given. His thought was interrupted by the knock on the door. Uray came in with a robe. Muan smiled and invited her to join him in the bath. She declined his offer but would like to wash his hair instead. He glanced at his bandaged hand and guessed why she asked to do that. As Uray washed his hairs, she asked if he remembered helping her wash her hairs in the past. Muan looked up and told her he did. She laughed and reminisced of the time when her hand got hurt. She felt a little awkward and uncomfortable but was also happy. He remembered it, but only that her head was very small and her hair was very smooth. He guessed this was her cute little way of cheering him up. Muan looked up at her and asked if she was doing this to make him feel better. Yes, she answered. But she also wanted to let him know that whenever he is having a hard time or in a difficult situation, she'll be right next to him. Muan confessed that he is scared. Although his father was never there when he needed his father, to think that his father won't be there forever. And to think that he has a say on deciding this matter. Uray caressed his face and told him, now. She will be there whenever he needs her, so he doesn't have to be scared. Mrs. Yoon stood tall in the elevator, self-talk confidence to herself. She heard that Muan raised his voice at the hospital last night, so Chairman Choi's illness may be a lot more serious than she thought. She should be prepared. A few days ago, Vice Chairman Kyunho Lee said he would support her because he believed she was the real owner of Sungwon. It's a desire she held on to for her son for 20 long years ever since her husband passed away. Her son may not be there right now, but that won't change anything. As Mrs. Yoon walked out of the elevator, the receptionist greeted her and said there is a guest waiting to see her. A guest? Who? Mrs. Yoon asked. Muan approached her and said it was him. She asked why was Muan there? Muan never goes to see her? And she heard that his father woke up. Shouldn't he be with his father? Muan already heard that his father woke up and he planned to go straight there after he finishes his business with Mrs. Yoon. Mrs. Yoon observed Muan's figure and noticed he had grown so much. There was a time where he used to call her mother after she took him in out of pity when his mother passed. Everything changed the day she lost both her husband and son to an accident. Her desire to reclaim her husband's position had become an obsession she harbored for her son. This eventually caused her to push away her own daughter and nephew whom she once loved as much as. Muan told Mrs. Yoon that he just realized he did not get to congratulate her on becoming a director. Mrs. Yoon asked what happened to his hand. Didn't he quit fighting a long time ago? Muan told her it's nothing she should be concerned about. Mrs. Yoon asked what is the real reason he was there. He told her he was hoping they could call a truce for the time being. She scoffed at him. Muan updated his father's condition. It is serious. He has a brain tumor and the success rate of surgery is less than 20%. Shocked, she asked why is he sharing such information with her? Does she look like the kind of person to sit still after hearing that? Muan stated it was because they are family, so he thought she should be informed of it too. Mrs. Yoon was disappointed in Muan if that was his way of making her back down. Muan handed her an envelope and said that was not the only reason. He was going to give it to her during the meeting with the board of directors originally, but he missed the chance. Mrs. Yoon looked at the report and her expression turned ugly. She scolded Vice Chairman Lee, that conniving old man. Muan questioned if she meant that the vice chairman used a fake name to picket all of these Sungwon-affiliated shares. There was one more thing. Muan took out a phone recording and played it to Muan. It was a recording of Vice Chairman Lee stating his full support for Muan. Mrs. Yoon broiled in anger. It wasn't enough that Vice Chairman Lee secretly pocketed the shares, but he was also two-timing? Muan reported that he had his suspicions on Vice Chairman Lee, so he kept his eye on him. Looked like he had been meeting with her as well. With that, Muan told her he will hand back the Sungwon department to her while he focuses on the headquarters during his father's time off. Muan thought it's better to keep the fight within the family, rather than putting the company in the hands of someone like Vice Chairman Lee. Once he gets to headquarters, he will return all the shares that Vice Chairman Lee pocketed to normal. Mrs. Yoon reluctantly agreed but asked what was the condition for doing all that. Muan stated, later on, when his wife returns, please don't make things hard for her. Huh? Mrs. Yoon was dumbfounded. She was expecting something much more than that. After he left, he called Uray for an update with her work at the department store. She told him she introduced the new supervisor to the other employees and they had a better reaction than she expected. She is currently at the hospital now. Does he know his father is awake? Muan told her that Secretary Sung informed him earlier. Uray stood at the top of a cement stair while on the phone. She stated that his father read all the articles about them. She almost died from embarrassment. Is he going there right now? He should hurry. Although his father didn't say it out loud, but she is sure his father is earnestly waiting for him to arrive. Muan told her he loves her from out of the blue. She whispered to the phone that she loves him too. Muan stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up. He will listen to her advice and use it this time. He may have to face a scary situation that he had never wanted to think about, but, now that he has her, who is willing to endure those moments with, he will try his best to not waste what could be his one and only chance. He walked up the stairs to Uray and they embraced each other, under the dazzling sunlight. At Carpe Diem, flowers were set up outside and food tables were neatly organized inside. Woo Jae-young praised Junhee that the table decorations are very pretty. Junhee replied proudly that she learned how to do it during her job at the hotel. Now that Woo Jae-young thought about it, they actually met for the first time at Uray and Muan's wedding. Junhee said she won't cry today though. Woo Jae-young asked, why not? He prepared an extra handkerchief for Junhee today. Junhee told him because she has a bouquet to catch, and they both blushed as they looked at each other. But of course, someone has to ruin the moment. Suji called out to Woo Jae-young, asking how has he been doing? The mood was ruined and the angry Woo Jae-young turned around to scold her. What is she doing there? Shouldn't she be filing in Spain? Suji found herself as she complained how exhausted she is right now. The flight took 10 hours, and can he get her soda? Woo Jae-young tried to contain his emotion and told her she really does not have to make the trip if it was going to be that tiring. After all, it's not like Muan is unaware of his situation. Woo Jae-young glee menacingly just thinking about Muan's expression later on. Suji asked what was Woo Jae-young talking about? Of course, she has to come. It's Muan Appa's wedding. The last time, they did the wedding without her. Suji finally noticed Junhee, who was fangirling at Suji. She asked if her present will make Junhee uncomfortable. Junhee replied in a daze, still fangirling, that Suji should be present. She is Muan's family after all. Suji wanted soda, right? She will get soda for her. Woo Jae-young told her no, that's something he can. Junhee instructed Woo Jae-young to stay since the guest should be coming and turned her back away. The doorbell rings as the door opens. Entered was Mrs. Yoon. The startled Woo Jae-young turned around and greeted her anxiously. Mrs. Yoon told him that it is Muan's second wedding and formalities may not matter as much, but shouldn't there still be an elder from the family present? Sweat dripped down Woo Jae-young's face as he stuttered to find an answer. Mrs. Yoon looked around and asked him, she heard that his clinic is also in this place? It's not bad. Suji shouted, "Oh my, hello, Mrs. Yoon." Mrs. Yoon's facial muscle twitches, annoyed as she repeated through her gritted teeth, "Mrs. Yoon." Suji testified confidently that it was Mrs. Yoon, the one that told her daughter not to call mother. So what is she supposed to call, if it's not Mrs. Yoon? Should she call Lady instead? Mother and daughter faced each other like tiger and eagle fighting while Woo Jae-young looked like he was about to pee in his pants. He cried silently and begged for Junhee to come back and save him already. As mother and daughter growled at each other, the doorbell rang again. Entered was Woo Jae-young's father, who had the same expression as him. Suji was shocked at the unexpected encounter. She was about to call out father-in-law, but she had been divorced from his son for a while. Both Suji and Mrs. Young turned around awkwardly and walked away to sit at the tables over there. Woo Jae-young's father told him he guessed he lived way too long to have witnessed something like that. Woo Jae-young coughed and agreed that his father had. What? His father glared at him. Woo Jae-young reasoned with his father that he meant that people get divorced and there comes a time when their paths cross again. That's how life is. But what is his father doing there anyways? His father said he is the chairman's behest. Flashback to the operation, Muan and Uray held hands as they waited outside the operation room. Finally, the operation was done. Muan had gotten to see his father regain consciousness. Woo Jae-young asked, "How is the chairman doing?" His father reported that the chairman is doing good. He still has a hard time, but he's able to speak a bit and able to move his hands slightly. The chairman kept urging him to attend the wedding in his place. Oh right, and Secretary Sung said she had a good dream. It was supposed to serve as their wedding present. Before Woo Jae-young's father could finish, the doorbell rang again. The person greeted, "It's been a while, Dr. Lim." Dr. Lim greeted happily in return, "Well, if it isn't President Yu." The men shook each other's hands and walked away together, leaving Woo Jae-young hanging. The three men's actions were stopped when someone shouted that Mrs. Lee fainted and needed Dr. Lim's help. Muan and Uray took a stroll and Uray saw a beautiful couple walked up the wedding aisle to do their wedding vows. Uray saw them and nonchalantly commented that she envied them. Although she said it in passing, Muan held on to those words. So they decided the date, hoping to turn the day of her mother's passing into a happy memory of their real wedding. The day she had highly anticipated had finally come, but her health in the past few days hasn't been at its best. She wasn't sure whether it was due to her gastritis or her anemia worsening. Maybe it's because she didn't get enough sleep. As she stood up after putting on her lipsticks, she fainted. Uray woke up to Muan sitting next to her with a concerned expression. When she came around, he asked if she was okayed. She stated she was fine, maybe it was her anemia. But Muan didn't buy it. He asked her to tell him the truth if this marriage was that stressful for her. Her condition right now is exactly the same as when she was preparing for the divorce all by herself. If them getting back together is a burden for her. Uray told him that it wasn't it. She was the one who wanted to get back together. Between picking out the dress, choosing the accessories, and making the bouquet and invitations, she never looked forward to a day as happily as she did with this one. Woo Jae-young and Dr. Lim rushed in asking what's wrong with Uray. Muan stood up and reported that Uray said it might be due to her anemia. Her health hasn't been so good in the past few days. She hasn't been able to eat properly, and whenever she does eat, she would just throw it back up. Woo Jae-young asked if they were sure they didn't want another checkup. Muan said they both got a complete checkup on the day his father had the surgery. They said there wasn't anything wrong with them. Dr. Lim asked Uray when was her last period. Uray blushed and questioned if there was even a particular moment between Muan and her that comes to mind. Then she gasped. She forgot to take her birth control pill around the time she left for New York. Dr. Lim told Muan that before he came to their wedding, he stopped by Pyeongchang, and Secretary Sung told him she had a dream. In her dream, Uray and Muan were walking up a mountain and a beautiful little animal jumped into her arms. He assumed it was a conception dream when he first heard it. Dr. Lim turned to Muan with a happy expression that they will know for sure once they do some tests. As to him, it seemed like Uray is pregnant. Muan asked if Dr. Lim was sure. They had been through the same situation before, but it turned out that wasn't the case. In the counseling room, there's a pregnancy test kit inside the medicine cabinet. Uray remembered for a long time, as soon as they got married, Muan had said that he didn't want any children. Does he still feel the same way? Uray came out of the bathroom with the pregnancy test stick and the result was positive. She held Muan's hand and told him, she is glad they finally have a child of their own, but how does Muan feel about it? Muan cannot say exactly the same. For him, it's honestly kind of hard to accept the child's presence as a good thing. She asked was his mother the reason why? Muan answered, his mother died because of him. She told him it wasn't because of him, it was because of her illness. He said before, he used to dismiss it as an illness, but after hearing that she is pregnant, he isn't sure what to think or do. What if she is also? Uray told him not to think like that. Everything will be all right. She'll be better, and she knows that he will not let her go through all of this by herself. She trusted him and she is sure their child does too. Muan felt better. He will make sure everything is okay, especially for Uray and their child. They walked down the wedding aisle, both looking heavenly in their wedding clothes. They'll walk down this path together, the path called life, and the path to becoming a parent. That was the first thought that came to his mind in this miraculous moment. Getting off work, Muan still looked as dazzling as ever, walked out from the building entrance. He got into the car where Secretary Kim was waiting to drive him. He asked Secretary Kim was his wife pregnant with their second child? Secretary Kim replied happily, yes, it happened somehow. Come to think of it, does Muan not have any news on a second child yet? He thought Muan would have one faster than him, after all, him and Mrs. Lee has great chemistry. Muan stated he has no plans on having a second child. Secretary Kim asked why not? Both of them are still young, and shouldn't Muan have a successor to his company? Muan stated that the eldest son has twin boys, so is there really a need for him to worry about preparing a successor to the company? In fact, Mrs. Yun has become a lot busier lately, flying out to Switzerland every 2 months just to see her 2 grandsons. Plus, pregnancy shouldn't be looked at lightly either. Does Secretary Kim realize how much of a toll pregnancy can take on one's body? The morning sickness, along with backaches and leg problems. Your blood circulation is cut off, so your feet tend to fall asleep often. On top of that, your joints start to loosen up. It is hard not being able to sit, stand, or lie down whenever you want to. And, with the changes in hormones, you also have to consider the possibility of getting diabetes or high blood pressure. Muan warned Secretary Kim to not even get him started on the birthing process itself. The doctors can talk about the Lamaze technique and epidurals all day, but giving birth is still an extremely painful process. Secretary Kim is crying, telling Muan that now, he put it that way, it makes him feel like he had committed a great sin against his wife. Muan told him that's why he should be better to his wife. Muan arrived home. Uray and his daughter are still on the couch waiting for him. His adorable daughter had fallen asleep on Uray's laps. He asked what is Hawan doing out there? Isn't it past her bedtime? Uray explained that earlier, Han heard that he was going to be home soon and threw a tantrum so that she could wait outside until he came home. She barely fell asleep. Muan gently held his daughter in his hand and mumbled softly, why his little princess fought so hard to wait for him. Hawan woke up to hearing her daddy's voice. The moment she opened her eyes, she called out, Daddy? Daddy, I want younger siblings. Muan patted her back and told her it's time to go to sleep. He sighed as she mentioned previously that she wanted a younger sibling for her birthday. He put his daughter to bed and gently kissed her goodnight. He knew his little princess was so beautiful, just like her mother. He can already tell she's going to attract a lot of boys when she gets older. After tucking his little princess to bed, he turned to Uray, who was smiling at the door, telling her he felt like his little girl had grown more in just a few days. Uray smiled and told him it's normal for her age. He frowned, not liking that at all. He told her he wished his daughter would just stop growing. Because then he would be able to carry her in his arms forever. Just the idea of having to give her away to some random guy in the future gets him worked up already. Uray undid Muan's tie and told him he is just overreacting. This is how all fathers with daughters usually act. Muan asked, but why is his daughter fixated on having a younger siblings? Uray explained that all her friends at preschool have a younger brother or sister. And his aunt also brags about her twin grandsons whenever she sees Han. So it somewhat influenced Han to want a younger sibling. Muan asked, doesn't kids around her age not want siblings? Uray said it seemed like that was not the case for their daughter. After Muan showered, he saw Uray yawning. He asked was she tired? Uray said she had to welcome buyers from China in place of Aunt Yun today. Muan suggested why don't she just take over the department store? That position usually belongs to the lady of Sungwon Group. Uray declined that idea. She is sure his aunt won't give up the position that easily. Plus they've been on good terms so far. She doesn't want to stir up any bad blood with his aunt, especially with Han being so young. As she spoke, Muan gazed at her tenderly and pushed her onto the bed. He asked since she was tired, should he give her a massage? No, she replied with a straight face. He questioned why not? She asked, does he not really know why? It's not even a real massage. His hand is on top of her breasts. Muan ran his finger down her lower abdomen and told her he wanted to do this all day, then he leaned down and started kissing her body. Uray could only give in to his advances. After foreplay, Muan grabbed a condom and tore it with his mouth. She asked, does he not want a second child? Muan thrust into her, making her back arched up. He told her, Han was already enough for him. In between her moans, she assured Muan that if it's her that he was worried about, then he shouldn't be. Even the hospital said that it would be okay. Sweat drips down Muan's face from the intense exercise. He told her that he was not okay with it. And the room continues to heat up, filled with lovemaking. Flashback to her pregnancy with Han. She suffered from morning sickness for a few months and even showed symptoms of high blood pressure due to changes in her hormones. Fortunately, it didn't progress any further and turned into a reappearance, but they were still left feeling very uneasy. Throughout the entire pregnancy, she had to stay put so that she wouldn't provoke anything within her body. Even after she gave birth to Han, Muan had a very hard time until her body returned completely back to normal. He would constantly get up in the middle of the night to check on her, and even during his business trips, he would call every hour. They had a babysitter move in with them to take care of Han, but Muan was really the one who stayed up all night with Han until she fell asleep. As someone who's seen him go through such hardship, she couldn't bring herself to voice her desire for another child. After Muan had fallen asleep from the lovemaking, Uray got up to the bathroom and found that she tested positive for pregnancy. She was not sure what to do. Junhee is pregnant with her first child. She stopped by with lots of gifts for Han. Uray told her she doesn't have to because she could barely get up herself. But as her aunt, Junhee put it upon herself to bring Han birthday presents. Junhee told Uray was right as she's gotten heavier. She thinks she gained like 18 pounds. As she was talking, she paused as she felt the little Bayal kicking her. Maybe because he's a boy, but he's so full of energy. She gets surprised whenever he moves. For Uray, Han was calmed when she was pregnant with Han. Now that Junhee was pregnant, she finally understood the pain Uray went through, but it's a blessing Junhee doesn't have morning sickness. Uray asked if Junhee planned on having lunch with her. And what does Junhee want to eat? Junhee answered spicy rice cakes. Delicious food was served on the table. Uray questioned if it was okay for Junhee to be eating spicy food. Junhee told Uray that the doctor said it was okay as long as it's not too spicy. Junhee asked why Uray looked so tired. Don't tell her that Uray and Muan are still in their honeymoon phase. Uray said it was not that. It was Han. She threw a tantrum this morning, saying that she didn't want to go to preschool. Uray barely was able to calm her down before Hawan went to school. Junhee was surprised as Han had never done that before. Why did she suddenly throw a tantrum all of a sudden? Uray sighed and said Hawan had been wanting to have a younger sibling, and Muan explained to her why pregnancy wasn't a good thing. In a very detailed and clear manner at that. Han started bawling when Muan said Uray could die as a result of it. Eh? He really said that to a little child? Junhee questioned. Sounds like Muan went a little too far. Hawan must have been so surprised. But on one hand, it made Uray understand how hard it was on him. The pregnancy was hard on Uray, but it was harder on Muan. Uray and Junhee chattered as they ate, until the housemaid announced that Miss Haiwan is here to visit. Uray then whispered to Junhee if she was okay. Is she uncomfortable? Junhee asked if Uray meant if she is uncomfortable seeing her husband's ex-wife? Or if she's uncomfortable being her husband's ex-wife's sister-in-law. Haiwan came in cheerfully and announced loudly to Hawan that her aunties are here, but there was no answer, so she asked Uray where Han was. She really wanted to see Hawan. Junhee greeted Miss Haiwan. Haiwan returned the greeting and commented that Junhee's stomach has grown more. Junhee agreed as she is now 6 months into her pregnancy. Haiwan then asked how Wu Jian Appa is doing while Uray smiled and thought, this really was like Hollywood. Uray asked Haiwan what was she doing over. She didn't say anything about coming over. Haiwan stated she came because she wanted to see Haiwan. Uray teased if that was really it. Should she call Hyun's manager? Haiwan sighed and told the truth, that there was actually someone looking for her right now, but she didn't really want to see him. So, she thought, he wouldn't be able to find her at Uray's. Uray asked who, but Haiwan quickly changed the subject to the spicy rice cakes. It's been a while since she saw food that wasn't chicken breast. Uray asked if Haiwan would like to join them if she hadn't eaten. It was a tough decision for Haiwan. She has a commercial to film in a few days. If she eats salty food right now, she'll get puffy. Uray questioned, you. As someone of Haiwan's figure, couldn't possibly get puffy. Haiwan answered, yes, she is the only one in the family that gains weight easily, so she has to be careful at all times, but maybe she'll try just one. And she took a large bite of the rice cakes feeling like she's in heaven. Junhee and Uray looked at her and were surprised by her expression. Junhee asked if Haiwan starved herself for a few days. Haiwan answered that she only eats half of a chicken breast with cabbage these days. It's been so long since she had proper food like this. Eating this kind of food makes her crave for some alcohol. Should they have some wine? Before the other two can reply, Haiwan already made her way to Muan Appa's vintage wine collection. Uray commented that Haiwan is acting a little weird today. Junhee pulled out the news on her phone and showed it to Uray, stating it probably had something to do with the news. It was regarding dating rumors between actor Hyunji and actress Hyeon-jong. The rumors came about after they two uploaded similar pictures into their social media on the same day. And Hyunji has a history of actively promoting Hyeon-jong's debut drama Love Assistant on his social media. Then, Haiwan came back with 3 wine bottles cheerfully, ready to drink her sorrow away. Uray asked if she was going to drink all of that. Haiwan replied she is just going to take a sip of each. Rest in peace to Muan's vintage collection. Haiwan stated Junhee is pregnant so she cannot drink, but Uray can drink. Uray declined, she cannot drink because she has to take care of Haiwan after school. Haiwan thought that was too bad. She guessed she would have to drink alone. She proceeded to pour herself some wine. After some time, Haiwan was seen sleeping on the dining table, drunk. Junhee asked if they should call her manager, to which Uray agreed. Shortly after, Hyunji appeared at the door instead of the manager. He stated that he received a call from Haiwan's manager that she was there. And Haiwan told him that Uray was Haiwan's older brother's wife, right? Uray said that was correct, but Miss Haiwan was asleep. Did he come specifically to pick her up? Hyunji answered, yes. He will make sure Haiwan's okay. After that, he put Haiwan on his back and told Uray he will formally introduce himself next time. Uray bid them goodbye and thought to herself, maybe it was because they're both actors, but she felt like she was watching a drama. Hearing how sweetly he talks to her, he must love her a lot. On the way to the car, Haiwan shouted in her drunk stupor, "You bastard." Hyeonungji replied, "Yes, you're right. I'm the bad guy. I'm sorry." Secretary Kim dropped off Hwan home from school. Uray stood by the entrance waiting for her daughter. The moment Hwan got out of the car, she ran happily to her mother. Uray picked up her daughter while little Hwan bid bye happily to Secretary Kim. Uray then bathed little Hwan, enjoying the time with little cutie Hwan, who was always smiling and giggling. At night, Uray was sleeping when Muan got home. She seemed a little out of it, which instantly made him think she might be sick. He went up to her and touched her forehead. It felt to him that she had a little fever. He asked if she took any medicines for her fever yet. Muan got up to search for the medicines when Uray then decided that she had to tell Muan. Uray asked him to wait. While searching for medicine, he found the pregnancy stick and he asked her what is it. Uray said she thinks she is pregnant. Muan sighed and asked, was it from that time? A flashback to them bathing together and doing it in the bathtub. They were alone, skin to skin, they couldn't help themselves but fell deeper into the abyss of pleasures and forgot about any forms of protection, but indulge in the moment of intense pleasure. Their lips are unable to part for each other, as their bodies move in rhythms while the water splashes in all directions. Muan asked if she had gone to the hospital yet. She told him not yet, but she hasn't had her period yet and it feels the same when she was pregnant with Hwan. Muan sighed not because he didn't want another child but because he hated to see Uray suffer. He told her they can go to the hospital together. Muan felt a little disappointed with that sigh. She thought it would at least be like when she had Hwan. This seems worse. Muan told Uray that he is going to step out for a bit and she should go to sleep first. After Muan left, Uray felt a little upset. She caressed her belly and told her baby that his father just isn't ready for him yet. Just then she heard Hwan screaming for mommy repeatedly. And she rushed over to Hwan's bedroom to see Hwan bawling her eyes out. She asked what was wrong as she picked up her baby. Hwan sniffed as she attempted to tell Uray that she had a scary dream. She dreamt that her mommy died in the dream. She don't need any siblings. Uray asked why not? Didn't she say she really wanted one? Hwan told her mommy that she doesn't want her mommy to die. Uray felt frustrated. Why did Muan have to say that to a little child? She then slowly explained to her daughter that mommy is not going to die. Hwan did not believe it. Even her teacher said having a baby hurts a lot. She clenched her small little hands and asked, "Mommy, did it hurt a lot when you had me?" Uray said it did, but she was happy because she got to meet little Hwan. Little Hwan was confused, her mommy was happy despite the pain? Uray confirmed firmly, yes, and she will be even happier if Hwan's siblings come too, because it'll be the 4 of them from now on. So why would mommy die? Mommy is going to live for a very long, long time. Uray tucked Hwan back to bed and coaxed her daughter. Little Hwan asked if mommy could promise as she stuck out her pinky for a pinky promise. Uray pinky promised her daughter that she promised. That's why Hwan has to show a lot of love to her siblings when they come. After putting Hwan back to sleep, Uray went back to bed, staring at her phone, wondering where Muan had gone. While staring at her phone, an incoming call came through. It was Secretary Sung who called to congratulate Uray on the pregnancy with the second child. The chairman was very happy to hear the news. Although Uray didn't say much, but she knew that Miss Hwan was waiting for a younger sibling. Though she doesn't remember the president strictly saying that he didn't want another child. The president stopped by and told them the news. Uray asked if Muan was still at Pyeongchang. Secretary Sung answered yes, he came to pick up that thing from the storage. She told Muan that she would have a driver drop it off early in the morning, but Muan said he needed it today. Uray felt a sense of relief. Muan had her worries, but he went to Changdong to pick up that thing. When Muan came back carrying that thing in his hand, he saw Uray waiting for him. He was surprised to see her still up. She used to fall asleep so quickly when she first had Hawan. Uray told him that she purposely waited for him to come home so she could talk with him. But more importantly, why did he bring that thing over? Muan explained that it's going to start soon, so they will need that thing. Uray asked what he meant. He said her morning sickness. She only ate taiyaki when she had Hawan. Uray finally felt that he wasn't avoiding her. She asked if he was okay. Muan asked what she meant. She said a second child. He had said he didn't want another child. He asked, was it because he was not jumping around like those husbands that appear in the dramas? Uray said that is only one of the reasons, but he always said he didn't want a second child. Muan removed the gloves and explained that it was because she would have a hard time. He saw what she went through during her pregnancy. While gently caressing her cheek, he told her, how can he bring himself to say he wanted another child after seeing all that? Uray said, wasn't it hard for him as well? Muan told her to be honest, he cannot really put his feelings into words right now. He was still very scared that he might lose her because of this child. At first when he heard that she was pregnant, she couldn't help worrying. But now, he cannot even begin to express how happy he is feeling. Uray felt relieved to hear him say that. She was worried that he might hate their child. Muan spoke gently to her, and said how could he hate their child? He smooched her on the forehead and said, it's not a relief yet. They still have so many things that they need to overcome before they meet the little one growing inside of her. Then he told her he loves her, and thanked her for being by his side, and for gifting him another beautiful present. Several years earlier, Uray was in the car with Mrs. Yoon. While on their way to their destination, Mrs. Yoon informed Uray that a lot of refined women are going to be there today. She has work to get done back at the department store, so she'll leave after she introduces herself. Be sure to behave herself. She doesn't want them to talk behind their backs later. Uray answered obediently like a person without feeling, just following order, yes, ma'am. Although in her mind, these women probably haven't even served a home-cooked meal to their husbands, to think that they're going to make kimchi today. When all the ladies arrived, they greeted each other. One of the ladies told Uray she heard that Uray was pretty good at golf. Did she take any lessons? Uray answered, yes, she took lessons while she was in America. The lady replied she guessed their Songbukdong madam deserves a round of applause after all. She took in a nobody and taught her everything there is to learn. At least the madam was nice enough to keep Uray up to par. Giving credits to the madam who watched her son abuse Uray. Uray had a flashback of the Songbukdong madam ridiculing Uray for the many flaws Uray possessed. So she should at least do enough for Uray so that no outsiders could talk about Uray's cheap root that will tarnish her, the Songbukdong madam. To Uray, it was true that the Songbukdong madam educated her so that she wouldn't be ridiculed by others, but she did hear the madam say that over and over again that it practically formed blisters in Uray's ears. Mrs. Yoon told Uray that it was time for their ancestral rites. They didn't call her last year because she was just married into the family and there were other matters they needed to take care of. But this year is different and Uray shouldn't ask Secretary Sung for help. She must prepare everything herself. Uray wasn't sure why Mrs. Yoon asked her, who was the nephew's wife, to prepare the food for the ancestral rites. Mrs. Yoon asked if Uray had been brushing up on her French. Uray answered Mrs. Yoon that she is actually learning Chinese right now. She was told that Chinese would be more useful. Mrs. Yoon criticized Uray that all of the other daughter-in-laws can speak French. How do Uray plan to strike up a conversation with the other madams during their social gatherings? Uray apologized and told Mrs. Yoon that she will do her best to learn it quickly. Mrs. Yoon replied, as you should. As a wife, there are specific duties that you must carry out. Being on topic, it's been a year since Uray got married. Is there still no news of a child? No, not yet. Uray answered. Mrs. Yoon asked if they were having difficulty conceiving. Uray replied it was not like that. Then was Muan having an affair? Asked Mrs. Yoon. Uray answered confidently that Muan would never do that. She knew she married into this family saying that she didn't care if he has an affair as long as he doesn't get caught by anyone, but Muan doesn't spend his time on anything else other than his work. On top of that, they've been engaging in marital relations as much as anyone else, and he's not some guy who looks to quench his desires with some other woman. Mrs. Yoon shook hands with the nun while the reporters took photos and recorded the event. Uray went to another room and helped the others make kimchi. The rich madams don't even bother wearing aprons, they make kimchi in their expensive new clothes just for show, while Uray had her apron on and helped the other ladies who aren't the rich madams make kimchi. One of the elders told Uray to go rest with the others and they can take care of the kimchi. Uray said she is fine, but in reality, she would rather be out there making kimchi to feed the kids than be in there hearing the others criticize her. One of the elders praised Uray that she was really good at making kimchi. Uray told them she did it before with her mother when she was a kid. The ladies said they didn't expect some of the well-off madams such as Uray to be so good at doing this kind of thing. Uray felt pretty good hearing them praise her. It brought back memories of her young days. Whenever kimchi making season came, her mother and the neighborhood women would gather in front of the house with the big blue doors and make kimchi. That was a memory that she cannot share with anyone else, as the Songbukdong madam said, Uray shouldn't be seen as a person with cheap roots. And as Mrs. Yoon said, she didn't want to be criticized as some nobody who knows nothing. After the work was done, the nun mother thanked the well-off madams for their help and contribution. Uray felt achy after a hard day of work. She wanted to hurry back home and take a nice warm bath. Back at home, Uray noticed Muan's shoes when she entered through the door. Muan was looking in the fridge when he heard Uray call his name. He told her that she wasn't answering her phone. Uray explained that she had to help out with volunteer work at Mrs. Yun's gathering. She didn't realize that he had called because she was too busy. Muan drank the water and asked what she was busy with at Mrs. Yun's gathering. She said they made kimchi, to which Muan thought he must have misheard. He questioned, making kimchi? At Mrs. Yun's gathering? Uray asked when did he get home. She thought he was supposed to come back tomorrow. And did he stop by Pyeongchang? Muan stated his work got done early and he came straight home as soon as he got off the plane. But other than that, his luggage is still in the car. Where are the helpers? It seemed like there was no one home when he got back. Uray told Muan that she gave them a few days off as she didn't expect him to arrive a day earlier. So, she will take care of his luggage tomorrow. The whole time she was talking, Muan kept staring at her, which made her feel nervous. She questioned to herself why he was staring at her so intensely. Is there something wrong? Does she smell weird? She started sniffing herself in case she did smell weird. Uray asked if Muan had eaten yet. Should she prepare dinner for him? Muan ate on the plane already. She asked, should she bring out fruits then? He told her he was fine. There was no need for it. After that, Muan went back to watching TV, although it seemed to her like he had something he wanted to say. Well, whatever, Uray thinks it's better to go wash up. She walked past Muan and into their bedroom. While untying her hair, she noticed a bag. That was the bag Mrs. Park showed off at the tea ceremony gathering a few days ago. She remembered Mrs. Park said you have to wait weeks after reserving one before you actually get your hands on it. Uray muttered it was the first time she received a bag from him. And there was jewelry again which she didn't seem too excited about. As she was unbuttoning her blouse, Muan snuck up behind and hugged her. Uray didn't expect him to snuck up behind her. She asked if there was something he needed. Muan moved his lips closer to her earlobe and answered, yes, and at the same time, he moved his naughty hand under her shirt to cup a feel of her chest. Muan pinned Uray to the wall and kissed her fervently, while his hand massaged and squeezed her breast. Muan went hard at it and tried prying her legs apart, but Uray stopped him. She pushed him away and told him not right now, she reeks of kimchi because she was out making it all day long. He sighed, started sniffing, and said he didn't smell anything. She told him she also sweated a lot and wanted to wash up, while thinking what if he gets angry at her for pushing him away. But he gave up a lot more easily than she thought. While taking a bath and doing her nighttime skincare, Uray really just wanted to go to bed. But Muan did give her some time to catch her breath, so should she be thankful instead? After finishing her nighttime self-care routine, she went to the bedroom, but Muan wasn't there. She guessed she should go prepare for tomorrow's breakfast. As she walked to the kitchen, she heard Muan talking on the phone, saying he had already given Yuyunli a warning. If he really planned to go through with it, tell him that this is an ultimatum. If he doesn't take his hands off Star Road, Sungwon Construction will cut off all funding for Yusung Corporation. Star Road. Ultimatum, funding? Uray vaguely knew that the construction of the Star Road shopping mall was being spearheaded by Yuyun and Yusung Corporation, and they were absolutely in need of funds from Sungwon Construction's company. She was aware that Muan and Yuyun had a bit of a fight over the problem of kicking out the shop owners from the traditional market where the construction of the mall was to begin. While preparing for tomorrow's breakfast, Uray contemplated. If she says it nicely, it's a request as his wife, but in truth it's really a solicitation. She knew this is exactly why she was married to Muan, but she wasn't planning to interfere with their business in any way. This was her first time seeing Muan so angry. There was a chance that fire might be redirected towards her. Uray went back to the bedroom and noticed she received a text from Junhee. Junhee wished her a happy birthday. She was busy training all day, so she couldn't use her phone to call earlier in the day. In the meantime, Uray should think of what she wanted to eat. It was after receiving this text, Uray realized that it was her birthday. She had received fur and cash as a birthday present from Pyeongchang a few days ago. She didn't expect Yuyun or his mother to remember her birthday, but she thought her father would remember at least. Would her mother have remembered? Teardrops dripped onto the phone screen as she thought of her mother. Even though she tries not to think about her mother as much because she resents her mother, whenever her birthday comes, all she can think about is the new dress that her mother bought for her and the seaweed soup with extra meat that she would always cook for Uray. Those are the memories that make her miss her mother even more deeply. Uray quickly wiped her tears as she heard Muan's footsteps walking towards the room. She cannot let Muan see her in that state. She should act like she's asleep. She doesn't want to do anything today. She pretended to sleep while Muan patted her. Then there was no motion. She thought Muan had left again. She finally peeked to check and Muan was still laying next to her. He asked, was she really sleeping? Did she see her presence? He told Manager Han to send her some clothes. Uray thanked him and asked if there was a couple gathering that she needed to attend. Muan said not at all, but does she want him to change her car too? Uray declined as she really doesn't use the car anyway. But why is he asking? He said it's because it was her birthday. Uray blushed and questioned inwardly, how does he know? Was that why he came back a day early? Muan told her they are going to be eating breakfast at Pyeongchang tomorrow. Secretary Sung said she would prepare seaweed soup. She can go to sleep now. Surprised, she asked about the thing they were doing earlier. Muan told her to not mind. He doesn't plan to satiate his desires at the expense of a tired person. Uray blushed and thought, Muan does think about her in his own way. Muan asked if there was something she wanted to say. She covered her blushed face and said no. She's going to sleep. Muan smiled and wished her a happy birthday. In a business conference event, Muan was chatting with a man when a blonde lady in a red sexy dress approached him. It's been a while since she last saw him. Has he been well? Muan remembered, she was that model he was seeing for a hot minute while he was in Dubai. Muan answered that he has been busy. Did she receive an invite to this event? She answered that the president of her agency has a lot of interest in this place, so she came with him. Honestly, she expected him to give her a call while his shopping mall was under construction. She thought they really hit it off. In his mind, Muan agreed. They were great in bed together, plus she never got in the way of business and wasn't clingy. Muan said he got married. Questioned the hot blonde lady. Married? When? A year ago, he told her. The hot blonde told him she didn't know and it's a bit late, but congratulations. Is his wife from here too? He replied, no, she's in Korea, while wondering what she's doing right now. There's a 5-hour difference between there and Korea. She must be asleep. Hearing that his wife was in Korea, the blonde lady advanced towards Muan. She touched his chest and said coquettishly, then, would it be all right if she came by his room tonight? Muan frowned at her actions. Lately, he has been thinking about her randomly throughout the day. Having someone's face just pop up into his mind is an experience that he's never had before. Muan could already tell what the blonde lady's intentions were. He is sure that she wants to be featured on the shopping mall ad. Muan told her, he believed he already said he was married. The blonde lady asked, so? What does that have to do with any of this? He said his wife is in Korea. Don't people like him have the freedom of sleeping with other people? Muan flicked her hand off his chest and answered, whether his wife is in Korea or not, he is not interested in her, and huffed away, leaving the blonde furious. She shouted at his retreating back, what's wrong with him anyways? She bet his marriage was all business anyways. All his attention and interest right now is directed toward one person, the woman who stood by him as his wife. He had liked her ever since their first meeting, but it only grew after they started living together. He realized that Uray is very good at holding secrets to the point that she never mentions anything about Mrs. Yun or her times at Sabotage to anyone else. She even makes their Hanamdong house feel cozy, and she never complains while she handles all her duties. He used to be against the idea of marriage, but after being married to her, he realized that it was one of the best decisions that he ever made. Standing in front of the large window glasses, Muan made a call, regarding his return schedule, that was confirmed for 2 days from now around this time too. The other person said he will also notify Secretary Kim and let the chairman know too. And, why don't he give Mrs. Lee a call tomorrow? Muan halted his action and asked if something happened. She didn't say anything when they spoke a few days ago? The other person said it's her birthday. He believes it's the first time Muan has to celebrate her birthday together since they both got married. The chairman has already sent a gift to her. Please be more mindful. Muan scratched his head. It's her birthday? Maybe it's because no one really acknowledged his own birthday. It feels a little weird. His birthday fell on the day of his mother's death. As it turned out, his mother wasn't very healthy to begin with. The doctors and everyone around her were strongly against the idea of her giving birth. However, his mother didn't give up. Eventually, she traded her life for her son's. Perhaps it was due to the heavy atmosphere inside his household, young Muan fell terribly ill whenever his birthday approached. To his family, that day was considered the day of his mother's passing, rather than his birthday. On the last day of his honeymoon, there were 2 conditions that he shared to his wife. One being that he didn't want any children, so they took preventative measures together. The other being that he didn't want them to celebrate his birthday. The fact that their existence was never congratulated was the one quality that the 2 shared. Muan began to wonder about his wife once again. He made a phone call to Secretary Kim asking him to book a flight to Korea tomorrow. And when he arrived at his home, carrying bags of gifts, it was dark, empty, and no one was home. He called her wondering where she could have gone. But she didn't pick up her phone either. He wondered if she went to Sabotage because it was her birthday. How strange it feels to him. He grew up alone his entire life, yet, being alone there now feels a bit strange. Muan opened their wardrobes and thought to himself, he should tell her to buy some new clothes, something other than black or white. Something that is a little more colorful and bright. It drains him to think that he is all alone in this house right now. It feels as if his body is sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. After his bath, he went to the fridge to grab a water bottle, when Uray called his name. Seeing her figure, he was dazed. How should he put this into words? It was hard to find the right word to describe all these new feelings in him. His wife had returned. With just that, it felt as if the heavy atmosphere that existed throughout the house had been lifted. In the car, Uray noticed the route Muan took was not the way home. She asked what about his work. He was supposed to return to Korea today, so he can just go to work tomorrow. She asked where they were going. Muan said she will know once they get there. When they arrived, Uray looked nervous. She asked if they were there to see Mrs. Yun by any chance. He said Mrs. Yun will not be coming out to the department store today. Muan took her out to buy some clothes for her birthday. She can pick whatever she likes. Uray looked nervous. Everything seemed intimidating. Seeing her choice of clothes, all black, he asked her to pick according to her taste. Holding the piece of clothes in her hand, she said that will do. He asked if there was anything other than black. Uray answered, the elders don't really like bright colors. So the one she was holding should do just fine. Muan wondered which elder she was referring to. All of Haiwan's clothes are so bright that it hurts his eyes just looking into her closet. Seeing the design and quality of clothes Uray picked out, it was not like she cannot pick out her own clothes. Is she just not interested in shopping or just not interested in clothes? He turned to the side and saw a nice sexy, yet elegant dress on a display mannequin and asked her to try on that piece. She wondered for a bit before agreeing to try it on. When she came out of the changing room, she looked so beautiful, he was mesmerized. The shy Uray asked, does it suit her? His next word was wear that one out. Muan gives the sales associate the black card to pay for the dress. As he was being rung up, his phone buzzed. Muan excused himself to pick up the call. He told her to go ahead and look around the other stores. After his phone call, he went around looking for Uray, wondering where she went. Did she go to the VIP room? He spotted her sitting on the bench by the escalator, and a man was talking to her. Muan frowned unhappily, thinking who was that man? Is it someone she knows? Uray then saw Muan coming. She got up to meet him. He asked who was that guy? She told him the guy just asked her if she knew where a store was located. He asked if that was all. A nervous sweat dripped down her cheek as she told him. He also asked for her phone number. But she told him that she came with someone. The atmosphere around Muan gloomed instantly. He told her they should get going. While they walked through the mall, many people gazed their way, which gave Uray an unpleasant feeling. She feels like her stomach's turning. Also, Muan looked like he's in a bad mood. The moment they got home, the bags were instantly dropped on the floor and Muan pinned Uray against the wall while kissing her earlobe and cheek. Uray asked him to wait up, but he couldn't even hear her and proceeded to suck her neck as if he's in a trance with one goal, to devour her. Everywhere he touched felt so hot to Uray. Suddenly he paused and pulled away and asked if she was all right. Uray nodded nervously. Next moment, clothes were scattered on the floor and the room was filled with intense passion. Muan lifted up Uray's legs up onto his shoulder as he thrusted all his might onto Uray. She, who laid underneath him, screamed as she received his pounding and begged for mercy, to slow down. Hearing her begging, he clasped her hand tightly while leaning down to kiss her leg, inch by inch, while she listened to the intense pleasure he gave her. On the dining table, Muan kept observing the mother and son across from him. Uray was feeding their little boy and he happily opened his mouth for his mother to feed him. The stoic-faced Muan suddenly muttered out that he should get surgery. Uray paused her action and turned her attention to him, asking what kind of surgery. A vasectomy, he answered. Uray forgot to feed their little baby while his mouth opened wide anticipating his food. She finally fed him while asking why he brought that up suddenly. Muan replied it is to prevent what happened yesterday from ever happening again. Yesterday in the children's room was a golden opportunity that they haven't had in a while. But just because they didn't have a condom. Uray asked if he was really going to do it. She heard that it's very painful. He reasoned that it cannot be as painful as stopping midway in that kind of situation, could it? She asked was it really a necessity? Before Muan, they were so good with their birth control routine. And how often they do it will only decrease as time goes by. It's already decreased a significant amount. Staring at the innocent sparkly Muan, Muan asked what it really his fault that they don't do it as much. It was all because of that little rice cake. Little Muan can sense his father's unhappiness, so he reached out to his mother for safety. Uray reached out to hold little Muan while asking why he kept calling him rice cake. Muan stated because he sticks to her like a rice cake and doesn't want to let go of her. Han wasn't like that. Uray pointed out that was because he basically raised Hoan, but he had been too busy to be there for Muan. The more they talked, the more annoyed Muan felt. He may have been too busy, but how can he not be upset when the rice cake looked for his mommy not even 3 minutes after he picked him up? Watching little rice cake hugging his mother tightly and contently, Muan thought he must come up with a special plan. After a moment, he said they should go on a vacation. Just the two of them, without rice cake. The airplane flew above the cloud. In the first-class seat, Uray and Muan sat next to each other. Muan looked at Uray and she was fast asleep. Before they came to the airport, all she did was worry about Muan. She looked a lot more tired than usual today. He just doesn't understand why she was so worried when they have a babysitter and Secretary Sung, whom Muan likes the most after his mom. 4 days certainly wasn't enough for Dubai. When they arrived at the hotel, Muan asked Uray why Dubai? Uray reasoned it was their honeymoon, but they didn't get to do anything on that trip. She was at the hotel all day and he only stopped by at night because of his work. She is only mentioning it now, but she was very disappointed the morning after their first night together. He was already gone when she got up, and all he left was a card. She cried because that seemed like a representation of what their married life might look like. It may be called a honeymoon, but to her it was a bitter and lonely memory. So this time, she would like to make happier memories with him, like a real honeymoon. With them both staring out the window, looking at the night cities, Muan agreed. They should do it right this time, their second honeymoon. With that, he lifted her up, planning to take her to the bed. The next day, the sun shone brightly through the large glass window. Muan opened his eyes, he was still hugging Uray in his arms. He got up and was going, and it woke Uray. He was going to wash up. While Muan went to wash up, Uray called Secretary Sung to check on Muan. Secretary Sung stated that he was playing until just a few minutes ago now. He's asleep next to the chairman. She was planning to wake them both up once dinner is ready. Uray guessed Muan must be doing okay because they visited Pyeongchang many times before. Plus Muan's grandpa, who adores him, was also there. She asked if Muan had looked for her. Secretary Sung said he did when he woke up this morning, but the chairman calmed him down. The chairman is great with children, so Muan adjusted very quickly, although she cannot say how it will be tonight. Uray apologized for the inconvenience this may have caused them. Secretary Sung assured Uray that they can leave Muan in their care from time to time. The chairman says looking at Muan reminded him a lot of Muan as a child. He regretted not realizing earlier how cute children are. It seemed like he wanted to provide for Muan for what he didn't do for Muan. Muan came in and asked if Muan is doing well. Uray told him yes, father is taking good care of him. His father really adores him. Muan felt relieved knowing that. Now Uray won't have to be so worried. Besides, that little punk, who does she think he took after with his shyness and stubbornness? Uray teased that Mrs. Yun said he was an exact replica of him. Muan denied that, apart from his looks, Muan is nothing like him, whereas he was such an innocent and obedient little child. Uray chuckled and silently thought to herself, how shameless of him. In addition to Mrs. Yun, everyone in their household agrees that Muan is a junior Muan Choi. While she was occupied in her thoughts, Muan untied her robes and started groping her. She questioned, what is he doing in broad daylight? He said he was trying to make up for their lost time together. She pointed out that they have a reservation for the desert tour. Muan assured that he'll only do it just once as he pushed her down onto the bed and started kissing her. As Muan got busy, Uray thought to herself, innocent and obedient, yeah right. Muan's face paled as he had the urge to vomit. Earlier when Uray asked excitedly if he is excited for their desert tour, he didn't expect the desert tour to be dune bashing. Side note, dune bashing is the recreational activity of riding vehicles on desert sand. While the driver was bashing through the desert, Muan saw the faces quickly passing through his mind. He cannot let them die like this. He has thousands of employees that he needs to take care of, along with Han and Seowon. As Muan was panicking, Uray wondered if they could go any faster. When they came to a stop, other people were throwing up. Muan felt relieved that he didn't need a plastic bag while inside the car. Uray asked, wasn't that something Muan always wanted to do? Uray stated, it feels like all of her stress is gone now, while Muan thought to himself, it actually made him more stressed out. He didn't expect her to like this kind of thing. He thought he knew her pretty well, but he guessed there are still a lot he didn't know yet. Then, Uray asked him to look at the skies. He turned around and saw the sun glistening through the clouds while the pure sand reflected its light. The sight of the sunset between the sand dunes was beautiful enough to wash away all his sickness. There are many hues of bright red colored the sky about above. It was the first time he realized the sky held so many shades and tints, colors he would never have known if he hadn't met Uray again. Uray asked if he had fallen for her again. Of course. Muan answered without a second thought. He had fallen for her again and again, every day. Uray thanked him for falling in love with her again and again every day. It always makes her so happy. Muan stated he felt the same way, but while they were on the topic, he don't think she should ever drive again. Just leave it to their driver, because he wanted to live with her for a long time. At least until Hwan and Seowon get married and have children. After they got back from the tour, it was already dark. Muan suggested they should go wash up together. It's been a while since they were able to get in the mood. So Uray quickly agreed. While in the bathtub, Uray pouted as she asked how is it that her husband doesn't have an ounce of body fat? She finally understood what Miss Hwan meant. Curious, Muan asked what did Hwan said? Uray answered, Miss Hwan said the men in the Choi household never get bloated and don't have an ounce of fat on their bodies, but that isn't the case for her. Muan explained that it was because they took care of themselves and didn't drink alcohol. He flexed his bicep muscles and asked, does she have any idea how much he works out these days? Once Seowon is older, he plans to go hiking with his son, teach him boxing and to play soccer also. Uray mentioned that he also taught Hwan how to box for no reason. Muan explained that girls need to learn how to fight too. Uray said she wasn't talking about her gender. She was talking about how Mrs. Yun went berserk because Han beat up the twins when they went to Switzerland. Muan stated pridefully that hearing it from Hwan's side of the story, she wasn't fighting with them. She was just demonstrating some of her boxing techniques to become friends with them. Uray questioned that she was just demonstrating her techniques, yet both of the twins ended up with nosebleeds. As a father, Muan was proud. As expected of his daughter. I really cannot believe those twin boys got nosebleeds over such a small thing. But it seems like the more he talked about it, the angrier Uray got, so he directed their conversation to another topic. He heard Hwan is already on the advanced courses in her ski lessons. He thinks Hwan is so good at sports because she takes after him. Who knows, maybe one of their children will become an Olympic gold medalist in the future. Uray stated, Hwan said she wanted to be a lawyer when she grew up, which startled Muan. He asked why all of a sudden? Uray explained her thoughts. She thinks Hwan was really impressed by the class action lawsuit against Han Jiang Will Company. They had it on TV just until a few days ago. Muan pondered if it was because Dion Kong was the one in charge of that case. He questioned if she was able to understand everything. Muan guessed, his daughter definitely understood that flaunting one's wealth and bossing other people around isn't a good thing to do. He nodded his head happily. As expected of his daughter. His daughter is smarter and more mature than a typical second grader. Though she seemed to be particularly interested in social issues. Muan muttered, if he doesn't want to face Hawan in court someday, he should be nice to others and not boss people around. Uray went closer to him and told him that he is doing well right now, so he doesn't have to worry too much about it. He wrapped his hands around her waist and suggested they stop with the child talk now. They are, after all, on their second honeymoon. It's quite strange to him. They've been married for so long and even have children, yet, his heart beats so fast every time he looks at her. She thanked him for the trip. It was because of what happened a few days ago, he must have prepared it to help cheer her up. A few days ago at a couple's gathering, the others were talking about Uray behind her back and Muan overheard it. After that, Muan made a commotion about it. Soon after, they all came to their Hanamdong house, asking for forgiveness. Uray told him she is really okay. She told him those people have no relationship to her whatsoever, so she doesn't care if they badmouthed her. Muan knew that she is the kind of person to say that she is okay, even when she is not. And, what happened, he was not okay with it. She was his woman, his wife. He was not okay with someone talking shit about the mother of his children. Uray told Muan that what they said was true. She had nothing, yet she became the wife of the son of Sungwon Group's chairman. How can you say you have nothing? I'm yours. Muan replied as he pulled her closer to him. Uray felt so happy. Just what should she do with him? She thanked him. She is beyond happy that she has him, Han and Seowon. She felt this earlier while out in the desert, but to her, he resembles this city. Muan questioned if she meant Dubai. Just like this city, which exists in a desert, you're the most gorgeous, amazing, and alarming part of my life. Uray answered as they both looked out the large glass window, gazing at the glorious night city. It's almost impossible not to fall in love with him over and over again, every day. Muan asked if she was moved by him again. She replied that she is always moved by him. He knows that, right? Muan answered, of course he knew. That was what made him so happy. The lovely couple confessed their love to each other again as they bathed. Muan was driving alone when his phone rang. He picked up the call and his sister Haiwan spoke loudly, Appa, it's me, Haiwan. Muan frowned, upset at himself for making a mistake. He thought it was Mrs. Yun who called. He told her, he was driving, what does she need? Haiwan asked if he is interested in getting set up with someone. That person was an announcer who wanted to meet him. She's very pretty and kind. Haiwan heard that the announcer's father was a doctor and her mother was a professor. Muan sighed and told Haiwan he is not interested. As a matter of fact, he is on his way to a blind date right now. What? A blind date? You never mentioned that? Haiwan questioned Muan while her makeup artist applied makeup to her face. Haiwan complained that he was always so harsh. So does he know who his date is? Muan replied, the daughter of Yusung Corporation. Haiwan was surprised they have a daughter. She knows a little bit about their son. Rumor is that he's a total scumbag. At least that's what the people in her industry said. Muan frowned thinking, the entertainment industry definitely isn't the only one that he's famous in. He asked if that bastard ever tried to do anything to her. Haiwan answered, no, unfortunately, he only likes girls 22 and under. Muan chuckled sarcastically. He gets disgusted by his soon-to-be brother-in-law, Yuyun Lee, whenever he hears rumors about him. It would be nice if the woman he is meeting today is normal and sane, unlike him. Haiwan continued, but it's kind of weird, isn't it? She had never seen their daughter at any of the public events. Muan guessed, she has her reasons, and the same goes for Haiwan too. Unhappy being compared to, Haiwan shouted, what does he mean by that? She's nothing like her. Why does he want to meet such a mysterious girl? Muan answered, for business-related reasons, then he told her to hang up. He's at the hotel. Haiwan was still trying to say one last thing, but Muan hung up on her. Although they're calling it a blind date, they basically finished discussing marriage and have their plans outlined already. That includes everything about Yusung Corporation and Sungwon Construction Corporation's joint venture, including making the news public and stock announcements. The only thing left to do is meet the woman he is marrying. He believed they said her name was Uray Lee. She's 5 years younger than him, and she attends Parsons. He believed her name was Uray Lee. And she hasn't been to any of the public gatherings, because she was born out of wedlock. When he arrived, he saw her sitting alone, looking out the window as she waited for him. It was a surprise for him at first impression. He thought she would dress like those typical rich girls as seen in Cheongdam-dong. Uray noticed him as he approached the table. She quickly stood up to greet him. He introduced himself as Muan Chai and she introduced herself as Uray Lee. While the server came to serve drinks, Muan observed Uray's look and expressions. She is beautiful. He likes her more than he thought he would. Honestly, he only cared about the marriage terms since they're marrying out of convenience, but he guessed, it doesn't hurt to actually like the person he is marrying. Muan stated he believed she heard the purpose of their marriage from Chairman Lee. Is she okay with it? She asked what does he meant by that. He was attracted to her eyes, they are too beautiful. He asked if it's okay if they continue with it. She asked, does she even have a choice? Muan let out a laugh and stated he shouldn't have asked. But, still, is there anything she personally wants concerning their marriage? Uray wished to have the wedding after she graduated from college. Muan concur. He also plans to have their wedding after her graduation. Uray said she heard that Songbuk-dong wanted them to get married right away. Muan frowned. They're so impatient. He said it would be great if their wedding happened as soon as possible, but he didn't necessarily mean right away. He asked how long does she still had left. Uray answered, 1 semester. Muan asked, then does May sound like a good month? Is that all right with him? She agreed. Judging from her expression, it seems like the idea of their wedding coinciding with her college graduation has been bothering her. Muan stated, he is not sure if she knew, but his aunt, Mrs. Yun, is a very difficult woman. She doesn't particularly like him, and she isn't in favor of this marriage. So Uray doesn't have to try so hard to please his aunt in any way. However, if they do get married, she'll have to meet his aunt often, so he would prefer that she conduct herself accordingly. Uray answered calmly that she will. Muan cannot tell if she is just calm or doesn't have any emotions. Her facial expression doesn't change much. But when it comes to dealing with Mrs. Yun, that's probably for the better. The server brought their food over. Muan observed Uray's table manners, and it seemed like she had great table manners. After the meal, Uray thanked him for the food and stated, she will be heading out. Muan asked to drop her off. Uray said she was told that he was a very busy person. She is all right and can go home by herself. Muan asked if she has somewhere else to go. If not then, he can take her home. That way, the Songbuk-dong madam will be satisfied. While driving Uray home, Muan realized that he never had a girl in his car before. Muan was going to tell Uray something, but noticed that she was sleeping. He heard that she just arrived back from America yesterday. He guessed he could wait a little while. Uray woke up and apologized for sleeping. Muan told her that it's fine. They arrived barely a few minutes ago. She thanked him for dropping her off at home and please drive safely. With that, she got out of the car and walked to the house. Muan watched her walking away, thinking that she's a very interesting woman. Little Hawon was sitting on her high chair happily telling her mother, we wished Minna a happy birthday at preschool today. Uray brought a cake slice over to feed her daughter. It was Minna's birthday today, and then? Little Hawon stated, Daddy's birthday is today too. Little Hawon took a bite of the fruitcake and her expression lit up. Side note, isn't she beyond adorable? Uray remembers mentioning Muan's birthday to her once when she was younger, but was surprised that Hawon still remembers. Uray continues feeding her daughter happily. And little Hwan happily opened her cute mouth wide to eat that delicious cake. Uray contemplated. She made seaweed soup for him this morning. But she cannot bring herself to serve it to him since he's so upset. How should she explain it to her daughter? She knew that beating around the bush or explaining it to her indirectly won't work. Hwan. Your daddy's birthday and the day that your grandma passed away actually happened on the same day. Confused, little Hwan asked, Grandma? You mean Secretary Sung grandma? No, not Secretary Sung. The one who gave birth to your daddy. Uray explained. Why did she pass away? Curious little Hwan asked why did grandma pass away? Uray explained that she was very sick. Our adorable Hwan looked distressed and asked, so, we cannot wish daddy a happy birthday? Uray answered, unfortunately not. Today's a very sad day for daddy. So daddy lost his birthday? Hwan asked worriedly. That actually shocked Uray. Putting it that way, her daughter is right. She guessed Muan did lose his birthday in a way since he's never celebrated it his entire life. Why has she always considered that to be the right way to go about it? Afterward, Uray made a phone call, asking Manager Choi if Muan had already left for the burial site. Manager Choi said not yet. Muan was running a little late. Uray explained that she planned to visit the burial site along with Muan and also bring Hwan along. She wanted to surprise Muan. If she tells him beforehand, he may not want them there. Manager Choi reported that Muan did seem to deal with it a little better when he went with the chairman. He thinks it's a little difficult for Muan to handle it all alone. He believed Muan will leave for the burial site right after his meeting ends. Would Uray like him to send a car to the house? Uray stated that it's fine. She'll head over there right now, with Hwan, and please don't tell Muan about it. Uray hugged Hwan and asked if they should go see Grandma. That way, they can help Daddy cheer up a little. Muan got out of his meeting and looked at the time. It's already 2:30 p.m. If he leaves right now, he'll be able to finish paying his respects just before sunset. When he was younger, he always fought with his father because of how much he despised going to the burial site. His father was never really interested in where he was or what he was doing, like if he was involved in a fight. But his mother's Remembrance Day was the one day his father cared to look for him. He doesn't have any memories of his mother. Therefore, he had never really felt any affection or longing for her. She only ever existed in the few photos and videos that he has of her. That's why he always regarded their visitation to her burial site on his birthday as a kind of home wreck. He just thought that was the inevitable fate of a child who was born in exchange for his mother's life. Ironically, it was when Hwan was born that he finally understood what his mother must have felt. He, too, would have done anything and everything for such a precious little child. He believed that's what his mother felt when she had him. When he came to realize that someone had regarded him as precious the minute he was born, that was when he began to long for her to the point he couldn't handle it. Muan gently touches his mother's tombstone. From that point on, he no longer despised visiting her burial site. He didn't think he would ever find himself becoming accustomed to his birthday, which he hated more than anything. His sullen expression was broken by an adorable little voice calling, "Daddy." He turned around to see his daughter and wife coming up the stairs. Muan reached down to pick up his daughter as he asked what they were doing there. Uray told him that he had said he would bring Hwan once she was older. And she just felt like today was the day. Plus, Hwan also said that she wanted to visit her grandma. Muan asked his daughter happily, "Did you really, Hwan?" She replied with a big smile, "Yep." Muan turned to Uray and asked her to tell him the truth. Why did they come? Uray explained that Hwan told her that she celebrated Minna's birthday at preschool today. They once ate with her family, Mr. Park's daughter. Hwan thought it was a little weird that the house was so quiet even though it's his birthday. She asked Uray why they weren't celebrating. Muan asked what did Uray said? Uray answered, "I told her that today was a very sad day for you. Then she told me that you basically lost your birthday." so I wanted to help you find it. Uray encouraged Muan to show Hwan to his mother. This is also her first time there since that one time she came during their first marriage. She feels very apologetic because she hasn't been able to visit in a long time. But hopefully, his mother understands, because they had a bit of a detour. Muan replied, of course, his mother will. And the beautiful family stood before Muan's mother's burial site, paying their respect. Little Hwan was so good and obedient. Side note, may we all be blessed with a little Hwan who radiates happiness all around and so well behaved. As the sun started to set, the family of 3 walked on the walkway. Muan, carrying his daughter on his back, told Uray that he is sure his mother would have been very happy. Uray also thinks so too. His mother is someone she is very grateful to. Today might be a very sad and difficult day for him, but to her and Hwan, it's a very meaningful day. Because if he weren't there, then Hwan and her wouldn't have been there either. Uray turned around and beamed happily at Muan. Thank you so much for being born, Muan. Let's come together to visit your mother next year, and the following year. Even if Hwan cannot come with us later, I promise to always come with you. And we can celebrate your birthday after we visit the burial site. In this moment, Muan realized that he finally had a real family. He asked how would they celebrate? Uray said she made seaweed soup for him. Just then, our cutie pie Hwan yawned as she rubbed her eyes, wishing her daddy a happy birthday, causing both Muan and Uray to laugh at her cuteness. And that was the first of the many great birthdays to come. And just like that, their second gift of life, Siowon, turned 6 years old. Uray received a phone call from Siowon's school. The teacher asked if she was available to stop by. Uray asked if Siowon broke something again. The teacher said he didn't break anything this time. He actually got into a fight with one of his classmates. Siowon is okay, but the child he got into a fight with got hurt. Unlike his sister, their son turned out to be a very curious and active child. Perhaps it's because he takes after his father, but people tend to mistake him for an elementary school student because he's bigger than other children his age. She was asked to visit his preschool at least once a month because of how often he damaged school property. The teacher reported that Jaemin, the classmate Siowon got into a fight with, had a bit of a nosebleed. Jaemin's mother picked him up earlier today. They were hoping Uray could go there as well. Uray wondered if the teacher was talking about the youngest son of the second-generation member of the National Assembly. He just had to get into a fight with a child who has fussy parents, didn't he? Uray told the teacher she will be right there. She wasted no time and hurried out the door, while complaining to herself. She didn't punish him too harshly when he damaged school property because he was still so young. But to hear that he hit a friend. Uray frowned as she drove to the school. Uray arrived at the school, looking anxious, asking the teacher why did Siowon got into a fight. The teacher pondered the same question too. She asked him but he won't say a word. They thought he might open up to her. The teacher said Siowon is in the counseling room. Uray huffed and nodded. As she followed the teacher, she looked very angrily determined, making the teacher nervous. The teacher called out to Siowon that his mother had arrived to get him. In the room, he sat alone frowning. When his mother called him, he looked up and in that moment, he looked just like his father at times like this. It made it so much more difficult for her to punish him. All those accumulated anger from the time she received the phone call to now dispersed like ashes. Siowon grabbed Uray's hand while remaining silent. Uray told the teacher she'll take him home for now and have a talk with him. The teacher agreed and also thought that it would be best if she and Siowon could apologize to Jaemin and his parents tomorrow. Uray said they will and she is really sorry about this. In the car, Siowon apologized to his mommy. Uray asked if he knew what he did was wrong. She told him getting into fights with his friend is a big no. Why did he get into a fight? Siowon frowned and turned his head away, not answering his mother's questions. Siowon Choi. She called out, and still no answer from him. She sighed and wondered why he was even more stubborn today. He usually doesn't act this stubbornly when he knows what he did was wrong. Siowon walked up the stairs ahead, avoiding his mother. He went to wash his hands, while Uray asked from the side if he really isn't going to tell her. He avoided looking at her. On the dining table, he avoided her gaze as he ate. Uray was at her wit's end. She should discuss it with Muan once he's home from work. At night when Muan arrived home, he sensed something, felt a little off. Uray looked sullen and not bright as before, making Muan wondering if Siowon did something again. Uray told him that Siowon got into a fight with a classmate and gave the classmate a nosebleed. They have to go to his preschool tomorrow and apologize to the child and his parents. Muan didn't think it would be much of a problem. Children tend to get into fights as they grow older. He asked if she knew why they fought. Uray said Siowon would not tell her. As she proceeded to untie his tie, Muan asked, "He won't tell you?" She replied angrily, "Yes. He's being very stubborn. He usually tells me everything that happens at school, but not today." She clenched his tie as tight as her anger and asked him, "Why don't you try talking to him instead?" To appease his wife's anger, Muan told her he will. On Siowon's door, Muan knocked before entering. Siowon, who was playing with his toys, turned around happily to greet his father. Muan picked up Siowon and as he pondered on how to say it, Siowon asked if mommy was still mad. Muan replied, "Yes, she is. I thought I told you not to make your mother angry. Why did you get into a fight with your friend?" Siowon remained silent and hugged his father tightly. Muan thought, look at him trying to avoid the question. He gently coaxed Siowon Choi. Siowon told his father not to tell mommy. Muan told him, he won't tell mommy. Siowon explained, we were getting in line, and he cut in front of me. So we got into a fight. And he said something mean about mommy. Muan narrowed his eyes and asked, what did he say? Siowon replied angrily, he said mommy was just a nobody. What? Muan was surprised to hear such a thing about his wife. Muan asked if Siowon understood what that meant. Siowon replied no. I didn't like him talking bad about mommy when the fight was just between us. It made me feel bad. Muan patted his son on the back and praised his son, good job. Never hold back when someone tries to put down your feelings. However, hitting someone is not okay. If he gets into a fight or hits someone, it'll make his mommy sad. Okay. Siowon replied sadly. Muan told his son, if anyone ever says nonsense like that again, go tell him. He will make sure to teach them a lesson. You will? Siowon asked. Muan replied, I also don't like it if someone talks about mommy in a bad way. Now, should we go eat dinner? Feeling all cheered up, Siowon headed to the dining room with his father. In the dining room, a variety of delicious food was served. Muan thanked Uray for the food. Mother and father sat on one side, while daughter and son sat on one side. While the children chatted happily to each other, Uray whispered to Muan if Siowon told Muan the reason why he got into a fight. He whispered back, yeah, he did. Curious, she asked for the reason. Muan reached to pick up mini hot dog meat onto his son's spoon as he told Uray that it's a secret between the men. Uray looked dumbfounded. Muan elaborated that he will go to Siowon's preschool tomorrow. She asked, what about work? He replied that he'll take the day off. He has been focusing only on his work lately. She should let him handle some fatherly duties once in a while. He then turned to his daughter and asked her to let the teacher know that she will be homeschooling tomorrow. Hawon beamed excitedly and asked if she really can do that. Muan nodded and said yes. They can hang out in the afternoon. Hawon was beyond happy, hearing that from her father. Uray turned to her son and asked him to promise to apologize to Jaemin and make up with him tomorrow. Can he do that? Siowon replied sulkingly, yes, mommy. But when Uray gently caressed his small cheek and praised him, he beamed like the sunshine. The next day, father and son arrived at the preschool. The teacher didn't expect that it was Siowon's father that came instead. Muan observed the mother and son they had to apologize to. That was the woman Uray was worried about. As expected, their Seo-won is taller and much more handsome than Jaemin. Muan bowed to the mother and apologized. He stated it was all his fault for not properly teaching his son. He will be paying for the treatment and will also send separate compensation. Then he urged Seo-won to apologize to Jaemin. Seo-won said sorry to Jaemin and stated that he was wrong. Jaemin's mother stated that they were not doing that because they expected to be compensated or reimbursed for treatment. Seo-won was just a little peculiar, so she was hoping that Muan them would be a little more strict with Seo-won at home. Muan apologized that he has been too busy lately to pay enough attention in that respect. He'll make sure to teach his son properly moving forward. Jaemin's mother replied that she knew he was a busy person. She believes it's Muan's wife's duty to pay more attention to Seo-won's behavior. Then she nudged her son to accept Seo-won's apology. Muan turned to the teacher and said the children seem to have made up. He is sure the teacher is eager to return to class. He's just going to have a little conversation with Jaemin's mother if the teacher doesn't mind. The teacher replied, of course, she doesn't, and led each child by the hand out the room. Jaemin's mother was about to excuse herself, but Muan stopped her. He asked her to stay for one moment, which caught her by surprise. He turned to her and stated, they say that children are reflections of their parents. It seems that our son has been bad-mouthing my wife. Well, that's... Jaemin's mother hasn't even come up with an excuse when Muan took out a stack of photos and tossed it on the table while stating, it's my belief that parents shouldn't be involved in their children's fights, and vice versa. If you still don't understand, I am willing to show you what it really means to be a nobody. In each of those photos, she was each different man. The woman took those photos with trembling hands, wanting to know how. Muan continued, as you can see, it's an example of your unscrupulous behavior. My wife and I have never talked badly about others. Because they might learn from that. That's the kind of behavior we like to pay attention to at home. Perhaps that's something that people like you, who are so well educated and important, should put more effort into upholding. Do you understand? And don't forget. Nomination period is nearing for Assemblyman Park, Jaemin's father. The woman shouted, what did you say? This is unbelievable. And she slammed out the door. In the classroom, Seo-won was drawing a picture of a happy family of 4 when he noticed his father coming to the door. He ran up to his father. Muan picked him up and he giggled. Muan asked, what's so funny? Little Seo-won leaned closer to his father and said, all of the other kids are saying that you're so cool. Muan replied, are they? Then I guess I'll have to continue being a cool dad for the rest of your life. Now then, should we go see your mother and sister? Muan and Seo-won came back home from preschool where his loving wife and daughter are waiting. They looked at each other, with loving gazes. Muan and Uray were no longer alone, because of the people they loved so dearly, and because they were able to protect them, every day was filled with happiness. And thus this is the end of Muan's and Uray's love story. May we all find our Muan and Uray in this life.